Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had directional pulling Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya. Pissed, hey, Midoriya. Izuku finished the sentence he was writing in his notebook before finally glancing up. It was his seatmate to the right, reaching out with her pen as if to poke him. She pulled back when he met her eyes, and he offered her a polite smile before looking down at his notebook again. Need something, Kaneda? She leaned closer, eyes alight with interest. Is it true? That was a loaded question. Izuku paused, considering how to answer. It all depended on what it was supposed to be, of course. Kaneda's voice was curious and eager and, as far as he could tell, as genuine as any 14-year-old could be when whispering to a classmate in the middle of the last PRD of the day. She wasn't making fun of him, which meant that he was supposed to know what it was. Some rumor buzzing around the school, most likely. Which was a little absurd, because Izuku couldn't remember ever gossiping in his life. How would anyone expect him to keep up with it if he never paid attention to it in the first place? Because it's about you, dummy, Kaneda interrupted his thoughts, and since her quirk was phosphorescence, not telepathy, that meant his thoughts had slipped straight to his mouth again. What's about me? Izuku asked, before Ida-sensei spoke up above the general murmur of conversation. All right, listen up, their portly homeroom teacher barked, shuffling a stack of papers on his desk. Settle down, quiet down. We have something important to discuss. It may be early in the year still, but you aren't second years anymore, so it's time to get the high school application process rolling. And that means, it's time for all of you to start thinking about your futures. He paused, surveying the classroom in front of him, then shrugged and tossed two handfuls of papers to the sides, letting them scatter. But let's get real, most of you are probably heading down the heroics track. Ragged cheers rose, and the excitement went up a few levels. I'm signing up for Shiketsu. That's where Hawks went. Heck no, Seijin's cooler, have you seen their school uniform? SCK it, losers, I got this sweet gym membership, say hello to the next number one. Don't make me laugh. Izuku exhaled slowly and sat back in his seat, hoping to stay out of this one. Once Katsuki hurled himself headfirst into a discussion, it was better to stand back and let him tire himself out. In front of him, Katsuki was lounging with his feet up on his desk again. You'd think a guy who cared so much about his academic standing would worry more about getting shoe muck on his assignments. You think a shitty gym membership's gonna help you, Stock Eyes? Bakugo's lip curled disdainfully. Your quirk's worth sheet. The only way it could be any more worthless is if you didn't have one at all. Izuku kicked the back of his chair. The classroom went quiet. Twisting around in his seat, Katsuki shot him a heated glare. You got something to say, Deku? Having a gym membership doesn't hurt, Izuku said with a shrug. I think it's a good idea. Most hero schools have a physical portion of the entrance exam. So I think it's a good way to prepare. He shot a grin at their classmate, who looked relieved to be out of Katsuki's line of fire. Mind if I borrow your idea, Nagame? Nagame popped one of his eyes back into its socket to give him a thumbs up. Katsuki snorted, voice dripping with contempt. Yeah? See how far it gets you, Deku. 'Cause I'm still the only one in this shitty school who's gonna get into UA. Some of their classmates shouted protests, only for Ida-sensei to raise his voice again. Actually, Midoriya, aren't you applying for UA as well? The classroom quieted again. Kaneda in particular was looking at him expectantly. This must have been what she was talking about earlier. Seriously? Nagame spoke up, still holding his remaining eyeball in his hand. I mean, wow, Midoriya. That's a little risky, don't you think? Katsuki laughed in his face. Like you're lame but could make it into UA. But hey, I hear Ketsubutsu's always got openings. I'm applying for Shiketsu too, just in case, Izuku said brightly, speaking up so that Ida-sensei could hear. But I've been looking up study guides for UA, and I think I have a pretty good chance. In front of him, Katsuki gagged loudly. Of course you do it the nerd way, Deku. Ida-sensei nodded once. If you need any help with balancing your studies for multiple entrance exams, we'll discuss it later, or you can see the guidance counselor. We'll be talking with every one of you face to face about your future plans tomorrow, so get those plans straight today. Class ended soon after that with the ring of a bell and a chorus of scraping chairs. Izuku stuffed his things back into his backpack, tuning out the conversations around him. Every now and then Katsuki's raucous laugh rang out, breaking his concentration. Midoriya. Ida-sensei called out. When he looked up, his teacher waved a folder in his direction. Take this to the 3C classroom before you go, it's for Fujinaka-sensei. Izuku nodded, used to requests like these. Most of the other kids had after-school clubs, and the only ones in the going-home club besides Izuku were Katsuki and the boys who followed him around. Izuku was more likely to make sure papers and folders reached their intended destination. He reached out with one gloved hand and tugged. Ida-sensei let go of the folder, and the other kids ducked out of the way as it sailed through the air toward Izuku's desk. Once it was in his hands, he shrugged into his backpack and headed out the door. He didn't get far. Izuku barely kept hold of the folder and its contents as someone shoulder-checked him from the right, shoving him into a locker hard enough to rattle it. The impact almost made him bite his tongue. "Watch where you're going, freak," the other boy snapped. Izuku recognized him. The multicolored flames he had instead of hair were hard to mistake. He went still as the other boy stepped close enough for Izuku to feel the warmth of the flames against his face. His tongue locked up in his mouth, and he stared unblinking at his tormentor's face until it darkened with anger. "Quit staring at me." Another shove rattled him against the locker again. "Don't make me say it again." Sorry." Izuku tore his eyes away and looked at the floor instead. "I didn't mean to bother you. Least you do what you're told." He was roughly released. "You're a freak and a doormat. You always do whatever other people tell you to, don't you? Would you do it if I told you to go jump off the DMN roof?" The lockers rattled again, but this time it wasn't Izuku running into them. His tormentor's hair flickered and darted wildly as a small explosion from Katsuki threw him into the lockers close to where Izuku stood. A bark of "F off" sent the boy running, and in a matter of moments the confrontation was over. Well, mostly over. Having fun kissing butt, Deku? He was a little bit cornered. Katsuki stood in front of him, with Yubito and Sadakawa cutting off his side exits. Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath, fighting to keep his voice inoffensive and neutral. "Katsuki, can we not do this today? I have to get home." "Fat FING chance," Katsuki snapped. "Listen to me, Deku. I'm getting real FING sick of watching your spineless bullshit. No, you know what? I've been sick of it since grade school." He smiled nervously. "Kaken, there's no need to. Don't even," Katsuki snarled. "I'm sick of you and I'm sick of looking at you. Way I see it, you have two options. 1, don't bother applying to UA, 'cause that's where I'm going, and if I have to watch your mealy-mouthed but SCK up to every goddamn teacher for another 3 years, I will rip your butt off. Literally rip it off. And what's my second option?" His hands were beginning to sweat inside his gloves. Katsuki leaned closer. "Get over yourself," he hissed. "What, you think it's gonna keep working? You think everyone'll like you if you cram enough ball in your mouth?" Yubito sniggered. "It's FING disgusting. You disgust me, Deku." Izuku tried not to shake. His smile wavered, but stayed. "I'm sorry, Katsuki," he said. "I don't mean to be a bother, really. But you could always just not look at me, you know? I wouldn't have to if you quit FING following me around." Roughly, Katsuki yanked him away from the lockers and shoved him back out into the hall. "I'm not kidding, Deku. Get your sheet together or stay the hell away from UA." With a quiet sigh, Izuku straightened his uniform and wove his way through the other students. The sting in his eye subsided by the time he reached Fujinaka-sensei's homeroom class, much to his relief. He hated crying in front of people, it made them worry. "Thank you, Midoriya." Fujinaka's smile was kind as she took the folder from him. She was about to leave, 2 of her students were staying behind on classroom duty. Before you go, could I ask one more favor of you?" Weaving through the desks, she stopped at one of them and picked up a composition notebook. "Hayamizu left this behind, do you think you could?" Izuku hesitated. He hated that he hesitated, that Katsuki's words could get under his skin so easily. He wanted to get home soon, but he didn't know who Hayamizu was, so he smiled back, standing a little straighter. "Of course, sensei, I'd be happy to." Hopefully he wouldn't run into any more delays on the way home. The girl was late. Shudo reread the note that had been hurriedly moved into his hands in the hallway, to make sure he hadn't misunderstood. The meeting place and time were clear, after school, behind the gym, with no mention of it being tomorrow or any other day but today. He hadn't known the girl who gave it to him, but it seemed rude not to hear her out, at the very least. Either way, Shudo found himself loitering alone behind the gymnasium, shifting from foot to foot as he darted looks over his shoulder. He was beginning to regret the effect this was having on his nerves. His heart was already in his throat, pulse pounding in his ears as his instincts sprung free of their restraints and nagged at him. He couldn't stay long, he had to hurry, he had to go home before he got in trouble for being late. Bad things happen when you make him wait. Oh, you're here." The girl's voice was extra high, her face tinged deep green with what he assumed was a blush. Her skin was already the color of a honeydew rind, so it made sense. "Can I help you with something?" he asked. She drew back sharply at the question, wincing as if he'd said something wrong. Which made no sense. It was a perfectly reasonable question, wasn't it? She was the one who'd asked him back here in the first place. Well, she stammered for a moment, fists clenching and unclenching at her sides. Finally she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke in a rush. Illiculate. Shudo blinked. Thank you. She sounded breathless as if she had just run a mile. I'm in love with you. That's why I called you here. I wanted to tell you how I felt. Why, slipped out before Shudo could think better of it. Because, well, I've been talking to my friends about it, and they said why not just go for it. If you like someone, you should confess. Shudo stared at her blankly. No, why do you feel that way about me? For a moment the girl looked gobsmacked, which was equally confusing, because again, it seemed like a perfectly reasonable question. Why? You're you. You're the PR prettiest boy in our year, and you get good grades, and you're always so cool, and… I'm really sorry, he said, because he felt like he was being rude. I'm just confused. Have we talked before? We're not that far into the year. I don't think we're in the same class. Well, no, not exactly, she wouldn't meet his eyes now. But I've seen you, a lot, in the hallways and at lunch, and, her voice trailed off. That's not a lot to go on, he told her. I don't think you can really be in love with me if you don't know anything about me. I could be anything. I could be mean for all you know. Of course you aren't mean. You don't know that, he said. You've never even talked to me before now. The girl scoffed, stamping her foot in a sudden show of impatience. You don't have to feel the same, she said. Just say it, if you don't. I'm sorry. I don't really like anyone, at the moment. So, thank you? For telling me? But, his watch beeped on the hour, and he jumped. I have to go. Home, I'll be late, and they'll worry. Right. She stepped to the side, eyes still glued to the ground. Sorry for taking up your time. And thanks for being nice about it. He only caught half the last sentence, already hurrying away with his bag bouncing against his hip. He might miss the train if he didn't hurry. The next one would arrive only 15 minutes later, but 15 minutes was plenty of time to drive himself to a distraction. Maybe staying behind had been a mistake. He always felt better when he gave himself ample time to get to the station. With each step, he worked on slowing his pace and breathing. Having a panic attack in the middle of the train station again wouldn't help anyone, least of all him. Breathing helped. Counting helped, just like it always did. Counting kept each breath deep, kept his steps slow and easy. Before long, his pulse was at a comfortable level again. And then, of course, he turned a corner and found a store window lit up in red and orange and navy blue. His father's face glowered at him from a decorative fabric wall hanging. His colors lined the display and everything on it: toys, shirts, bandanas, lunchboxes. Shudo's chest tightened, and he turned his head away and shut his eyes until he was sure he had passed it by. The tight knot forming in his chest was unpleasant but not dangerous, as it had once been. The feeling was manageable. Still, he was happy to turn off of the main street at the next opportunity. The side streets were quieter, less crowded, and free of any shops that might surprise him with his father's familiar scowl. He checked his phone, and was relieved to find that he was making good time and had no messages. The bridge was coming up already. If he kept this pace, then he would make the train easily with time to spare. Shudo was passing beneath the bridge when, behind him, a manhole cover clattered to the ground. From the second floor, Izuku had seen Hayamizu leaving the courtyard. By the time he made it down the stairs and outside, his brief glimpse was gone. With a sigh, he set off for home at as brisk a pace as he could. If he caught up, then he caught up. If not, then he could try again tomorrow morning. For now, it was time he got home. As he made his way home for the day, he let his mind wander over school assignments and what dinner might be tonight. Katsudon, maybe? He could use the comfort food. Mom's katsudon never failed to make him feel better after a hard day. And maybe, if he got things done fast enough, he could get in some training. Quirk training was one thing, but Nagame was right. A good gym could help him build up muscle and stamina by the time the entrance exams rolled around. He was trying for hero schools. Physical tests were always a guarantee, and UA in particular was known for being grueling. That didn't matter, of course. Grueling or not, he was going to get in. He had to. Everything he longed for, everything he could ever want or need, hinged on getting into UA. Lost in thought, he found himself taking the long way home. This route would take him past the train station, and that was fine sometimes. If he had time to spare, he would hop on one to head downtown and grab something at the larger grocery stores to bring home. But even without that, going this way was quieter, which suited him better. Walking in crowds made his nerves act up, like a gentle but persistent prickling in his skin. When things were quiet, then he could think and hear his own thoughts. He could hear things coming. He could. Somewhere ahead of him came the sound of a voice crying out, muffled and cut short. In the space of an instant Izuku's guard was up, his senses sharp. There was a bridge up ahead. It was usually safe, but was someone getting mugged? Izuku broke into a run, heart leaping to his throat as he neared the bridge. There was someone standing there, struggling with, what? He skidded to a halt, Hayamizu's forgotten notebook slipping from his fingers in his shock. Red and white hair was barely visible, partly because of the shadows under the bridge but mostly because of the greenish-brown sludge that covered it and most of the struggling boy's body, almost obscuring the Gakurin as it shifted to pin the boy's arms to his sides and slide over his nose and mouth. The boy was fighting back, not just by struggling but with his quirk as well. Ice burst from his body, spreading over the slime that covered him, but too slowly and not enough. The viscous mass kept moving and shifting, shrugging off each chunk of ice and letting them fall to the pavement. It was huge, the size of another person. Quit struggling, brat. It'll only hurt more if you fight me. No, Izuku realized in horror. Not just the size of a person. It had a voice, it had eyes, and it was a person. A person, attacking a middle school student who was fighting back and losing. Izuku whipped around, eyes settling on a chunk of cinderblock just a few meters behind him. It was heavy but not too heavy, he had handled far worse before. With one hand, he reached out and yanked. The heavy block of concrete sailed through the air, heading straight for him. Izuku dodged, pivoting around as he released the block from his quirk and let momentum carry it the rest of the way. Hey, he yelled, and a pair of bulbous yellow eyes turned to glare at him. What? The block struck the sludge, sending globs of it splattering to the pavement and walls beneath the bridge. The villain cried out in pain, and in an instant the slime receded from the trapped boy's face. His mouth was free and open, skiing in a deep breath of air. Seizing his chance, Izuku focused on the boy and pulled. His feet slid on the pavement, his efforts only dragging him closer rather than pulling the boy away. But the boy must have felt it, because in the next moment a pair of desperate eyes landed on Izuku's face, wide with alarm. The villain rallied again. Oh, no you don't. There was no time to look for more projectiles, so Izuku dashed forward, shrugged out of his backpack, and hurled that instead. The eyes were still the easiest target. The sludge receded again, and the boy wrenched his right arm free and twisted around. The wave of cold air that followed almost knocked Izuku flat. More ice appeared, far more than Izuku had seen before, bursting forth from the boy's body but only one side of his body. It spread along the ground, over each grisly lump of off-color slime, until the whole mass was finally encased. Shocked yellow eyes stared at them from behind a frozen barrier, and the other boy wrenched himself free with a hoarse cry. Izuku barely caught him before he collapsed, half dragging him away from the frozen villain to a curb where they could properly sit down. He could feel the other boy trembling, and hear the breath shortening into frantic gasps. Hey, okay. It was the wildest coincidence, as far as Izuku was concerned. The boy he just helped was someone from his school, someone he knew. The red and white hair, the mismatched eyes, and the scar-like patch of skin on his face were unmistakable. Hayamizu. It's me, Midoriya. From Class 3B? It was a gamble. He'd never talked to Hayamizu before, they were in different classes, and there was no way of knowing whether the other boy paid attention to other people as much as Izuku did. Izuku plucked at his own Gakurin. Same school, right? A vigorous nod was all he got in return. The color had drained from Hayamizu's face, leaving him pale and sick-looking. Okay. Just hang on. He fumbled out his phone and dialed. Muzurifu Villain Crisis Line, what is your emergency? As quickly as he could, Izuku gave their location and a quick rundown of the situation, and within seconds was assured that heroes and police were on their way. He hung up, pocketed his phone, and focused on his schoolmate again. Do you have your phone on you? Izuku reached toward him but didn't touch, unsure if that would help or not. Is there someone you can call? Or I can call for you. He had barely finished the question when an unlocked phone was moved clumsily into his hands. Fwame, Hayamizu managed to say. Call Fuyumi. Luckily, the name was easy to find among the contacts listed. Izuku dialed and waited, holding his breath as the line rang. He almost fainted in relief when someone picked up. Hi, Shudo, a woman's voice greeted cheerily. Are you on your way home? Hello, Izuku said. My name's Midoriya Izuku, I go to the same school as Hayamizu? There was a villain, and... Where's Shudo? Fuyumi's voice was calm, but only just. He's okay, Izuku said. He's not. I don't think he's injured, but I think he's having a panic attack. Please give him the phone. Izuku held it out, and Hayamizu took it. His movements were jerky, and once the phone was to his ear he may as well have forgotten that Izuku was there. He spoke quietly, nodding or shaking his head even though there was no way for Fuyumi, his mom, sister, cousin, to see it. But gradually, the tightness in his shoulders began to relax, and eventually he hung up the phone, drew his knees to his chest, and buried his face in his arms. Izuku sat beside him, eyeing the frozen sculpture of a villain for any sign of cracks. The police arrived in good time, along with a few heroes from the Iron Star office. They seemed largely perplexed by the way the villain was contained, but Hayamizu didn't look like he was in any fit state to undo his work. Izuku stood up as the officer in charge approached, carrying his backpack in one hand and a messenger bag in the other. "These belong to you?" "Yeah, thanks." Izuku took his backpack and slung it over his shoulder, and held onto the messenger bag that was most likely Hayamizu's. You're not in any trouble, don't worry," the officer assured him, before producing a pad and pen. "Just need a statement, that's all." Izuku repeated what he had told the dispatcher, and answered the man's questions as best and honestly as he could. There wasn't much to tell, it all had happened so quickly. The officer nodded over the notes he took. "That was quick thinking," he remarked. "Normally unlicensed quirk use is restricted, but under the circumstances we can definitely let it slide for both of you. You and your friend won't be in any trouble, don't worry." "Oh," Izuku said, too relieved to correct him. "You believe me, then?" "This one's been making trouble lately," the officer explained. "Just petty theft, though not worth sending the big agencies after. Good thing he's been caught before he could do any real damage." Izuku glanced back to where Hayamizu sat curled up on the curb, uninjured but still shaken, and bit the inside of his cheek. The officer left him alone after that, and Izuku took the messenger bag and set it down next to Hayamizu. The other boy barely twitched. "Is someone coming to pick you up?" he asked. Hayamizu nodded. "Cool." Izuku hesitated a moment, then glanced back at the officers and heroes. "Want me to stick around? I can keep you company till they get here." A pause, and then another nod. "Nice." Izuku sat beside him at a respectful distance. Seeing that Hayamizu wasn't much for conversation at the moment, he pulled out his phone again to play Candy Crush. Eventually, a cry of "Shudo" rang out. It didn't sound like Fuyumi's voice, though, and when Izuku glanced up he spotted an older teen jogging toward them, flanked by a fluffy-looking German shepherd on a leash. Beside him, Hayamizu's head jerked up. The older boy, who must have been Hayamizu's older brother, reached them in moments. Almost immediately the dog pushed itself into Hayamizu's space, all but climbing into his lap. Hayamizu reached back, hands curling into its fur. Izuku watched, fascinated, as the big dog leaned into the thorough petting until the color returned to Hayamizu's face. "Just give him a minute, he'll be fine." Izuku looked up, surprised, when Hayamizu's maybe brother addressed him. The older boy pointed to the dog's eye-catching red HRNSS. "Hero's a service dog, so it's his job to make sure Shudo's okay. He's got a license and everything." At that, Izuku stuffed his gloved hands in his pockets to alleviate the urge to reach out and try to pet the animal. "Huh? A dog with a license to help people in trouble? He really is a hero." The older boy laughed. "That's what Shudo said, when we first got him." "Nissan," Hayamizu muttered. "You're Midoriya, right?" Hayamizu's brother went on. "Fuyumi sent me with the dog after you and Shudo called. I'm Natsuo, Shudo's my little brother." His grin was bright and kind. "It's nice to meet you," Izuku smiled back. "I was just I forgot." Rising from the curb, he darted back out to the road, dodging officers so that he could retrieve what he had dropped when he first arrived. He returned to the Hayamizu brothers, stopping in front of the younger so that he could hold out the notebook. "Here, you left this in the classroom, so Fujinaka-sensei had me take it to you." Hayamizu uncurled his hands from his dog's coat to take it. "Thanks," he said quietly. And he paused to push the dog out of his lap, then got to his feet to shakily bow. "Thank you, for earlier. If you hadn't shown up?" "Oh, you're welcome." Izuku smiled again, gloved hands twisting together bashfully. "And I wouldn't say that. You have a pretty strong quirk. Ice, right? It looked like it only came out of one side of your body, but it was still pretty powerful, to trap the whole villain in it." He meant it as a compliment, but it only seemed to make Hayamizu more uncomfortable. The other boy wrung his hands, and his dog wound around his legs and nudged him until he curled his right hand into the fur again. "If I'd been thinking clearly, I would have done it sooner." "Well, all's well that ends well, right?" Izuku said. "It worked out." Hayamizu nodded, not quite meeting his eyes. "Thanks to you. You'd make a good hero." The compliment caught him off guard. Thanks. I'm going to be." "You too, huh?" Hayamizu Natsuo spoke up. "Shudo's trying for UA this exam season, how about you?" "Wait, really?" Izuku blurted, staring wide-eyed at Hayamizu. This was the first he'd heard of someone besides Katsuki planning to go. That's where I'm gonna go, too. Exams are still months away, Hayamizu pointed out. You sound pretty sure you're going to get in. Izuku grinned. I'd like to see them try to stop me. He shoved his gloved hands into his pockets. Well, I'd better go, he said. See you around, Hayamizu. Thanks again, Hayamizu replied. And good luck, for UA. You, too. Izuku tossed his parting words over his shoulder. I hope you get in. It'll be good to know somebody there besides Bakugo Katsuki. Maybe he was jinxing it, speaking so surely so soon. But as certain as he was that he would be going to UA, he was just as convinced that Katsuki would, too. Some things were simply inevitable. Shudo was quiet on the way home. Not that Natsuo blamed him much. After getting the call from Fuyumi, he was mainly glad to have found Shudo in one piece. Apparently Fuyumi had talked him through a panic attack already, so the worst was over, but his energy was probably sapped. At the moment Shudo was leaning against Natsuo's side, the leash in one hand while the other rested on the dog's head in his lap. I didn't pull you out of school, did I? When Shudo finally spoke, his voice was almost too quiet to be heard over the sound of the train. Nah, Natsuo assured him. I was already at home. Uncle Yuki needed help moving some furniture. He felt Shudo relax almost immediately. Hey, even if I was, I'm happy to come help when you need me. You know that, right? You shouldn't have to, Shudo murmured. Natsuo opened his mouth to protest, then closed it. Shudo sighed, and Hiro's tail thumped against the floor as he scratched the spot behind his ear. You're right, Natsuo admitted. I shouldn't have to. But Sho, you gotta stop thinking it's your fault when I do. You know? Shudo sighed again, shorter and harsher than before. It's so embarrassing. I know. Natsuo wrapped his arm around Shudo's shoulders. I don't even know that kid and he had to save me from some. There's no shame in that. I know, Shudo shifted away, until he was leaning back in his seat instead of against Natsuo. I don't even know him, and I just fell apart. Right in front of him. Sho, you just got attacked by a villain. I don't blame you, and I don't think that kid's gonna blame you either. His little brother took a moment to answer. It wasn't, Shudo's voice trailed off. It wasn't the villain. I mean, it wasn't being attacked. That's not what. Natsuo waited. Experience had taught him that pressing would only make Shudo clam up. It was so stupid. The words were barely out of his mouth when Hiro whined. I will bet you cash money it wasn't, Natsuo said. I don't know exactly what his quirk was, Shudo went on. It might have been some kind of possession? He said he was looking for a body. Natsuo ground his teeth. I fought back, and, Shudo swallowed hard. He said my quirk was perfect. Natsuo closed his eyes tightly. See? It was nothing. That's not nothing. Natsuo turned in his seat to face him. Shudo was still leaning back, staring at the ceiling of the train car. Shudo, there is so much to that. Just because it wouldn't mean anything to someone else doesn't mean it's stupid that it means a lot to you. But it always meant that, and I never, Shudo sat up to scrub at his eyes. It never made me do this, it was just he always just said it, and I was fine, and now. Hey. Natsuo settled his hand on his little brother's back. Didn't Dr. Marigawa say something about this? I could swear she did. Shudo finished rubbing his eyes. Yeah, he admitted. She said, He cleared his throat. She said it's because I'm not in survival mode anymore. I didn't react this way before, because I didn't let myself. Because I couldn't afford to, because the consequences of reacting would be worse than the consequences of just burying it. But now I'm safe? Natsuo finished for him. Wish it felt more like it, Shudo said dryly. Yeah. Natsuo fell silent, dithering over what he wanted to say next. Hey, you think it might be better to take Hiro with you to school? Shudo stiffened, so Natsuo hastened to continue. He's done nothing but improve your life, since the day we got him. And it's your last year of middle school, which you're spending at a new school, so I know it's gotta be stressful. No, Shudo said firmly. The law's on our side, Sho, Natsu told him. You know Uncle Yuki would fight tooth and nail for you. Natsu, please. Shudo's voice cracked. Please, just drop it? I can't do it again. It's just 1 year, and I just want to get through it without anyone looking at me or noticing I'm there. If you're worried about stress, then I'd just be more stressed if I brought him, if I thought everyone was gonna. Okay. Natsuo pressed him in a gentle one-armed hug. Okay. Just wanted to ask. I'll drop it. Not again, Shudo rasped quietly. I can't let it happen again. Look alive, everyone. And by everybody I mean Shoyuta. Come on, people, best feet forward. The swat to the back of his head was entirely expected, but Shoyuta barely blinked. Reacting to Namuri's baiting did nothing but encourage her. Shoyuta, come on, this is important. Namuri jostled him lightly with a firm hand on his shoulder. We've been preparing for this for weeks. Shoyuta silently counted to 10 before he let himself look up from the stack of English worksheets he was correcting. Hizashi had all but flung them at him before sprinting to his next class, and since Shoyuta didn't have anything going on for the rest of this year, he might as well help a friend balance his ridiculous workload. But first, he needed to deal with distractions. Preparing for what, exactly, he asked. Namuri stared at him, equal parts exasperated and amused. Shoyuta, we discussed this at the last staff meeting. For 45 minutes. I wasn't at the last staff meeting. Shoyuta reminded her. My day was full, so Nedzu let me duck out. I thought you were having Sekijuru take notes for you. Namuri frowned. Shoyuta, did you even read his notes? Are you going to keep berating me, or are you going to tell me what's so important today? Namuri sighed, the very picture of endless patience. The faculty's getting a new member this year. Nedzu announced that he's hired a new teacher. Today's his first day, so he's being shown around the campus and the faculty areas. He'll be coming in here later today. We're getting a new teacher now? Shoyuta frowned in confusion. Granted, it was still early on in the year, but classes had been going on for over 2 months. He'll be subbing for the rest of this year, Namuri explained. Since most of us are active heroes already. Especially 3 jobs Yamada, she added, nodding to the stack of assignments sitting in front of Shoyuta. Oh. Shoyuta turned back to said worksheets. Which heroes decided to join us this year, then? He could practically hear Namuri's sheet-eating grin behind him. That's just the thing, she said, in the light, airy tone of someone who has a secret they can't wait to share. Obviously you want to tell me, Shoyuta said, grasping at the escaping wisps of his patience. Might as well get it over with. She told him, then turned and sauntered out of the staff room while he stared after her, incredulous. Seriously, he called after her. All Might? Is this necessary? Toshinori asked. Well, of course. Nedzu told him cheerily. You are to be a new teacher this year, after all. It's only reasonable that I give you a tour of your new workplace. My new workplace is my alma mater, Toshinori pointed out as he followed the diminutive principal down the hall. Class was in session, so most of the students were inside, of which Toshinori was glad. He had been drawing stairs earlier, for obvious reasons. He must look like quite the odd sight to the students here. True, true. Nedzu nodded sagely. However, our records have been altered at least temporarily, until the time comes that they may safely be restored. And so, we must keep up appearances. This way now, Yagi to the faculty office. Toshinori knew the way, but he followed Nedzu all the same. UA was a constantly evolving and expanding campus, but only as far as training facilities and off-campus sites were concerned. The main school buildings remained the same, retaining the same layout as they were renovated and retrofitted to have the most modern amenities and keep up with building standards. Just walking through the halls was enough to take Toshinori back decades. They passed through the hallway containing the second-year classrooms, and Toshinori found himself standing straight, keeping an eye out just in case a door opened or a familiar face darted past. But no, of course he wouldn't, especially not in the middle of a class PRD. Now wasn't the time to find hero students wandering out in the open. This would be what PRD, again? Probably mathematics, at this time of day. He couldn't remember that much from his high school years, but after having a class schedule waved excitedly in his face just weeks ago. Not to worry, Nedzu's voice broke through his thoughts, as if the little creature had heard them. I'm sure you'll run into him later. For now, why don't we introduce you to a few of your new coworkers? Ah, alright. They were nearing the main faculty office now, and Toshinori felt his heart stutter ahead of itself. That was no good, he oughtn't be so nervous. It was hardly the first time he'd ever done something like this. If anything, he should be less nervous than usual, if not because of experience then because of the familiarity of this place. For all intents and purposes, Toshinori had come home. The door to the faculty office slid open, and Toshinori took a deep breath and stepped inside only a beat behind Nedzu. The principal raised his paws, calling for attention. Hello, everyone. Every face turned to look at him, each one a familiar hero present. Mike, Ectoplasm, Midnight, Blood King, and 13 were all assembled, plus one more who Toshinori couldn't see past the computer monitor he was sitting behind. A moment later, the lattermost hero leaned out to look at him, and he recognized the underground hero Eraserhead. As I'm sure you all remember, Mr. Yagi Toshinori will be joining our illustrious staff, Nedzu said cheerfully. This year will be something of a trial run for him. He'll mostly be helping present Mike with the enormous workload from the English department, but next year he'll also be our main lecturer for foundational hero studies. As Toshinori bowed in greeting, Nedzu beamed. Please make him welcome. The next few minutes were taken up by a round of handshakes and greetings as Toshinori introduced himself to the small collection of heroes, many of whom he had already met as All Might. They were all perfectly polite and cordial, though present Mike looked seconds away from offering a kiss on the cheek, and Midnight treated him to the same good-natured flirting with which she had greeted him in his hero form. Toshinori found himself shown to the desk that was to be his, right next to Eraserhead, who spared him a nod of acknowledgement. Gotta admit, Eraserhead Aizawa rather remarked without looking up from whatever task he was completing on his computer. I wouldn't have expected All Might's personal secretary to end up here. It wasn't the first time someone had said that to him, so Toshinori put on a smile without any hint of nervousness to it. Yes, well, I found myself with quite a bit less on my plate, for obvious reasons, and so I must find other ways to keep busy. He paused, realizing how flippant that sounded. Not that I would consider this a mere hobby, of course. But I have a fair amount of experience working closely with All Might, so I figured I might as well pass on my knowledge to the next generation. Aizawa's eyebrows twitched together for a moment, and Toshinori cleared his throat self-consciously. I may not have been a hero myself, but I hope to turn that into an asset. Oh? Aizawa looked curious. Well, after all, most of the teachers here are pros themselves, Toshinori explained. So, hopefully, I can offer an alternate perspective, if that makes sense. He managed not to wince at the lie. To his relief, Aizawa seemed to accept that. Is this your first time teaching? As an official faculty member, yes, Toshinori answered. But I've done plenty of work with the Peacemakers project, so it won't be my first time navigating a classroom. At this, Aizawa looked genuinely interested, and present Mike was quick to insert himself into the conversation. Wait, seriously? I mean, I guess that makes sense, All Might's secretary working on his pet project. It's been very rewarding, Toshinori said. It wasn't hard to slip into the easy rhythm of the group, much to Toshinori's relief. These heroes had an air of comfortable camaraderie, and their friendly welcome made it easy to get SCKED right in. He knew from experience that present Mike was the sort to treat virtual strangers like long-time drinking buddies, but the rest seemed eager to accept him into their ranks, as well. Just turn on the charm, Night Eye had told him when he couldn't stop fretting. Toshinori had thought he was joking. Nedzu whisked him away again to continue the tour of the campus, all the while waxing poetic about his thoughts on educational theory versus practice. Toshinori listened with one ear as he reacquainted himself with the campus around him. Eventually the lunch hour started. Doors began to open as hungry students filtered out into the hallways. A few of them cast curious stares toward Toshinori, a handful of others called out greetings to their principal, but for the most part he and Nedzu were politely ignored. It was around this point that Toshinori realized his guide had led him back around to the second-year classrooms. Ah, was all he had time to say out loud before one of the doors opened, and a rush of students swept past them. Among them, a familiar golden head bobbed above the rest, and in a matter of moments the boy's round dark eyes settled on Toshinori's face and widened with obvious delight. In spite of himself, in spite of the need for discretion, Toshinori smiled and twitched his hand in a wave. Ever tactful, Nedzu guided Toshinori to a hallway free of lunchtime traffic, and the student broke away from his classmates to follow. Are you starting already, sensei? Mirio burst out, once they were out of earshot of the rest of the student body. You never said. More or less, Toshinori replied. This is more of a syllabus day for me, but you'll see me around, probably subbing for an English class here and there. Oh, that's a relief. Mirio grinned. Present Mike has been looking a little stretched thin lately. What about classes for the hero course? Not until next year, unless Nedzu says otherwise, Toshinori said, with a nod to the principal. Something might come up, Nedzu said. One never knows. I may have Sekijuru-sensei and Aizawa-sensei go over the current curriculum with you, as preparation for your position next year. Ah, speaking of which, sensei, Mirio bounced on the ball of his feet. Before I forget, I know it's a little early to say for sure, but it's around the time for high school applications for next year's incoming students, right? Are you going to be involved with enrollment next year? Toshinori blinked, surprised by the question. Ah, I'm actually not sure. I wouldn't want to assume. Do you know, I think that's a fantastic idea, Nedzu broke in smoothly. Thank you for the suggestion, Togata-kun. He smiled brightly at Toshinori, tail whisking from side to side. I believe we can only benefit from someone with your experience, and it may do you good to see the students you'll most likely be teaching. If it's not an imposition, then I'd be happy to, Toshinori replied. To Mirio he asked, is it important to you that I do, my boy? Well, Mirio hesitated a moment, twining his fingers together. I think it's about the right year. Remember that boy I told you about, who I met during my training? I'm pretty sure this is the year he'd be applying, and I'm sort of rooting for him, so it'd be nice to know if he applies, or if he does well, or, his voice trailed off bashfully. Well, ask me again once entrance exams come around, Toshinori advised. I'll keep a lookout, if possible. Thank you, sensei. Mirio beamed. Are we still on for training later today? Of course. Toshinori squeezed his shoulder. And on that note, now that I'm in a better position to observe your training here at school, Night-Eye and I can work out some more exercises for you. But for now, go catch up with your friends. Ah, right. Thanks, sensei. Bye, Principal Nedzu. With that, Mirio turned and darted away, blue lightning flashing as he put on a burst of speed. Less quirk use in the hallways, Togata-kun. Nedzu called after him. Once he was gone, Nedzu sighed. I was a bit worried about him when he first came. Imagine my relief when he wasn't just as impulsive as you. Ah, well, we have Night-Eye to thank for that, Toshinori said sheepishly. He's a far more sensible teacher than I am. If he weren't still an active hero with plenty on his plate, it would be him standing here, entering UA's faculty. Oh well, Nedzu mused as he moved on. One day, perhaps. Toshinori did a double take. What was that? Nothing at all, dear Yagi. This way, please. So, Snipe said, apropos of nothing. What do y'all think of the new guy? Seems nice, Ectoplasm remarked. Kinda guy who gets along with everyone. I guess you can't really work for All Might for years without picking up his whole thing. At least a little. I mean, he could do with a square meal too, Namuri said. Or 10. Hey Shoyuta, what do you think? Shoyuta grunted noncommittally, wondering if that would be enough for her, for once. No such luck. Seriously? Namuri pressed. Nothing? Not even an assessment? He has nothing to do with me, so I don't see why my opinion matters, Shoyuta said at last. I mean, you were the one who was scandalized by the fact that All Might's secretary was joining the faculty, Ectoplasm pointed out. I was not scandalized, Shoyuta retorted, ignoring Snipe's stifled laughter. And I'll take the secretary over the man himself any day of the week. Namuri groaned. Don't tell me you're still hanging on to your All Might grudge. I thought you were past that already. Why would I be? Well, for one thing he was the one who started the Peacemakers Project, Cementos piped up helpfully. And you do like the Peacemakers Project. Shoyuta sighed deeply. You do. Namuri jumped on the point eagerly. You love the Peacemakers Project, Shoyuta, you even said street crime dropped in areas with active chapters. Yes, fine, all right, I approve of the Peacemakers and I appreciate that All Might funded it, Shoyuta snapped. That doesn't mean I have to like him. Personally. I don't see why you wouldn't. Cementos sounded downright injured. He was one of the youngest heroes on the faculty and a staunch All Might fan, so a slight against All Might was tantamount to a slight against him. You said it yourself now that he's no longer responding to crime, he's taking steps to prevent it instead. Community service, after-school programs, tutoring, jobs and opportunities he's keeping at-risk kids and adults off the streets. I thought you liked people who backed their words with actions. Has he? Shoyuta said dryly. Is he really the one doing those things? It's one thing for the richest man in Japan to fund a project and I can get behind that. That's good. That's what wealthy heroes should be doing. That's the bare minimum of what a man hailed as the symbol of peace should be doing. But I wouldn't go so far as to say that throwing money at something and leaving others to do all the actual work counts as action. Especially for a hero who's claimed to have faced the worst this world has to offer. You don't know that. I don't know that he does otherwise, Shoyuta went on. The information is available to the public. The project itself is run by his former sidekick and employees, not All Might. There's no word of him participating in its actions and you know there would be, because if he showed up to a Peacemakers event or function, it'd be plastered all over social media before the day was out. The man flings himself in front of every camera he sees. That's not fair, Shoyuta, Namuri protested. Heroes need the media to get things done, even. Not all heroes, Shoyuta said coolly. When no one answered right away, he shrugged. The media can be a tool. But more often than not it's a hindrance. And it's one he encourages, by indulging them the way he does and setting a precedent for other heroes to offer them the same allowances, regardless of how disruptive they are when said heroes are trying to work. He stopped, exhaling sharply to try to ease his own irritation. The Peacemakers Project is doing a good thing for this country. I honestly do believe that. I just wish he'd spend more time talking about that, and less time buttering up journalists while polishing Endeavor's public image. That ain't fair, and you know it, Snipe told him bluntly. Just 'cause you don't get along with the flame hero don't mean he ain't needed. We all thought the sky was going to fall when All Might retired, Ectoplasm said quietly. Endeavors no All Might, whatever the numbers said. Without All Might's endorsement. It does keep things a little more stable, Namuri said brusquely. It's been what? 4 or 5 years, now, since he stepped down? I for one don't need another near panic like we had back then. It may not be the best situation, but it's practical. I thought you of all people would appreciate practicality, Shoyuta. In the end, all he could say was, it sets a precedent that I don't like, before making another concerted effort to tune out the conversation around him. His colleagues let him leave it at that. General information. Name, Midoriya Izuku. DOB, July 15, 2XXX. Gender, male. Name of middle school attended, Arudara Middle School. Please indicate your preferred UA department, Heroic Support Business General Studies. Quirk information. Name of Quirk, Force Pull. Please give a brief description of your quirk. My quirk allows me to pull objects toward myself from any direction, including people, provided that they are light enough. If I pull on objects that are heavy enough, then I can propel myself in the direction of the object. It technically works on any type of matter, but it works best with solid objects and flames. Are there any necessary accommodations, support items, health concerns, etc. that the school should be aware of, regarding your quirk? Yes, no. If yes, please summarize them and fill out section C on your medical form. Please attach a copy of your middle school transcript, your completed medical form, your completed emergency contact form, and any additional paperwork you feel is relevant to your application. These days, Dagoba Beach was far less deserted than it had once been. This was probably due to the fact that the likelihood of contracting tetanus just by walking along the sand had plummeted in recent years. Still, Izuku eschewed open-toed sandals and kept his good shoes on whenever he visited, just to be safe. He had seen this beach back during its worst days, and he couldn't be sure there wasn't still a hypodermic needle hidden somewhere beneath the sand. On this Saturday afternoon, the sky was clear and blue, and the breeze was warm with the approach of summer. It was the perfect day for a jog, and the perfect place as well. Soft sand made each step that more difficult. Gyms were all well and good, but a treadmill just wasn't the same. He only had one earbud in, so he heard the telltale footsteps and light breathing of another jogger steadily catching up. Izuku slowed with a smile, and the other runner shifted over to catch up to him politely from his left. Hi, Okumura. Hey, Midoriya. His fellow jogger was a familiar face, a man in his late 20s with short-cropped dark hair and a pair of reflective sunglasses. Sorry it's been a while. How've you been? I submitted my UA application, Midoriya answered. Nice. Good luck, I hope you get in. Grinning, Izuku slowed to a walk. I will, he said as Okumura matched his pace. I guess you will, Okumura answered, taking a sip from his water bottle. Judging by the sweat on his forehead, he'd been jogging for a while already. Thank you, Izuku went on, hoping he sounded as earnest as he felt. I know, kid. I couldn't have done it without you, Izuku said. I mean it. So thanks, for everything. Anytime, Okumura said with an easy grin. Literally. It's kind of my job. Okumura Nozomu was a pro hero. In Izuku's personal opinion, he was one of the best around. Not well known, per se, but then not all fantastic heroes were lucky enough to hit the higher ranks. Which was awful, because it sort of defeated the purpose of ranking heroes in the first place. How about you? Izuku asked. How've you been? Good, good. How's work? Anything interesting? Okumura opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. He repeated the motion several times. Well, Izuku slowed to a halt and faced him, heart sinking. You got kicked out again, didn't you? No. Well, I mean, Okumura shifted in the sand. Look, you don't have to worry about it, okay? It's nothing I haven't handled before. Izuku frowned, and Okumura sighed in resignation. I didn't get kicked out. Axelrod's office has been losing traction in popularity polls, and the office was forced to downsize. Cut down on non-essential staff. You're not non-essential, Izuku said firmly. You're a hero. For a moment Okumura simply stared at him blankly, and Izuku's heart went out to him. Heroics was such a thankless job if you didn't make it big. Okumura tried not to talk about it too much, but Izuku suspected that he rarely got the proper hero treatment from anyone over the age of 7. I am, Okumura said at length, putting the smile back on. And that means you don't have to worry about me. I'll find another place. Axelrod wrote me a glowing recommendation letter before I left, and I got some pretty hefty severance pay. It'll last me long enough to get another position, and then some. Izuku pursed his lips, barely mollified. Matter of fact, that's sort of why I'm here. Why Ryu here? Izuku asked with a curious frown. Okumura reached over and ruffled his hair. Because I thought I'd find you here, and I'm sitting pretty on my savings plus a severance bonus. Ramen on me? You just lost your job, Okumura, Izuku said flatly. I sure did. Help me take my mind off it. Okumura stretched his arms back until his shoulders popped, then clapped Izuku heartily on the back. Come on. It's been a while, let's get some tasty food, catch up, argue about hero stats. What do you say? Izuku considered this. Mom wouldn't want me staying out too late. Don't worry, I'll pop by to chat with her too, Okumura assured him. I'm sure she'll understand. But I'll take the blame, just in case. After a moment, Izuku popped the cap on his water bottle and took a swig. I have some thoughts on Kamui Woods, he said. Want to hear them? Lay it on me, kid. You know I love hearing that stuff. General information. Name, Hayamizu Shudo. DOB, January 11th, 2XXX. Gender, male. Name of middle school attended, Aiku Middle School, Orudera Middle School. Please indicate your preferred UA department, Heroic Support Business General Studies. Quirk information. Name of quirk, half hot, half cold. Please give a brief description of your quirk, ice from my right side and flames from my left. Are there any necessary accommodations, health concerns, side effects, etc. that the school should be aware of, regarding your quirk? Yes, no. If yes, please see section B on your medical form. Please attach a copy of your middle school transcript, your completed medical form, your completed emergency contact form, and any additional paperwork you feel is relevant to your application. Medical information and history. Section A. Do you have any pre-existing medical conditions that the school should be aware of? Yes, no. If yes, please specify. Are you currently taking any medication prescribed by a physician? Yes, no. If yes, please specify medication and reason. Do you have any pre-existing physical disabilities, independent of your quirk? Yes, no. If yes, please specify, partial blindness in left eye. Have you been hospitalized in the past 5 years for any injury or illness? Yes, no. Do you have allergies to food, medication, animals, etc.? Yes, no. If yes, please specify. Emergency treatment needed? Yes, no. UA High School requires that all students be up to date on vaccinations. You may be asked to provide your vaccination history upon enrollment. Section B. Do you have any medical conditions and/or physical disabilities that are a result of your quirk? Yes, no. If yes, please specify. Does your quirk require support items, medical equipment, medication, or assistive devices for situations outside of combat or emergencies? Yes, no. If yes, please describe what accommodations your quirk requires. Are you prone to quirk exhaustion? Yes, no. If yes, please describe the most common symptoms. Overuse of my quirk can lead to hypothermia, dehydration, and/or heat exhaustion, depending on which side I exhaust. Section C. Have you ever experienced a psychiatric emergency? Yes, no. Shudo's pen hovered over the question, and he scanned the rest of the form for the umpteenth time. It was no use, he had filled out all the rest of the sections and forms easily enough. It was just this part that had him stuck, and he couldn't excuse putting it off any longer. He wanted to. It was all too easy to put down the pen and pick up his phone again, to scroll through news feeds and skim headlines about Best Jeanist's new line, or Maruko's latest battle, or rumored Dobby sightings, or Mount Lady's growing momentum. Shudo craved distractions at times like this, even though he shouldn't. It was just a stupid medical form. Sprawled in his lap, Hiro made a noise like a cross between a whine and a growl, and shifted until Shudo noticed his own growing tension. He sighed, reaching out to scratch him behind the ears. I don't suppose you can help me fill this out, can you? He asked. Hiro tilted his head to the side, leaning into the scratching. Didn't think so. Which is stupid, because you're my live-in therapist, basically. Hiro tilted his head in the other direction, then slumped forward over Shudo's chest, his weight pressing him back into the pillows he was leaning against. At least everything else is done. Except for the costume stuff. But that's for later, if I can actually enroll. A soft knock on his bedroom door cut him off. It's me, Shudo, Fuyumi called from outside. Come in, he answered. There was a lock on his bedroom door, but he hadn't felt the need to use it for the better part of a year. His sister opened the door and stepped inside, smiling when she saw him. He must have looked funny, sprawled on his bed underneath a large dog, propped up on pillows and surrounded by papers. That looks comfy. Need any help? Do panic attacks count as psychiatric emergencies? He asked. Fuyumi paused, then closed the door behind her before answering. Shudo loved her. No. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure psychiatric emergencies are when you're at risk of severely harming yourself, or others. Shudo curled his fingers into the scruff of Hiro's neck. Define, severe. Her face barely changed. At the very least incapacitating. The knot in his chest loosened. Okay, he said, and marked no on the form. Fuyumi didn't ask more questions. Instead, she sat down where Shudo made room, gave Hiro a fond pat on the head, and looked over his half-completed medical form with him. Some of the questions were worded oddly, and at one point she went to fetch the pill bottles from the bathroom, because he could never remember exactly how to spell the names on the label. It's just embarrassing, he explained, though she hadn't asked him to. I know, she said. You have nothing to be ashamed of. But I know. The worst part was, she did know. They all knew at least to some extent, but Fuyumi knew best, even if her reasons were a little different. And you know what else I know, she went on. What? She tipped up his chin so that he looked her in the eye. You're going to do it anyway. You might need to ask for help again later, but that's okay because you're going to do it. His throat grew thick. His eyes stung. Am I wrong? She asked. Shudo shook his head. His sister smiled. Didn't think so. Want me to sign for you? He shook his head again. I just needed help with this part. With Fuyumi's gentle coaching, he completed the rest of the form and checked over the others with her. With that done, he gathered up the full application and neatened it in the correct order, before slipping out the page that called for a parent's signature. It took some convincing to get Hiro out of his lap, and with a final thank you to Fuyumi, Shudo took the page downstairs. It wasn't hard to find her at this time of day. All Shudo had to do was follow the sound of musical notes. Today's piece was some kind of calm, flowing waltz, probably by Brahms. She'd been on a bit of a Brahms kick for the past few weeks. Thankfully, it was a short piece, so Shudo could wait for her to finish before knocking. The piano room had always been her room, for as long as they had all been living here together. And in this house, no one ever entered someone else's room without knocking first. It just wasn't done. It's me, he said. Come on in, Shudo. He opened the door and walked in, to find his mother still seated on the piano bench, straightening sheet music. That was pretty, he said. She turned to him, smiling softly. It's Brahms. I learned that one when I was a teenager. It was one of my favorites. Did you want to sit and listen? Or better yet, would you like to practice? He pulled a face without meaning to, and she laughed. Maybe later. He stepped closer, and placed the last page of his application on the stand next to the sheet music. Could you sign this, first? Her eyes went soft when she saw it. She took it down from the stand and held it like it was something precious, eyes flickering back and forth as she read it. You're ready to send it in? Almost, he said, and held out a pen. With a smile, she took the pen and one of the piano books from the top of the piano, and used the latter as a flat surface to write on. She signed the form, then set it all aside and pulled him into her arms. I'm proud of you, she whispered. You've grown up so much, and I'm so proud of you. Her hugs still felt like apologies. Shudo could only hope it felt like forgiveness when he hugged her back. On the morning of February 26th, Shudo woke up to no less than 4 alarms screaming in his ear. At the foot of his bed, Hiro threw back his head and sent up a howl. It actually took 2 full minutes for him to finally shut off the racket, first his digital radio clock, then his phone, then Fuyumi's phone, and finally the older alarm clock that his mother lent him the previous night, just in case. He accidentally hit the snooze button on 2 of them, and discovered this when they started beeping furiously at him again while he was halfway through getting dressed. He left his room just in time to crash into Natsuo, who invited him into a hug, then turned it into a gentle headlock and noogie while crowing, "Good morning, you little snot," before releasing him. Shudo finally escaped, pursing his lips to keep from giving his older brother the satisfaction of seeing him grin, and darted downstairs toward the smell of cooking breakfast. His mother, his sister, and his uncle were puttering around in the kitchen when he walked in. Fuyumi was doing the washing up while Mom set out food and tableware, and Uncle Yuki ladled miso soup into bowls. Shudo felt the tension loosen from his chest as he joined the fray to dry the dishes as Fuyumi washed them. The morning's usual controlled chaos settled his nerves like nothing else could. Eventually Fuyumi ran out of dirty dishes, Natsuo took up drying the clean ones, and Shudo found himself shoot out of the kitchen and into his seat. Rice and miso soup were already waiting for him, and he only realized how hungry he was as he was reaching for an egg. All set? Mom asked. I guess so, he said, cracking the egg over his rice. You only guess? Natsuo dragged his chair back to sit in it, and reached across the table for the pickled daikon. Don't sell yourself short, you're a shoo-in. Just remember, Fuyumi said with a smile. Today, you're just fighting for your right to learn. They're not expecting you to be perfect. They're just expecting you to be better than most people, Natsuo said, ignoring Fuyumi's glare. Which you are, obviously. I'm not special, Shudo said softly, before filling his mouth with food. Nope, Uncle Yuki stole some of Mom's grilled fish, much to her indignation. You're something better than special. You're a kid who's been working like a dog for almost a year, nonstop. That's gonna count for something, trust me. And if it doesn't, then, well, screw M. Mom looked a bit put upon as she replaced her stolen fish. He's right, she said. Shudo, you've been studying and training hard, and you've done it all on your own. Whatever happens, don't forget that. I haven't been on my own, Shudo pointed out. Fuyumi's been helping me study, and... Of course, she said. But at the end of the day, it's still all you, Shudo. We've helped you, we'll always help you, any way we can, but you've been the one pushing yourself. No one else. A hush fell in the wake of that, as everyone tried not to think of exactly what she was talking around. In that hush, Shudo let his deepest fear slip. What if someone recognizes me? They won't, Fuyumi assured him. None of our pictures ever made it into the news. The settlement made sure of that. And if they do, just take M out quickly and quietly, Uncle Yuki broke in. Yakido, Mom said, with infinite patience. Or blackmail, he corrected himself. Blackmail's good too. You'll have to work fast, but I believe in you. No need, Natsuo chimed in. Just do that melted ice trick you showed me, and aim for the front of their pants. Trust me, if somebody wets themselves in public in front of a bunch of teenagers, nobody's gonna care about anything else. Shudo hid his grin behind a sip of soup. Basically, you'll be okay, Natsuo went on. Just go in there and, work hard or whatever. Don't pick any fights with the other kids, Fuyumi added. Unless that's what the exam is, Natsuo said. Then kick some butt, make us proud. Uncle Yuki laughed aloud. Fuyumi looked scandalized, but Mom was smiling fondly. Shudo committed the moment to memory as he finished his food. It had been agreed upon that after breakfast, Uncle Yuki would drive Shudo to the UA entrance exam. It was far preferable to the potential stress of crowded trains, and that way it was easier for Hiro to come, as well. Mom and Fuyumi had work, and Natsuo had afternoon classes, but the whole family would be there when he got home. Wait a minute. Mom stopped them from leaving right away by chasing after them, camera in hand. I want a picture. It's just the entrance practical, Shudo protested half-heartedly. There's no guarantee I'll even get in. I know, just let me have this. She snapped a picture, and Shudo offered a smile for it. He was in his school uniform, with a t-shirt, track pants, and hooded sweatshirt stuffed into his bag, comfortable clothes that allowed for freedom of movement. It probably wasn't the most interesting picture of him, but it made his mother happy. With one last hug from his mother, and his siblings calling encouragement after him, Shudo took hold of Hiro's leash and followed his uncle out to the car. He was quiet for most of the ride, focusing on the view outside his window and the weight of Hiro's head in his lap. The passenger seat was pulled as far back as it would go, to give the dog room to sit on the floor at Shudo's feet. You know you don't have to get in for us to be proud of you, Uncle Yuki said abruptly. You know that, right? You're gonna be a hero, and a DMN good one, no matter what school you go to. Just look at Hawks, he didn't even sniff UA and look where he is now. I know, Shudo replied, and he did know, at least on some level. Everyone was excited, and this morning was just a bit much? Kind of. Well, everyone's got stuff going on today, Yakido sighed. They all wanted to see you go before they had to take off. Ray should be back pretty soon after you get home, though. Okay. Here's the thing, about you being recognized, his uncle went on. It's almost definitely not gonna happen. Know why I know that? Curiously, Shudo shook his head. Because every single one of those kids in there is gonna be wrapped up in themselves, and just as panicky over passing the exam as you are. Yuki watched the road as he spoke, blowing a strand of white hair out of his face. You're gonna be another face in the crowd to them, and show? I went to school with a guy whose head was a cactus. Like, an actual cactus. He spoke in sign because he literally didn't have a mouth. Shudo squinted, trying to picture that. So your face ain't that special, kid. Nobody's gonna look at you twice. Uncle Yuki looked over long enough to quirk a grin at Shudo. Just be thankful you got your good looks from your mom's side of the family. They arrived at the campus in good time, with plenty to spare. Shudo was hesitant as he climbed out of the car, holding a last-minute mental debate over whether or not to bring Hiro. Nothing in the information pamphlet said anything against bringing service animals, after all. But in the end, he gave Hiro the off-duty command plus one last pat for good luck, and left the car alone. Sure enough, no one batted an eye at him as he joined the throng of examinees filing into the auditorium. He kept an eye out, searching for another Aruderoniform, but he couldn't see any familiar faces in the crowd. Was Midoriya here? He must have been. Shudo hadn't had a lot of chances to talk to him after the incident with the slime villain, but the only thing he knew about Midoriya was that he was aiming for UA. It didn't seem possible for him not to be here. Shudo had hoped to catch him at the entrance exam, if only for the comfort of a face he recognized. He looked, but to no avail, and eventually took his seat among strangers. The principal exam proctor turned out to be none other than Present Mike, the voice hero, which was a pleasant surprise. Natsuo loved his radio show, so Shudo was somewhat familiar with his style. The introduction he offered was pretty much exactly what Shudo would have expected from Present Mike: loud, enthusiastic, and eventually informative. All things considered, the practical was pretty simple. The examinees would be split into groups and sent to different areas of their cityscape training ground. Said training ground would be filled with robotic faux villains, described in the information pamphlets handed out at the start of the introduction, and by Present Mike himself. The pamphlet said that there would be 4 types, but Present Mike described only 3, and an interruption from one of the other examinees cleared up the discrepancy. 3 types would be destructible, worth 1, 2, or 3 points depending on difficulty. The 4th type would be worth 0 points, meant to be indestructible arena traps rather than enemies. Shudo pursed his lips to keep from pulling a face. It was just the sort of test he would have loved. Minimal strategy with a focus on brute force and the strength of one's quirk. Meanwhile, Shudo could think of several heroes who would never pull it off unarmed, including Midnight, Uwabami, Wash, and half the Pussycats. What about rescue-focused heroes? Sense-enhancing quirks? Don't complain, he thought wearily. It's perfect for you. At least you have nothing to worry about. He glanced around at his seatmates, wondering if any of them had noticed the issue, and found mixed reactions. Quite a few looked eager, but just as many looked anywhere between nervous and outright horrified. The girl sitting closest to Shudo on the right looked like she was trying to chew her lower lip clean off, but her face was set with determination. Her eyes flicked over, catching sight of Shudo staring before he had the chance to look away. For lack of a better option that didn't involve talking and possibly getting chewed out for it, he offered what he hoped was a friendly smile. To his relief, she returned it before he went back to watching Present Mike. He was swept up in the tide of prospective students, all of them heading toward locker rooms and changing areas to switch their school uniforms for athletic wear. Shudo threw on his own, stashed his things in the locker provided, and headed out to his assigned area. As he neared it, alone amid a crowd of chattering, excited examinees, he felt his nervousness finally ebb. Whatever happened, he was going to be fine. The test was well suited to his abilities, and he'd been training for this for months. His own training, on his own terms. The beginning had been out of his control, but he'd gone the rest of the way surrounded by people he was proud to call family. Shudo stepped up to the waiting area, just outside of the training ground, and let out a steady breath. He could do this. He could get into UA and become a hero, with no one's power and on no one's terms but his own. Maybe he could make sure the world got the #1 hero it properly deserved. A glimpse of dark, fluffy hair broke him from his thoughts, and he turned his head to find familiar dark green curls barely a stone's throw to the left from where he stood. Shudo stared, astonished, as Midoriya Izuku from Arudura's Class 3B watched the entrance for the signal to start. The rest of his nervousness vanished at the presence of a familiar face. Without thinking, he lifted his hand in a wave. He was on Midoriya's right and well within his range of vision, but the other boy was apparently too focused to notice. Emboldened, Shudo took a step toward him. Midoriya had saved his life just 10 months ago, and was therefore one of the main reasons Shudo was even here. It'd be rude not to at least wish him luck. He took 2 steps before a heavy hand descended upon his shoulder, and its owner moved itself into his path without warning. Shudo recoiled sharply, jerking out of the other student's grip and immediate range, which was considerable, given the length of the boy's arms. "What do you think you're doing?" the other boy demanded. Shudo stared at him, lips closed to hide his grinding teeth as he shook off the fight-or-flight tension in his spine. The boy had only a few centimeters on him, but he was much broader, and his close-fitting shirt showed off his heavier musculature. "I'm sure you can see that he's concentrating on the task at hand. Are you trying to distract another test-taker?" The accusation in his tone caught Shudo off guard, and for a moment he could only stare. Was that really what it looked like? Was that the obvious conclusion to reach? "Go!" The order was so sudden that at first, no one reacted except to look around in confusion for where Present Mike's voice was coming from. It was only at his second call that Shudo spotted him high above, perched on a watchtower overlooking the training facility. "Well? What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life." Cursing under his breath, Shudo pushed toward the front of the group as the other examinees caught on, hoping to keep from getting trampled in the inevitable stampede. 10 minutes on the clock, he thought. Better make them count. The start of the entrance exam was utter chaos from the moment Present Mike's voice rang out. People were either sprinting ahead for the first pick of robot targets, or moving to the side to keep from getting trampled. Shouts and miniature explosions were already ringing out as the frontrunners scored their first points. In the midst of it all, Uraraka Ochako watched the flow of people, tracked the directions they were taking, and ran the other way. It wasn't fear that drove her, she was still heading further into the facility, and hopefully toward more robots. But if she was going to have any chance of passing, then she couldn't afford to have other students taking out robots before she could reach them. She had a strategy for destroying them ready to go, but it wasn't a quick strategy. She needed time, and she needed room. She could only hope that the enemies were distributed evenly, and that there would be enough to go around. Rounding a corner, Ochako nearly tripped over her first robot, a one-pointer, judging by how small it was. Wasting no time, she reached forward, grabbed it with all 5 fingers, and flung it upward. The robot was compact enough that using her quirk on it barely turned her head, and once it had reached a sufficient height, she pressed her fingertips together and let it fall. The robot crashed to the ground, sending metal and debris flying. Ochako yelped when a piece grazed her arm, and resolved to put more distance between herself and the landing point in the future. 1 point down. She could already hear running footsteps as other test takers approached. Ochako took off again. Sure enough, there were other robots here, mostly one-pointers with a few two-pointers thrown into the mix. Going one at a time might be too slow, so Ochako sent up robot after robot, waiting until the familiar vertigo slithered into her brain. Shaking her head to clear it, she ran flat out and released her quirk again, gritting her teeth as the robots smashed against the ground. More. How many was enough? How much time had passed? She pushed herself as much as she dared, and then more. She kept count of her points, hoping she was judging each robot's worth correctly. She didn't know how many points she would need to pass, but it was probably good to keep track. She had reached 25 when her head swam and her stomach nearly betrayed her. Ochako paused, leaning with one hand to the wall as she waited for the nausea to pass. Almost immediately, the telltale clanking of a large robot reached her ringing ears. It was a 3-pointer, it had to be, at that size. Ochako braced herself to use her quirk, dreading what would come next. If she used it now, then she'd be sick for sure, but she didn't exactly have a choice. She kept one hand on the wall to steady herself, then reached for the approaching robot. Without warning, it halted and staggered, as if dragged off course by some invisible force. Its head shook and rattled, whirring and beeping furiously with some kind of internal alarm. Then, with an ear-splitting screech, the joint of its neck parted and ripped in two, sending its head hurtling away. The body crumpled at Ochako's feet. For a moment she could only stare at it, before looking around for whoever had destroyed it. She didn't see anyone. Maybe someone with an invisibility quirk came and yanked the robot's head off? Or maybe it was a telekinetic quirk, those were more common. She shook her head, then massaged the pressure point in her wrist until the nausea subsided. 25 points was decent, but probably not enough. Once she had recovered, Ochako ran another block and turned a corner again, and slammed on the brakes before she could run straight into the middle of a free-for-all. The streets had opened up, and all around her were students, robots, and piles of sparking, smoking metal. A 2-pointer sprang within reach, and she hurled it up into the sky and sent it crashing back down again. Undeterred, Ochako plunged into the fray with a yell of determination. She struggled through the crowd, ducking emitter quirks and projectiles and flying robot debris, until she came out to the other side and kept running. If she tried her usual trick here, then it was far more likely that another student would shoot it out of the air before she could smash it herself. She needed solitude again, she needed an area with less people. The ground shook. Ochako stumbled to a halt to keep from falling. In the distance, someone screamed, and before long the other students took up the cry. Ragged shrieks of alarm rose, and Ochako watched, shocked, as a robot emerged from the cover of the surrounding buildings and lurched out into the open area. It was not a 1-pointer, or a 2-pointer, or a 3-pointer. None of those had been big enough to reach rooftops. Oh, she thought faintly. That was what they considered an environmental hazard. The other test takers in the area were cutting their losses and running, which was probably smart. Ochako turned to follow them, wishing she hadn't jumped the gun and left the crowd so quickly. She had so much farther to run. Luckily, with its size, the 0-pointer was not very fast. If Ochako had been a little more clear-headed, she would have noticed that it did far more posturing than real attacking, smashing into buildings and kicking up debris left by the fleeing students. The robot lurched closer, smashing past the corner of an office building. Ochako whipped around to see how close it was, and her eyes slid upward to see the massive chunks of building rubble heading straight toward her, flung by the robot's slow charge. Ochako spun around with a cry, ready to run for all she was worth. She could cancel gravity with one touch. She wasn't sure she could beat it in a foot race. Ahead of her were the rest of the examinees. All of them had their backs to her, fleeing the zero-pointer's charge all but one, who was running toward her with one hand outstretched. As Ochako raced toward him, he put on an extra burst of speed, closed his gloved hand into a fist, and yanked it back. She felt the pull, even though the boy didn't touch her. Ochako's feet left the ground, and she shot forward with a shocked yell, rocketing toward the boy and then past him when he narrowly dodged out of the way. For a moment she wasn't quite sure which end was up, but she could hear the rubble hitting the ground behind her. As her momentum ebbed and the ground rose to meet her, she hastily used her quirk on herself and floated until she could orient her body to land feet first. Breathless and queasy, she turned back to thank her rescuer. Gratitude died on her tongue. The rubble had landed on the pavement in a pile of broken concrete, trapping the boy who had saved her from the waist down. Without thinking she raced back toward him, stopping short when a deafening metallic shriek rang out above her. She looked up toward the zero-pointer again, fear making her nausea worse. It was closer now, less than a soccer field away. The boy was trapped, his eyes were open, so he wasn't unconscious, but his face was blank and dazed. Ochako had never seen someone with a concussion before, but he must have hit his head. The robot was coming and she had to help him. Thoughts ran through her head in an incoherent blur as she looked from the robot to the trapped boy. That's rubble. You can fix that? You can float it off and free him and you can both run. But there are too many pieces. What if you move one and the rest falls and his leg gets crushed? What if you hurt him? What if? The robot was coming closer. Think. He just saved you. If it hadn't been for him, it would be you underneath that. Uraraka shivered nerves, must be. She was scared, and she had never been so scared in her life as she was now, standing in front of a rampaging robot with her breath forming clouds in front of her. Wait. Why could she see her breath? In a matter of moments, a smooth, blue-white sheen surged over the ground past her, and overtook the stretch of pavement between the trapped boy and the approaching robot, spreading outward like ripples in a pond. The zero-pointer took a step onto the shining surface, and its massive leg slid outward. Its progress slowed to a near halt as it moved onto the ice, and suddenly found itself with no traction. Are you okay? Ochako looked, and she recognized the face of the student talking to her. It was the boy with split hair and mismatched eyes, who had smiled at her back in the auditorium when the nerves were threatening to take over. She nodded. Can you help me get him out? I can move the rubble, but I don't want to hurt him. The boy nodded, and moved his right foot forward. Ice rippled over the ground, forming and rising up beneath the broken concrete. It lifted the debris up, forming a shield for the boy at the same time. With the dazed boy protected, Ochako moved her hands against the chunks that still trapped him, ignoring her growing queasiness. When she had finally cleared it off of him, the boy with the ice quirk stepped forward and pulled the injured one free. Present Mick's voice rang out over the intercom, counting down as the 10 minutes finally ran out. The zero-pointer had recovered its balance and traction, and resumed its advance toward them. Ochako grabbed the freed boy's arm with all 5 fingers, turning him weightless, and pulled him free of the ice and broken concrete. He clutched back at her, eyes clearing, though he still looked terribly pale. Turning, she and the ice quirk boy ran flat out with the massive robot still pursuing them. She was quite ready to pass out and faceplant on the pavement when the countdown ended, and the zero-pointer clanked and shuddered to a halt. And that's time! Present Mike howled over the intercom. Ochako stumbled, nearly falling, and only just had the presence of mind to lower the boy to the ground before canceling her quirk. He sat down hard, shaking his head as if to clear it, as Ochako swayed on her feet and tried to remind herself where the ground was. Hey! The ice quirk boy was still standing next to her, talking softly. You need to sit down? Ochako opened her mouth to reply, and threw up on his shoes instead. 10 minutes earlier. Any standouts in this batch? Ectoplasm asked. It's a little early to tell, Midnight said. It's pretty varied, though. This is my favorite part, Nedzu remarked. In the darkened viewing room, multiple screens showed seemingly every inch of the testing ground, including the separate starting areas for each group of prospective students. The signal had just been given, and the examinees gradually began to pour in. They're always taken off guard by the pace. It's interesting to see how quickly they can recover. Tashinori watched it all, fascinated. The zero-pointers were clearly visible through the many cameras, though it would be a while before any of the examinees came across them. How many are taking the test today? He asked. Upwards of 10,000, Aizawa told him, and smirked when Tashinori's jaw dropped. It's actually less than the number of kids who took the written exam, Midnight chimed in. Every year there are 100 or so who lose heart and drop out before the practical. We'll be picking the top 36 out of this bunch. 36? Tashinori echoed, just to feign confusion. It probably wasn't necessary, but it never hurt to be safe. For incoming first years got in on official recommendation, Aizawa explained. This will make 2 hero classes of 20 students. Ah, I see. Speaking of which, I'm a little surprised to see him here. Midnight pointed to one of the screens, just in time for Toshinori to look over and see one of the examinees bisect a 2-point robot with a single kick. That's Ida Tenya right there. His family's been big in the hero business for a few generations. I'm a little surprised he didn't apply for a recommended spot. Considering who his brother is, he definitely would have been considered, Ectoplasm added. Aizawa shrugged. That's probably your answer right there. If his older brother's already big, then he might feel like he has to prove himself. On the screen, Ida Tenya smashed another robot and raced off like an arrow shot from a bow. Looks to me like he's doing fine on his own, anyway. Do we have any frontrunners yet? Midnight asked. Oh, here we go. Bakugo Katsuki, from Urudara Middle. The boy in question was in a different section from Ida. His quirk was apparent the moment Toshinori took one look at him, and it was no wonder he was doing so well in this test. There wasn't much of a need for hesitance when the boy could simply blow the robots to pieces with the palms of his hands. He has a bit of an advantage, doesn't he? Toshinori remarked. This test couldn't be more perfect for him. Aizawa snorted. Oh, don't start now, Shoyuta, Namuri sighed. I don't see why you aren't, he grumbled. You're the same way. What's the matter? Toshinori asked. The practical test is illogical, Aizawa said in a tone that suggested that this discussion had happened before. It favors a narrow category of quirks while giving those with sensory and rescue-oriented quirks nothing to do. Most of the best quirks for heroics require their opponents to be living, breathing human beings, and this test doesn't take that into account. The robots are a new development, Nedzu explained. We used to have people in the entrance exam, but there were concerns over safety. The test is meant to encourage creativity and strategy as well as strength. Doesn't change the blatant favoritism, Aizawa said. There's not much need for strategy if you can just, he glanced at one of the screens, shoot lasers out of your navel, or what have you. Well, that's what the secondary point system is for, Midnight pointed out. It's not all about destroying robots. What's the secondary point system? Toshinori asked. Ah, that would be rescue points. Nedzu said. They are awarded on a case-by-case basis, by a panel of more impartial judges. They are, now let me see, see here. He pointed to one screen. One of the examinees had been ambushed by 2 3-point robots, and was fleeing. He was clearly injured and limping, but before the robots could do them injury, they were overtaken by a wave of ice. On a different screen, another camera showed the one responsible. That's, let me see, examinee number. Midnight flipped through the roster on the tablet in front of her. Hayamizu Shudo, also from Urudara Middle. He's not doing too badly, point-wise. He's another frontrunner, but a clutch save like that will net him some rescue points for sure. I haven't heard of Urudara Middle School, Ectoplasm said. Is it a good school? Toshinori, who had, made a strangled noise in his throat. Aizawa snorted. The two of them exchanged glances, surprised. It's not the best, Toshinori said charitably. Their test scores don't rank terribly high. I blame the area, Aizawa said flatly. How do you know about it, Yagi? Is it a peacemaker's thing, or? Yes. Toshinori said eagerly. We've been trying to work with that school, and we've at least managed to establish a solid after-school tutoring program. We've tried to do more, but, he made another strangled noise. The administration doesn't like to play ball. Well, whatever you've been doing, it must be working, because 3 of the examinees are from that school, and they're all doing pretty DMN well for themselves, Midnight remarked. Bakugo, Hayamizu, and, hang on. What is it? Toshinori asked. That wasn't supposed to happen, Midnight sighed. 2 of them ended up in the same testing area. Toshinori frowned. Is that a problem? We like to separate friends and classmates, to lessen the advantage of easy cooperation among examinees, Nedzu explained. Let me see that roster, would you? Once the tablet was in his paws, he frowned over the list of names. Hayamizu Shudo and Midoriya Izuku. A regrettable error, but understandable, and I don't believe it will be a fatal one. According to their records, they're in different classes, and Hayamizu-kun only transferred into that school at the beginning of his 3rd year. I suspect that's where the confusion came from. He must have been mistakenly listed under his previous school. It's fine if they don't interact much, Aizawa said with a shrug. I think it should be fine regardless. Cooperating with previous classmates isn't the unfair advantage that needs balancing in this test anyway. Hey, check out this kid in Section 6, Ectoplasm spoke up. Examinee 3824, the kid with the black hair. The Discussion quieted, and Toshinori watched, impressed, as the student crouched over two other test takers, shielding them from a three-pointer. His baggy shirt was ripped, but there wasn't a scratch on him. You can just taste those rescue points, Midnight said gleefully. I think we'll get a good batch this spring. Maybe they'll even last the first term in Shuta's class. Aizawa sighed deeply. The 10 minutes began to wind down. A crowd had gathered in the wide-open boulevard, and the inevitable happened, a zero-pointer appeared, knocking into buildings as it scattered the test takers. Midnight winced. Oh, dear. I hope that girl makes it out. She's cutting it a little close. All the rubble falling seems unsafe, Toshinori said. One of those kids isn't running away, Ectoplasm said. Did you see that? Toshinori had, in fact, seen that. That has to be worth at least a few rescue points, he said, eyes wide. That was practically a sacrifice play. Did he really not have time to get out of the way of that rubble? Ectoplasm asked. Perhaps not, Nedzu mused. It could be his quirk. It must have taken quite a bit of force to pull her that far, so it stands to reason that he would experience backlash in the opposite direction. Wait, Toshinori said out loud. You said he pulled her? From the looks of it, yeah, Midnight said. Oh, look at her, she's sticking with him. Come on, girl, you can do it. Get those rescue points. Toshinori squinted at the screen, pursing his lips in thought. A quirk that pulled things. Dark green hair. Who is that student? That's Midoriya from Urudara, Midnight said gleefully. He's holy sheet, there's Hayamizu. Toshinori would be lying if he said that what followed didn't warm his heart a little. A daring rescue, followed by a second and third, and this was only a test for incoming high school students. To think, what would children like these three accomplish as heroes, with real villains and real stakes? You look like you're having fun, Aizawa remarked with dry good humor. I had. Toshinori paused, pondering the best way to put this without revealing too much. All Might's retirement was not a decision made lightly. There was, a lot of hesitation. Including my own. The people who worked with him were divided on whether it was a good idea, but ultimately, it was decided that leaving the world in other heroes' hands, in the midst of an era of peace, would be best. To go out on a high note, you know? Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him. Breaking a decades-long winning streak by coming in second to Endeavor was considered a high note? Toshinori smiled sheepishly. That was his chance to step down, he said. I'll admit I was uncertain. But, seeing with my own eyes that the next generation is still capable of selflessness, it gives me hope, I suppose. He turned back to the screens, unable to hold back his grin. I can't wait to help teach these students. He couldn't see the expression on Aizawa's face, but he heard his coworker's gruff amusement. You say that now. It was late afternoon when Shuto got home from the UA entrance exam, sore and drained and still shaking from quirk overuse. With Hiro trotting at his heels, Shuto went around to the backyard in his socks to hose off his shoes thoroughly. Once his sneakers were as clean as he could get them, he left them out to dry and went inside. He hoped fervently that the smell of vomit wouldn't stick. Upon walking into the kitchen, Shuto was met with the sight of the current number 2 hero seated at the table, feet propped up on another chair, eating the previous night's takeout leftovers. Hiro, currently out of his vest and off duty, moved forward to accept a scratch behind the ear from the intruder. With that done, said intruder tossed a sloppy salute in Shuto's direction and went back to eating. What's up, little man? He was eating the tensoba, Shuto noted irritably. Who keeps letting you in? Gasping, Hawk slouched in his chair and let his wings droop dramatically until the tips of his primaries brushed the floor. You wound me, Shuto. And here I thought I was part of the fam. Shuto brushed past the table to where the leftovers were still laid out, only realizing then just how hungry he was. Luckily there were still noodles left, which he briskly plated and popped into the microwave. You barely qualify as an acquaintance. You're like an alley cat that sits outside and screams until we feed you. Hawks gave him a withering look. I'll tell your brother you're being mean to me. Before Shuto could think of a proper retort, the brother in question chose that moment to walk in. Sho, don't be mean to him. He's sensitive. He ate my noodles. Oh. Well, that's fine then, he asked for it. Shuto ignored Hawk's melodramatic gasp in the background, and his brother reached over to give his hair an affectionate ruffle. So. I heard from a very reliable source that someone took the UA entrance exam today. Shuto brushed his hand off, hiding a smile. I wonder where you could have possibly heard that, in this house. Tuya's face, as heavily scarred as it was, creased in a grin. Since you're standing here laying on the sarcasm instead of draping yourself dramatically over the couch underneath the dog, I'm guessing it went well? I guess. Shuto leaned back against the kitchen counter, worrying at his lip. I feel pretty good about it. Doesn't mean much, Hawks called over. You can feel good about the economy. doesn't mean it's fine. Babe, shut up, Tuya said without turning around. It was kind of cool, Shudo said. And kind of weird. I met some other kids. Saw that guy who saved me 10 months ago. Some girl puked on my shoes and then cried. His brother blinked, opened his mouth, and closed it again. What? I think it had something to do with her quirk, Shudo went on. Anyway, I cleaned them off with the hose, and they're drying in the backyard now. But I really don't know for sure how I did, and I have no way of knowing until the results come in. The point system was sort of weird, and it was pretty chaotic, so it was hard to keep track. Tuya nodded. Well, either way, you've been working yourself to the bone to get ready, by your own choice. Whatever the results are, you should be proud of that. I know, Shudo answered. And I am. The realization struck him with a jolt, because he was. He really was. His eldest brother ran a hand through his hair. It was dyed mostly black, but Tuya always left the natural red color close to the roots. Good, he said. Now tell me everything. I want a full play-by-play of how much butt you kicked. Top 8 of the number 1. As many of you may know, UA High School, the alma mater of Japan's very own number 1 hero for 4 years running, recently held its notoriously difficult entrance exam, in which 40 new students were chosen from a pool of thousands. In honor of these incoming first years, we will be counting down the top 8 greatest victories of Endeavor's career. Most of these battles took place in the year leading up to Endeavor's rise to number 1, which many agree to be one of the most intense PRDS of his career. It's easy to see why few other heroes have ever managed a 100% success rate of capture for an extended PRD, especially with such a high volume of incident responses. Here are our favorites. Ajax. Years back, this giant of a villain, standing at nearly 300 centimeters, attacked the downtown area of Adachi Ward. In a 90-minute rampage he covered 2.5 miles and caused almost 250 million in damages, evading capture by jumping over police cruisers and sending rubble into the roads. The situation was swiftly resolved upon Endeavor's arrival, who brought down the villain in 2 blows, then famously said in a later interview that he was disappointed that it took that many. Iron Beak. Passengers on the Shinkansen headed to Shinjuku had a scare as they passed over Shibuya, when a villain whose mutant quirk resembled a large metallic bird made several dives for the train, attempting to derail it and send it plummeting to the city below. Endeavor's timely intervention, aided by flight-enabling support equipment, knocked the villain out of the sky and prevented hundreds of deaths and countless more injuries. Cherub. On the more light-hearted side of things, the villain Cherub was infamous for having disrupted businesses and caused numerous public incidents in Kamino Ward by compelling over 90 civilians to fall in deep infatuation with the next person they spoke to. Fortunately, Endeavor proved resistant to the effects of Cherub's quirk, and resolved the situation quickly. Ant Queen. This terrifying villain attacked tourists in Niku National Park with dozens of armed henchmen. Notably, Endeavor teamed up with then number 1 hero All Might, as Endeavor's flames alone would have threatened the heavily forested region. In spite of All Might's presence, it was Endeavor's power and skill that brought down Ant Queen herself, and the symbol of peace was quick to brush off his own involvement and give Endeavor his due credit. Jack Frost. In the winter following the last national hero ranking to name All Might the number 1 hero, northern Hokkaido fell under the shadow of this infamous serial killer. The less said about him, the better. His quirk, Frostbite, aided him in committing 16 murders before Endeavor finally defeated him. Moonfish. Another infamous villain, Moonfish committed such vile acts that he is said to hold records in the criminal justice system, one of which being the most witnesses volunteering to testify against him. Endeavor suffered serious injuries following their battle, and Moonfish is currently awaiting execution for his crimes. The Sand Raiders. This may be a controversial choice, since many consider this to be Endeavor's most defining victory so far. In the summer before his rise to the top, the infamous trio known as the Sand Raiders launched an attack on a train station that trapped swollen crowds of Muzudafu civilians, all heading to the Iria Morning Glory Festival. In spite of the sheer volume of civilians, all 3 villains were successfully apprehended with almost no casualties. Crucio. While the Sand Raiders' fight sent Endeavor's popularity skyrocketing, his defeat of the villain Crucio is said to be what secured his first ever victory over All Might in the national rankings. Endeavor actually fought Crucio a total of 4 times over nearly 2 months, landing twice in the hospital. Crucio was infamous for torturing and killing heroes who proved significant threats to him, and Endeavor's strength and perfect capture rate made him a target. And in a stunning show of courage and tenacity, Endeavor finally brought Crucio to justice in September, only 1 month before his rise to the top. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank Endeavor for his service and sacrifice, and eagerly await the accomplishments of these incoming heroes. Well? Natsuo's voice shook with excitement. What are you waiting for? Open it. Just hang on. Shudo was starting to feel lightheaded. Give me a second. He sat on the couch surrounded by his family and squashed between Fuyumi and Natsuo, clutching the envelope in his hands. It felt strangely heavy, and not just because of nerves. It doesn't feel like a letter. Fuyumi poked it uncertainly. It feels sort of hard and round. Tuya leaned over the back of the couch for a closer look. Well, come on, Sho, don't leave us hanging. Let's see what you got. Okay. He could do this. He had to do this. He'd been stressing out and losing sleep over this ever since the entrance exam, so even if he didn't get in, the peace of mind would at least let him breathe again. Bracing himself, Shudo tore open the envelope and removed a single metallic disc. Before Shudo had time to wonder how he was supposed to play it, a large holographic screen flickered into view above his head. Startled, he nearly dropped the disc but managed to fumble it onto the coffee table instead. The hollow screen was roughly the size of a decent TV, and for some reason it was displaying the UA logo backwards. Fuyumi reached out and spun the disc around, and the screen flickered again and righted itself. A moment later the logo winked out and was replaced by a small, smartly dressed figure. Hello, and good morning, afternoon, or evening. The speaker was a mouse? Bear? Dog? It was hard to say. I am Principal Nedzu, and it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you into the esteemed hero course of UA High School. Congratulations, Hayamizu Shudo, you have much to be proud of. Fucking right, Tuya blurted, nearly drowning out Mom's gasp and Uncle Yuki's muffled laugh. Natsuo almost flung himself off the couch whooping. Fuyumi gripped both of Shudo's shoulders and jostled him lightly in her excitement. The screen changed, showing what Shudo recognized as video clips from the entrance exam, all clips of him, much to his embarrassment. His mother gasped again, this time in shock, and Fuyumi's grip tightened when an attacking robot narrowly missed his head. Your performance was, by all accounts, quite stellar, Nedzu's pre-recorded voice went on. Taking into account the number of opponents you disabled, you earned a total of 32 points, which by itself could have been just enough to earn you a place in UA. However, the point values of our training robots were not the only measure by which we calculated your score. In your performance, we observed that not only did you take on our challenge head-on, you were also mindful of the safety and well-being of your fellow examinees. 2 more clips flashed by. In the first, Shudo disabled 2 robots before they could attack a struggling test-taker, and in the second, he levered rubble off of Midoriya so that the girl with the gravity quirk could pull him to safety. Yuki leaned over Natsuo to mutter, "Hey, is that the girl who," before Natsuo elbowed him into silence. "This is exactly the sort of behavior and instinct we look for in future heroes." Nedzu went on. On top of your 32 villain points, your conduct during the exam earned you an additional 43 rescue points, bringing your score to a grand total of 75. Shudo's mouth dropped open. It is my belief that you will go far in our program, Hayamizu-kun, the principal finished. And we look forward to seeing you on our campus at the start of the term. The recording ended, the hollow screen flickered out, and Shudo was immediately dogpiled by his siblings, his uncle, his mother, and his actual dog. In the weeks following the UA practical exam, responses went out to thousands of examinees' homes. Of the vast pool of candidates, a mere 36 examinees received an envelope containing a single recording disc. Midoriya Izuku watched his in the darkened computer room, grin stretching wide enough to ache before the video ended, and he scrambled out the door at a run, eager to share the good news. Ida Tenya refused to open his without his older brother present, and came to regret it somewhat when said brother pulled him into a hug and refused to let him out again. I knew it. Tensei crowed. I knew it, and that's not a bad score, either. 8th place? I didn't even make the top 10 when I took the exam. I suppose I did rather well, Tenya spluttered, flustered by the attention. Uraraka Ochako was on the verge of crying after she received hers. I did so much better than I thought, she said, voice wobbling. I never thought, I hoped I'd get in, but I never thought. And best of all, this might mean you can apologize to that boy you threw up on, her father said cheerfully, and ducked a playful swat from his wife. The reactions among those 36 ranged from tears of joy, to speechless shock, to excited screaming, to raucous frustrated yelling at not receiving a higher score. But for every happy, teary-eyed, triumphant new hero student receiving a recording disc, there were 300 others who received actual letters, typewritten and clinically polite. This isn't fair, one marginally less unfortunate student wailed. General studies? How am I supposed to see the girls' costumes if I'm stuck in the dead-end class? Never mind that, dear, his mother said with long-suffering patience. It's a good school either way. I bet all the ugly chicks are in general studies, he sobbed, as if he hadn't heard her. Pride of Orudera, 3 students with heroic futures. Muzutafu, for years, Orudera Middle School has been one of the lesser-known schools within its area. With its relatively small campus, humble location, and past controversial adjustments in the allotment of resources, it has remained a modest and middling institution within its district. While Orudera has experienced a recent boost in average test scores after its administration began collaborating with the popular non-profit Peacemakers program, it has since risen further in distinction for a different reason. Exam season is drawing to a close. The much-anticipated UA entrance exam concluded just last week with the infamous physical portion. Since then, acceptance letters have gone out to the lucky few whose achievements landed them a place in the esteemed Hero Academy's student body. This year, 3 soon-to-be former students of Orudera Middle will be among them. Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku, and Hayamizu Shudo are 3 bright, top-scoring students whose talents have brought them to the very height of academic achievement in their age group. The families of Hayamizu and Midoriya could not be reached for comment, but continued on page 9. Tuya knocked on Shudo's bedroom door the day after his acceptance letter arrived. "Sho, can we talk?" he asked, stepping inside. "It's not technically anything bad, but it's important and you might not like it." That diffused most of the Nijrk dread without dispelling it entirely. Shudo slowly closed his book and left it resting against Hiro's back. As his brother shut the door behind him and came to sit down on his bed, Hiro shifted in Shudo's lap to make room for him. "What is it?" Shudo asked. Tuya opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, then reached out and let his hand rest on Hiro's back. "You need to take him with you to UA." The dread came back, slamming into his chest with enough force that he felt it close up his throat. I don't. "I know you don't want to stand out," Tuya said, gentle but firm. "And I get it. I really, really get it. High school is rough, and getting stared at by everybody and their grandmother made it SCK more. But, Sho, you know where you're going, right?" Shudo looked away. "This isn't just high school," Tuya went on. "This is UA. It's the top hero school in the country, and that means you've seen the sports festival, kid. Everyone's eyes are gonna be on you anyway. It's gonna be intense, both physically and academically." And, his voice trailed off for a moment. "It's the old man's alma mater, Sho. His name's gonna be on everyone's lips. This is the top hero school, and he's the top hero, whether he deserves it or not. You're not gonna avoid hearing his name and hearing about him." "I can take it, Tuya," Shudo gritted out. Tuya leaned forward until he was staring down Shudo at eye level. "Are you sure about that?" he asked. "Can you honestly tell me that you can take being in a high-profile, high-stress school where the old man's an alum, without him?" He pointed to Hiro. "Can you honestly tell me that having him around won't make your life easier?" No. Hiro barely twitched at Shudo's sudden shout, only shifting further onto Shudo's lap so that he felt his weight fully. Shudo's fingers curled into the loose scruff of his neck, tangling in the long fur. "I know, okay? I know it's going to be hard, and I know I shouldn't do it without," but, his eyes burned. "It's like you said, right? It was his school. And I bet there are teachers who know him. I bet most of the heroes I learn from will be people who've worked with him, and maybe some of my classmates will be in hero families he's worked with," and, Shudo swiped his hand across his eyes. "That just means I can't let it happen again, Tuya. I can't afford to stand out again. If what happened at Aiku happens again at UA, then, what then?" Shudo hung his head, wondering if he was going to start crying again. "I can't move schools again," he rasped. "Not if it's UA. I can't, Tuya. I can't, so what am I supposed to do? How do I fix this?" Tuya's hand landed on his shoulder, squeezing lightly. "Well," he said. "That's kind of the beauty of having an uncle who's a lawyer." Shudo raised his head. "Talk to them before you go in," Tuya said. "You and Uncle Yuki. You never had a sit-down with the Aiku faculty, right?" "We did," Shudo said. "Uncle Yuki and Fuyumi did. They met with the principal." "Yeah, but that was damage control," Tuya pointed out. "I'm talking about having a conversation before things have a chance to go wrong, before you set foot in that school as a student. Talk to the principal, talk to your future homeroom teacher, and if there's going to be an ugly fight, then you get it out of the way ahead of time." Shudo pursed his lips, thinking it over. "UA's a unique school, so I'm told," Tuya went on. "They're supposed to be all about unorthodox teaching. If they don't know how to work around a service dog, then they're not worth calling heroes anyway. But, at least have a conversation so you can make a decision on that instead of what-ifs." Just the thought of taking Hiro to school, after what happened at Aiku, had sent fear and anxiety piling up again into rigid, unforgiving walls, but simple logic and common sense were beginning to batter them down. "I can do that," Shudo said slowly. I know Uncle Yuki'll go along with it. It's a good idea. His eyes slid over to meet his brother's. What if it doesn't work? Well, then you let me know. Tuya's face was patched dark with years-old scars, but his teeth were still very white when he grinned. And I'll make those fuckers dance. Ah, Aizawa-kun, there you are. Shoyuta glanced up from his stack of student files, pursing his lips at Nedzu's approach. He finally had things to do, after waiting out most of the year without a class to teach, and discussions with Nedzu tended to run long. Need something? Reading up on your class for this year, then? Nedzu's nose twitched at the files in front of him. How far have you gotten? I'm about halfway through. Currently he was skimming through Shuji Mezu's medical form. Why? Have you gotten to Hayamizu Shudo yet? No, Shoyuta sifted through the files he had yet to open. I've got his file here. You might want to read that one next, Nedzu advised. He and 2 of his family members will be coming in this afternoon to meet with his future principal and homeroom teacher, to discuss certain special accommodations for him. Shoyuta set aside Shuji's file and opened Hayamizu's. Volatile quirk, I take it? Nedzu smiled. Read the file, Aizawa-kun. And come to my office at noon. Don't be late, now. By the time Shoyuta was finished reading through the file, any inclinations he might have had to drag his feet were utterly gone. He read through it several times, just to lock down the details, and set aside reading up on the rest of his future students in order to keep it fresh in his mind. The hours passed, and at 10 minutes to noon Shoyuta got up to head over to Nedzu's office. There was a small waiting room between Nedzu's office and the rest of the faculty area, with a side door that led to the school hallways, so that students visiting the principal wouldn't need to pass through the entire office to reach it. The waiting room was mostly empty aside from a few chairs and one desk, ostensibly for a secretary, which was rarely used. As Shoyuta stepped in, there was a polite knock at the door to the hallway, just seconds before it opened and their 3 visitors stepped through. Or 4, rather. Hayamizu Shudo was immediately recognizable from the photo in his file, with red and white hair split down the middle, equally mismatched eyes, and a patch of darkened skin on the left side of his face, a birthmark or a scar. Shoyuta couldn't tell by looking. At his side were a middle-aged man and a young woman, both white-haired and reasonably similar enough in face to be related to him. All were well dressed for the meeting, equally straight-backed for all that the boy was slightly hiding behind his family members, Nedzu had said. The man could have been his father, but Nedzu probably would have specified. But the most interesting member of the party and presumably the main topic of discussion for the meeting was the dog standing at Hayamizu Shudo's side. Hayamizu's file had mentioned the dog. Obviously it had mentioned the dog, but privately Shoyuta had been expecting a companion-sized animal. Maybe a collie or a small lab at the largest. But the dog in front of him was a full-sized German shepherd, long-haired and fluffy and watching its surroundings with bright, alert eyes. Shoyuta had only a few seconds to take all of this in before the man stepped forward with a smile that played hopscotch along the border between polite and smarmy. Good afternoon, he said with a slight bow and an offered business card. I'm Hayamizu Yakido, Shudo's uncle. It's a pleasure to meet you. And may I introduce my niece, Fuyumi? Charmed, the young woman said. Shudo is my younger brother. Shudo's eyes flicked toward the business card before he pocketed it. A lawyer. He was dealing with a lawyer and Nedzu hadn't warned him. Lawyers were almost as bad as the media. Aizawa Shoyuta. I'll be his homeroom teacher starting this spring. He watched the youngest Hayamizu out of the corner of his eye as he said this. The rise in tension was almost imperceptible, but Shoyuta had years of practice in detecting these things. He hid it well, but it was clear to Shoyuta that the boy would rather be anywhere else. Principal's office is through here, he went on, turning to lead the way. Technically you're early, but we might as well get started. Nedzu was there waiting when Shoyuta opened the door to admit them, tea tray set out on the edge of his desk. There were 3 fresh cups ready, and a 4th in Nedzu's paws. Welcome, welcome, he greeted. I am Principal Nedzu, and it is truly my pleasure to finally meet all of you. Please, have a seat. And this is Hiro, I take it. It was odd, seeing a small rodent-like creature regarding a large dog so fearlessly, but said dog barely paid him any mind as it sat down alongside its handler. That's correct. And thank you for having us on such short notice. Mr. Hayamizu smiled again, all cool professionalism. Beside him, his nephew sat up straight with a decent poker face. Now, to get down to brass tacks, we're well aware that UA is a uniquely structured school, and that our own situation is rather unique. Mostly because we've combed through the school handbook quite a few times, and couldn't find anything on procedures and allowances concerning service animals. A regrettable oversight on our part, Nedzu broke in smoothly. I've sent a memo to the appropriate committee, and we're in the process of correcting it, I'm happy to say. Shoyuta could tell by the split-second look on Mr. Hayamizu's face that this was not the response he'd expected. Nedzu did love to catch people off guard immediately upon meeting them. That's good to hear, Hayamizu Fuyumi chimed in without missing a beat. But, since that process is yet to be completed, we were hoping to open up a discussion about it, at the very least. Don't really see what needs discussing, Shoyuta said gruffly. His future student turned to level a guarded look at him. Plenty of our students need individual accommodations. This is a school for heroes, and that means varied and often volatile quirks. If we can adapt to them, then we can adapt to a service animal. That's good to hear, Mr. Hayamizu said. Exactly what we wanted to hear, in fact. We just have a few concerns, thanks to previous experiences. We'd like to not repeat them, if possible, Fuyumi added. So we were hoping to nip any problems in the bud before school starts for Shudo, especially if his teachers haven't encountered this situation before. Shudo's eyes narrowed. There hadn't been any place to mention this in the file. What sort of experiences? Mr. Hayamizu hesitated for a moment, as if considering how to answer, and Fuyumi invited her brother into the discussion with an encouraging look. In the end, the student spoke for himself. Some of the other kids messed with Hiro, he said quietly. Or they'd get distracted, and the teachers would blame me. If they didn't, then the kids who got in trouble would blame me. Or they'd blame Hiro for stuff he didn't do, like making messes, or breaking things. Stuff like that. He paused, blinking nervously beneath all the attention. One of my classmates went too far. That's why I switched middle schools. It wasn't just that, Fuyumi continued when Shudo fell silent. We ran into resistance at his second middle school, as well. A dark look crossed her face. The moment the topic came up, Shudo was, specifically advised to muzzle the dog. This was when the school year had just started for him, and Hiro's never had any behavioral problems. He wouldn't have passed certification if he did. We ended up keeping Hiro at home through the year, because the stress of dealing with the school was actually worse than the stress of not having his service dog with him in class. We let it slide for the sake of Shudo's peace of mind. Mr. Hayamizu was still smiling, but there was a razor edge to his voice that hadn't been there before. We won't be doing that again. Well, I assure you there won't be any muzzling in this school, Nedzu replied coolly. And certainly not as a pointless preventative measure. I assure you, while students with service animals are rare, UA has dealt with a variety of students needing assistive devices and accommodations for medical or quirk-related reasons. That's good to hear, Mr. Hayamizu said, visibly relieved. If your administration is willing to work with us, then all our lives will be a great deal easier. He paused. Though I'm still unclear on the more personal aspect of it. Oh? Nedzu prompted. Having the administration on our side is helpful, Fuyumi said. But most of the problems at Aiku Middle had to do with the students and teachers, not the higher administration. What's your procedure for dealing with things on that level? I've expelled students for lesser offenses than harassing a service animal, Shoyuta said. The boy stared at him. Fuyumi's eyes lit up. Shoyuta sighed. Obviously this isn't a problem I can dispel with one conversation, or one meeting, he went on, looking straight at Shudo and not the uncle or the sister. It's something to be addressed case by case. It'll be a process, because I'll be dealing with 19 other students who probably haven't seen a service animal up close before. Things will be uncertain, especially at the beginning, but I'm willing to work with you. Shudo looked surprised to be addressed directly. Work with me how? He asked. Mostly by talking to you, Shoyuta answered. I'll check in from time to time. If you're having problems with your classmates because of your dog, then you can explain them to me and I will address them as needed. Would you be comfortable with me giving an announcement on the first day? Pursing his lips, the boy nodded. Everyone's going to notice anyway, he said. Might as well get it out of the way. If anything, it's a good learning opportunity, Shoyuta went on. Working with and around service animals is a useful skill for heroes. If you're willing to be used that way. The uncertainty was clear, and Shoyuta was sure he was dealing with a boy who loathed attention. An unfortunate trait in a future hero, but one that Shoyuta shared. Provided he didn't lose that shining potential Shoyuta had observed in his practical exam performance, it might be worth it to bring the possibility of underground heroics to his attention. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, he said at length. It might be a necessity, and in the long run it may make your life easier. Okay. The boy still looked uncertain, just not quite so overtly uncomfortable. We will continue to communicate as needed, of course, Nedzu added. Should any further problems or concerns arise. As time goes on, then I would be happy to meet with you in order to address them effectively. This seemed to mollify the adults, though the student-to-be had retreated back to the safety of his previous poker face. His hands twitched restlessly until the dog turned to rest its head in his lap. Petting gave him something to do with his hands, and the fidgeting stopped. One more thing, Shoyuta said. What does your dog do to assist you? You're not required to explain if you aren't comfortable, but it'd help me to know the kind of behavior I should expect. Oh, the boy shot a quick glance at his sister. Lots of stuff. He helps with anxiety, mostly. So he can tell if I'm getting overwhelmed, and he can distract me, or ground me, so I can work through it without doing something destructive, or releasing my quirk without meaning to. He keeps me from falling back into bad habits. He moved on quickly, clearly unwilling to specify. He'll also walk around me, if I'm somewhere crowded and I need space. He's not aggressive about it, though. He won't even growl. He'll maybe bark, but that's just to get people's attention if they don't move. He said it nervously, as if he expected them not to believe him. Shoyuta suspected that this conversation had happened before. Understood, he said. He can also bring me my medication. The boy's voice was getting stronger. Or my phone, if things get really bad. Or if someone's around that he knows can help me, he'll bring them. He used to check around corners for me, but he hasn't had to do that as much. Oh, and if I need to leave a room, I can do this. With his left hand he made a subtle but precise gesture, clearly a silent signal. The dog's ears flicked forward, and he immediately pawed at Shudo's knee with an insistent whine. And that sort of gives me an excuse to leave, to take care of him. Sorry, he added, looking sheepishly at both Shoyuta and Nedzu. Could I step out? He'll get confused if I don't. By all means, Nedzu said with a smile. The boy got up from his seat and led the dog to the door. Actually no, it looked more like the dog was doing the leading, at least to Shuda's eyes. The door closed, and Shoyuta cleared his throat. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, he said. Excellent. Nedzu pressed his paws together. I hope this meeting could assuage your worries. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up? Just the students, Fuyumi said. It's like he said, having a dog in class can be distracting, and kids like to play the blame game. My dear Ms. Hayamizu, Nedzu said. If any student finds the presence of an animal to be unbearably disruptive to their education, then I dare say they might be in the wrong school, which would be no fault of your brother's. She exchanged a glance with her uncle, and the two of them looked to Shoyuta as if for confirmation. The only reason I want a student leaving my class is if they have zero potential as a hero, he said. Whether or not Shudo does remains to be seen, and has nothing to do with his need for a service dog. He gave them a slow, unbothered blink. Thank you for entrusting him to my care. A moment later Shudo returned, the dog at his side once more calm and attentive. He had barely reached his seat when Nedzu clapped. Now, have any of you last-minute questions and concerns that we can address at this moment? The two adults looked to Shudo, and this time there was no initial startle at the attention. No, he said. No, I think I'm good. I'd like to discuss the first day with you. Actually, Shoyuta spoke up. I have a few strategies in mind for how to deal with your classmates ahead of time, and I'd rather have your permission and input. Toshinori was a well-established and familiar face at the Night Eye Hero Agency. All Might's presence was rarely questioned, for obvious reasons, and his odd-looking secretary was an equally frequent visitor. Sidekicks Bubble Girl and Centipeder acknowledged him with friendly greetings, which he returned as he made his way to the privacy and security of Night Eye's office. Hi, Sensei. Mirio was half leaning, half sitting on the edge of Night Eye's desk, perking up at Toshinori's arrival. Everything okay? You look a little frazzled. Yes, of course, Toshinori replied, distracted. Start of term coming up, and all that. Night Eye, I was hoping for your advice on a few things. Define a few, Night Eye replied, without looking up from his paperwork. Lesson plans, mostly. Toshinori had it on good authority that puppy eyes were effective, but they weren't much use when the intended target wasn't actually looking. I have some ideas, but I thought I'd run them by you before I presented them to the other UA faculty. I've been reading up on general teaching methods and guidelines, but I don't know that they'll be effective there. Probably not, Mirio chimed in, ever helpful. Most UA teachers like to throw out the rulebook as soon as possible. I don't see what you're so nervous about, Night Eye said, finally looking at him. It's hardly your first foray into teaching. There's a world of difference between focusing all of my attention on one student and teaching a class, Toshinori pointed out. You've organized and led Peacemakers events, Night Eye reminded him. Many of which involved rowdy teenagers. You've done tutoring sessions more times than I can count. Yes, but that wasn't teaching a real class. Toshinori sighed. Humor me, would you? For the sake of my peace of mind, if nothing else. He placed his notes on Night Eye's desk, careful not to disturb the papers. It'll give you a break. You're starting to look a little peaky. Night Eye raised an eyebrow at him, but picked up his notes. You're one to talk. So do you know anything about your students yet? Mirio asked, as Night Eye skimmed over Toshinori's sketched-out lesson plans. As a matter of fact I do. A smile played about Toshinori's lips. You might be interested to know that there's a certain young boy with a telekinetic emitter quirk among them. Mirio's dark eyes lit up. Freckles? From the beach? I'm almost certain, Toshinori told him. His name is Midoriya Izuku, and I must admit I'm excited to meet him, and to teach him. He certainly matches what you told me of him. His quirk is rather simple, but he seems quite skilled with it. I can't wait to meet him again, Mirio said, beaming. Anybody else interesting? It may be a bit early to tell, Toshinori admitted. Certainly an interesting range of quirks. And one of my students will be coming in with a service dog, so I've been trying to read up on that as well. Toshi, Night Eye spoke up, uncapping a red pen. Ah, right. What do you think? You have a good starting point, Night Eye replied as he wrote a few notes of his own. It may be best to start broad, assess the students you have, and make adjustments based on those assessments. Play it by ear. You're good at snap decisions, use that skill. It depends, Toshinori admitted. Night Eye shrugged. You can also ask your coworkers for help. I may know a bit about teaching, but they're more familiar with teaching at UA, specifically. He capped the pen. I made a few suggestions for your battle training plan. You'll be dealing with young, mostly untested teenagers, remember. Most of them probably don't know their limits or their strengths as well as we'd like. Maybe have a few more ground rules and safety measures. The school nurse may have a powerful healing quirk, but it's better not to set a precedent for rampant injury. Good point, Toshinori said. Thank you, Night Eye. His old friend looked up, locking eyes with him briefly. And more than anything, at least try not to worry yourself into a distraction. There will be a learning curve, but the same is true for every one of your students. That just means it's more important that I get this right, Toshinori said. This is I'm training the future generation, and you trained me, Mirio pointed out. I didn't turn out too bad, did I? Obviously you're wonderful, Toshinori said. And I still attribute most of that to Night Eye. They'll love you, Mirio assured him. I know they will. Even if it's a secret, you're still All Might. You still have all the bits of All Might that count. He bounced to his feet. Mind if I go? I promised Tamaki I'd meet him today for some last-minute start-of-term prep. He's been even more worried than you, Sensei. Go spend time with your friend, Toshinori said. If we need you, we'll be in touch. My phone's always on. Bye Sensei, sure. With that, he was gone. He's right, you know, Night Eye said, as he turned back to his considerable paperwork. You need to relax. I doubt they would have allowed you that position if they didn't think you were qualified, especially since you don't have to look for a successor. I still feel woefully unprepared, Toshinori admitted. Good. That'll keep you on your toes. Night Eye's smiles were nigh invisible to those who didn't know what to look for. Most things are a matter of common sense, anyway. Don't break any laws, don't date coworkers, or at least don't get distracted if you do. Toshinori spluttered a little. I'm hardly likely to get involved with anyone on the staff, he said. Of course, Night Eye said, straight-faced. Provided said staff is free of strong, stoic workaholics. Toshinori threw a pen at his head. Mom insisted on taking his picture again on his first day of high school. Shudo didn't protest this time. It was his first time wearing his new uniform, and Fuyumi had spent so long fiddling with his tie and trying to fend off Natsuo's attempts to muss up his hair, that it might as well be captured for posterity. Mom's lips were cool against his forehead as she saw him off at last. You look very handsome, she said, her smile only shaking a little. Are you sure you don't want Yuki to drive you? I'll be fine on the train, he assured her. If anything comes up, I'll call. You don't have to worry. She straightened his tie again, and he ducked down into her line of vision. I couldn't have done this without you. You know that, right? Her smile wobbled again. Shouldn't you be saying that to Tuya? She asked. I wasn't the one taking you out and helping you train. I can say it to both of you, he insisted. And he wasn't the one who told me why it was okay to be a hero. You were. He strongly suspected that the reason she hugged him at that moment was to keep him from seeing her tears. The train ride to school was uneventful, and he spent most of it idly texting Tuya while Hiro sat between his knees. There was no one else for him to text, frankly. After only 1 year at Urudara, he wasn't close enough with anyone to form friendships. That was sort of how it was with all the schools he had ever attended, come to think of it. If the meeting with the principal and his homeroom teacher was any indication, he was less likely to have to leave this one, so maybe it would be different. Maybe this time he could actually make friends. Midoriya and Bakugo from Urudara's 3B would be there, maybe he could try befriending them? There was also that girl he'd met at the entrance exam. Had she passed? Would he see her at UA? The campus cut just as imposing a figure as it had the last time, and Shudo steeled himself as he walked up the steps and into the main building. All around him, UA students made their way to their first classes of the day or orientation, probably. Privately, Shudo was looking forward to that part. Maybe he'd been spoiled by living like a normal human being for 4 years, but the thought of being able to get his bearings before diving headlong into training was a comforting one. As he made his way into the campus proper, Hiro leaned against his leg. The warm, heavy pressure helped soothe the jitters that arose when other students turned to stare at the dog. Shudo was used to weird looks and raised eyebrows, and thankfully no one actually spoke up or approached him. Uncle Yuki had assured him emphatically that service animals weren't legally required to wear identifying labels or harnesses, but putting Hiro in his vest made Shudo feel better. It left less room for confusion, and he was pretty sure wearing it made Hiro more focused. The campus map eventually took him to an intimidatingly tall set of doors marked with his class designation. He was pretty early, so he'd have time to get settled in, maybe to talk to people and feel things out for the coming year. He glanced down to find Hiro watching him expectantly. "Ready?" he asked, and received a quizzical head tilt in answer. "Yeah, me neither." He opened the door. "Please remove your feet from your desk," a loud, faintly familiar voice rang out from across the room. Shudo stopped dead in his tracks, dread swiftly replacing his more recent hopeful feelings. That was the boy from the entrance exam, the one who had yelled at him for sabotaging other test takers. At the moment he was standing over another student. No, he was standing over Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo was indeed lounging with his feet on his desk, barely acknowledging the other boy gesticulating vigorously and berating him for it. Shudo winced, either in anticipation of the inevitable outcome or grudging sympathy for the boy he didn't know. He had never had the pleasure of interacting with Bakugo in the past year, but he had heard plenty of stories. His misgivings were confirmed when Bakugo's raucous contempt rang out, taunting the other boy over sticks and the dubious placement thereof. Considering his own first impression of the boy Ida Tenya of Somei Academy, apparently Shudo couldn't bring himself to blame Bakugo for the assessment. And so, rather than risk getting dragged into the argument, he carefully edged around them to have a look at the seating chart on the front desk. "It's a puppy." There was an explosion of pink, and Shudo found his way blocked by one of his new classmates. He hadn't even seen her approach, but there she was, kneeling in front of Hiro and cooing as she gave him a thorough petting. "Hello there, aren't you pretty?" "Yes you are." Shudo stared at her, taken aback, and barely timed to open his mouth before others joined her, another blonde-haired boy, a taller girl with a high ponytail, and what looked like a girl's uniform moving about without anyone in it. There were now 4 people gathered around, petting his dog, and he hadn't managed one word yet. The girl with the ponytail looked up to give him a shy smile. "You have a very pretty dog." He began, and couldn't think of what to say next. That was the trouble with being complimented, it made the words, "please go away," abruptly ruder than they would have been otherwise. What was the best way to ask them to back off? Would it be impolite to just back away and pull Hiro out of their reach? Would they even let him? "Excuse me." The bespectacled boy from the exam, Ida, was back in their midst, hands descending stiffly and officiously as he pitched his voice above the rest. "I beg your pardon, but it is incredibly rude to touch another person's animal without asking their permission first." At this, the 4 other students stopped, looking sheepish. 2 of them did, at least. The girl with bright pink skin and tiny curved horns looked annoyed, the 4th girl unfortunately lacked a face that he could see. "Oh, sorry," said the horned one, though she didn't sound that sorry. "Is it cool if we pet your dog?" Flustered, Shudo stepped back so that Hiro could move out of range. "That's not really what he's for," he said. "Sorry." The girl's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't imagine that a dog could possibly exist for a reason other than petting. "You heard him," Ida said sternly. "You have not been given permission, so please respect that. Give our new classmate some space." The horned girl and blonde boy looked disgruntled, though the ponytail wearer at least looked properly embarrassed. The invisible student skipped away to her desk with a muffled giggle. He barely had time to recover his nerves before Ida's face snapped toward him. Shudo stepped away again on instinct, Hiro moving smoothly into the space between them to make sure the other boy kept his distance. "You," Ida said by way of greeting. "I recognize you from the entrance exam. I must apologize for my initial bluntness. I did not realize at the time that you were." He glanced down at Hiro. Shudo's face felt hot. "Most people don't," he managed to bite out. Ida waved a hand at him, as if trying to erase his own words. "Forgive me, I'm overstepping. Let me try again. I am Ida Tenya, from Somei Academy." A private school, Shudo knew. It showed. Hayamizu Shudo, from Urudara, he replied warily. I saw your performance from a distance, at the end of the practical, Ida went on. I was surprised, especially when the test was fully explained in my acceptance notification. You must have discerned the true nature of the test, whereas I did not. Shudo stared at him, befuddled. He looked to Bakugu, the only person in the room he knew even vaguely, but Bakugu looked more irritated than helpful. What true nature? He asked. The rescue points, of course. Ida emphasized the point by chopping at thin air. Forgive me for not speaking more clearly. Oh. Shudo blinked. I didn't know about the rescue points either. Ida stared at him, clearly caught off guard. Oh. Then What the F are rescue points? Bakugu snapped. Ignoring the interruption, Shudo gathered his nerve and pressed forward. And either way, whether or not I know anything or need a service dog, it's no excuse for you to yell at someone you've never met, he went on. You saw me take 2 steps toward someone else and decided you knew exactly what was going on. He paused to catch his breath. I saw somebody I recognized and I thought it'd be nice to say hello and good luck. I don't know why you thought I was trying to distract him on purpose. I don't know where you got that. So next time maybe stop and think for a second before getting in someone's face. Ida blinked at him, speechless, and Shudo was starting to think he'd gone too far when Bakugu broke in with a short bark of laughter. Oi, candy cane. Shudo shoved his hands into his pockets to hide his nervousness. He had never talked to Bakugu before, but his reputation preceded him. I hear you scored pretty high in the exam. Did you know you and Deku got the 2 top spots? Shudo stared at him, not sure how to respond when he hadn't the faintest idea who Deku was. All I'm saying is, don't get comfortable, got it? Bakugu sneered at him. I'm coming for your butt. That top spot's mine. Uncomfortably, Shudo shifted further away. If you say so, he muttered. You're DMN right, I say so. It was at that moment that Midoriya poked his head into the conversation with a reassuring smile, and Shudo jumped. When had Midoriya gotten there? Had he been there the whole time without Shudo noticing? Don't mind Katsuki, he chipped in. That's his way of saying that you seem like an interesting person and he'd like to get to know you better. F off, Deku, you fake but BSTRD. Midoriya barely batted an eye as he took the seat behind Bakugu's, though he did shoot a glance at Hiro. Good to see you, Hayamizu, nice dog. Thanks. Hayamizu. Ida was still standing there, looking faintly bewildered as he bowed. I believe we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I apologize for my previous actions, and I hope that we can get along as classmates. He straightened again, fussing with his sleeves. Do you need help finding your seat? No thank you, Shudo said, and made his escape at last. His desk was in the row that ran along the windows on the opposite side from the door. The invisible girl sat at the front of the row, with his desk behind hers, followed by Bakugu, Midoriya, and the girl with the ponytail at the very back. Clutching Hiro's leash, Shudo made his way around the front to reach his seat. More stairs. Everyone sitting in the front was looking at him or looking at Hiro, a boy whose skin and blonde hair shimmered faintly, a second with a thickly muscled tail, a third with tired eyes and messy purple hair. He passed the invisible girl's desk on the way to his own. She seemed to have made herself comfortable, with her jacket hanging over the back of her chair. Hiro's head twitched as they passed her, before he curled up around Shudo's desk and laid his head on his paws, the very picture of model dog behavior. The rest of the class continued to filter in as the start of the PRD approached. Most of the other students were out of their seats, chatting and introducing themselves. Part of Shudo wanted to join in, but he wasn't about to pile on more awkwardness if he could help it. The door opened, and another familiar face appeared. Shudo sat up straighter when he recognized the girl from the exam with the gravity quirk, so she had made it in after all. Her eyes found his from across the room, then shifted over and landed on Midoriya. Her face lit up in a bright grin, and she waved to them. Oh, it's you too. I was really hoping I'd see you. You made it in. Midoriya called back, delighted. If you're all here to socialize, then you might want to find a different school. Shudo jumped. At his feet, Hiro fidgeted. It seemed improbable for a voice with such a low, flat tone to drown out the rest of the chatter, but somehow it did, and the room quieted as Aizawa Shoyuta stood up in the doorway with a sleeping bag over his arm. It was a bizarre entrance for a teacher who was also supposed to be a pro hero, but then, UA was supposed to be an odd school. I'm Aizawa Shoyuta. I'll be your homeroom teacher during your time here at UA. As students hurried to their proper desks, Aizawa set down the sleeping bag and made his way to his own desk at the front. Hiro shifted against Shudo's feet again, and he glanced down to make sure his dog was all right. He wasn't usually this fidgety so soon after settling down. In the future, I expect you all to be in your seats at the start of class. Understood, sensei, Ida replied, and most of the class echoed it raggedly. Their teacher faced them, heavy-lidded eyes roving over them as he took them all in. Before we get started, there is something Hagakure Turu. Shudo barely heard the soft eep from the adjacent desk before the empty set of clothes suddenly straightened up in the seat in front of him. Her uniform shirt sleeves were too short to tell the position of her arms, but Shudo suspected she had her hands folded in front of her. Hiro fidgeted again, this time shaking his head. Aizawa's eyes were on her, flat and unreadable. "Thank you for demonstrating the issue I was about to discuss with the class," he said. "Do you know what that is, Hagakure?" Hagakure's voice was high and nervous. "What is, sensei?" "I'll give you a hint," he said dryly. "It's got 4 legs and a tail, and you were just reached down to touch it before I called on you." Shudo looked at her, shocked. Without long sleeves giving away what she was doing with her arms, he hadn't noticed. "Oh, that," she said, her voice trembling slightly. It's a dog, sensei?" Everyone was staring now. Across the room, someone muttered, "Wait, a dog? Where?" Chairs shifted as people tried to see past the rows. Aizawa looked to Shudo then. "Hi Amizu. Are you still all right with what we discussed?" It was nice, being asked. Having a teacher on his side was almost as comforting as Hiro's presence alone. Shudo nodded and signaled Hiro, who got out from under the desk and hopped up to place his paws in Shudo's lap. Standing on his hind legs, he was in full view of the rest of the class. Gasps and whispers rang out, but Shudo focused on Hiro's weight on his legs. "I want every single one of you looking at this dog, for the next, 7 seconds," Aizawa looked to the clock on the wall. "I'll count. Keep your eyes on the dog." The next 7 seconds passed in silence. Shudo looked out to the other 19 people in the room, dreading anger and irritation but finding confusion and interest instead. "That's time," Aizawa said. Hiro hopped down at a muttered command, and returned to his previous position beneath Shudo's desk. "I hope you've all had your fill of it, because I don't want to see any of you looking at the dog when you're supposed to be looking at me. If you get distracted, that's on you, not the dog or its handler, understood?" He zeroed in on Hagakure again for a moment before continuing. "This is a service animal, not a pet. In other words, that dog has a job, and just as you are not to be distracted by it, it should also not be distracted by you. Would you walk up to harass a construction worker lifting heavy beams, or a pro hero in the middle of a rescue operation?" The class was quiet. Hagakure was sinking down in her seat. "I hope you all have the point now," Aizawa went on. "And in case you need any more clarity, anyone caught distracting that dog without its handler's permission will lose 40% of their overall grade for the term." Shudo winced. "This is a good learning experience for all of you as heroes. You may find yourselves in situations dealing with working animals. Anyone confused?" No one spoke up. "Good. I'm going to hand out gym uniforms now. We'll be spending the first class out on the athletic field." The shift in direction was so abrupt that it took Shudo a moment to realize that it had happened at all. Aizawa worked quickly and efficiently, for all that he looked half asleep and indifferent while he did it. In a matter of minutes, there was a fresh athletic uniform still in the plastic sitting on every desk, and the entire class was hustled off to changing rooms and then to one of the campus's many open fields. Shudo got the feeling they weren't starting the school year with orientation. It took him about half the journey from the classroom to the changing rooms to realize that his classmates were avoiding him. Not that he blamed them, considering they were now risking their grades if they so much as touched Hiro. It was a little disheartening, and counterproductive to his original plan of making friends, but it was preferable to getting crowded by people wanting to pet his dog. It was also nice to have a little privacy and distance in the changing rooms. He had been wearing the soft heat-resistant sleeve underneath his uniform jacket all morning, and it was a relief that no one asked him what it was for. He kept it on as he slipped into his gym shirt, and hoped that he wasn't breaking the dress code. Luckily, as he and Hiro left the changing rooms, he almost ran into Midoriya. If Shudo was breaking uniform rules, then so was Midoriya, who was sporting long sleeves as well as gloves, something to do with his quirk, possibly? In any case, he looked a great deal better than he had the last time Shudo saw him, white-faced and injured after being hit by falling rubble at the entrance exam. Now, his smile was bright and friendly when Shudo summoned up the nerve to step closer and say hello. "I'm really glad we all ended up in the same class," Midoriya said, and stepped around to walk on the side opposite Hiro. "You, me, and Katsuki. Orudera represent, I guess." "Shut up, Deku!" Bakugu yelled from somewhere ahead of them. Midoriya waved back. "I'm glad you made it in," Shudo blurted. "I was hoping you would." Midoriya grinned at him, all freckles and dimples. "Me too. I mean, I'm glad you made it in too. Obviously I'm glad I made it in, but anyway. I wanted to thank you, and apologize if I caused you trouble back at the exam. You really saved me, and I should have been more helpful. I didn't blame you, Shudo told him. It looked like it hurt, getting buried under rubble. Yeah. Knocked myself silly, so I wasn't much use when you and that girl were pulling me out. Midoriya laughed sheepishly. You were really cool, from what I remember. I should be thanking you, Shudo admitted. I didn't know about the rescue points, but… yeah, how about that, right? I completely wasn't expecting it. I mean, I guess I should have been, since this is a hero school, and it's the best hero school in the country. And breaking robots is kind of narrow for testing if people are good enough to attend, so it makes perfect sense that they'd have other factors in our scores. Of course, maybe it would have helped if we'd known about them, too, but then, maybe the point is to pick students who do it on their own, for its own sake, rather than to boost their own results. It's hard to say, Shudo said cautiously, a little overwhelmed by the sheer volume of words that was coming at him. I'm sure the faculty knows what they're doing. Well, we'll see, Midoriya answered. The rescue point thing sorta gives me hope, though. They were nearly to the athletic field. Shudo could see some of their new classmates already standing out on the track. One thing, though. I have sort of an awkward question. The question was obvious just by where he was looking. It's fine if you brush up against Hiro by accident, Shudo said. He's used to people bumping into him. But if you talk directly to him or pet him, he might get distracted. Oh. That's good to know. Is there a reason you never brought him to school before? It's fine if you don't want to answer, Midoriya added. Just curious. Shudo shrugged. Having him caused problems at my old school, so I decided to avoid the trouble when I switched to Arudura. Then I got into one of the most high-stress high schools in the country, and my family put their foot down. Your whole family? Pretty much. Shudo tried to suppress a smile, and failed. They beat about half the class to the field. Bakugu was already there, as well as Ida, the girl from the exam, the frog-like girl currently chatting with her, and the girl in the high ponytail. The latter spotted them as they approached, and to Shudo's surprise she jogged over to meet them. Hello, she said. It was Hayamizu, right? That's me, Shudo said, a little cautiously. Can I help you? She flushed. I just wanted to apologize, she said. Sorry, I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. Oh dear, I'm doing this backwards. Anyway, I wanted to apologize for earlier, with your dog. That was probably really rude of me, and I didn't realize it until I'd already walked away. It's fine, he said with a shrug. I figured you were just following the others anyway. Well, yes, but that's not much of an excuse. She smiled at him, polite and hopeful. I hope we can get along, Hayamizu. You seem like an interesting person. Because I came with a dog. She flushed again. I mean, oh, you're making fun, aren't you? Am I wrong? A grin crept over Shudo's face. He's a very cute dog, Midoriya offered. He is, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. How long have you had him? What's his name? Didn't you too hear Aizawa-sensei? Ida stepped in without warning, almost physically cutting off the conversation with a precise karate chopping gesture. We mustn't let the dog distract us. Or bother Hayamizu with personal questions. Yaoyorozu stepped back, to Shudo's dismay. It should be okay for now, he said quickly. Not everyone's here, and nothing's started yet. And I don't mind questions about him. He looked to Yaoyorozu. His name's Hiro, and I've had him since I was 13. There was no time for more conversation. The class was fully gathered by then, with Aizawa stepping forward to call everyone to order. Chattering voices hushed, some more quickly than others. We'll be starting today with a quirk apprehension test, Aizawa informed them all, and surprise rippled through the class. A hand went up. It was the girl with the gravity quirk. Yes, Uraraka? What about the opening ceremony, or guidance counselor meetings, she asked. A few others echoed her sentiments. Shudo wondered vaguely why they were asking that now, after they were already on the PE field in gym clothes. This school enjoys a lot more freedom than most, Aizawa told them. And that means teachers are at liberty to choose how they conduct classes. He regarded them all with a stony gaze. I should hope you all know why you're here already. You're training to be heroes, and you'll have to fit as much work into the next 3 years as possible if you want to have any hope of success. I doubt you need assemblies or meetings on the first day of school to explain that to you. He turned back to the athletic field, to the PE equipment and the dirt track and the marked-out areas for measuring distance for throws and jumps. Today, you'll be going through 8 standard physical tests that you've probably done dozens of times in middle school already. His mouth twisted. Of course, you've always been told to do them without the use of your quirks, because something standardization, but that's the fault of the education ministry. In any case, we don't bother with limitations like that here. Sensei? Midoriya raised his hand politely. Wouldn't quirks just throw off the results anyway? Their teacher turned his hawk-like gaze on Midoriya. I mean, like with the softball pitch. It's to test arm strength, isn't it? So, somebody with telekinesis or a wind quirk could make the ball go farther if they used their quirk, but that wouldn't really test their arm strength. Aizawa arched a brow at him. You're not wrong, he said, and went to retrieve a softball and a handheld electronic device from the assembled equipment. Luckily, we're not here just to measure your physical abilities. We're here to measure your quirks, and your ability to use them. He tossed the ball, and Midoriya caught it. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? 63 meters, Midoriya said hesitantly. Try using your quirk to boost it, Aizawa told him, with a nod to the circle in front of the distance markers. You're free to do whatever you want, just stay in the circle. As Shudo watched, he saw another student sidle closer to Bakugo and lean in to whisper to him. Hey, what's Midoriya's quirk? You know him, right? Maybe watch for 5 seconds and you'll find out, idiot. Shudo stepped forward, keeping his voice low. I think he pulls things, right? He pulls objects toward himself. The other student, a broad-shouldered redhead, turned to him with a frown. How would that help him pitch a ball? That's like the opposite of. Bakugo elbowed him roughly in the ribs. Shut up and watch if you want to know so bad, he gritted out in irritation. At this point, Midoriya was standing in the circle and frowning at the distance markers. His head bobbed from side to side as he took them in. That way, right? He said with a glance to Aizawa. My distance gets measured in that direction? At Aizawa's nod, Midoriya pursed his lips and turned his back to the markers. Then, winding up, he hurled the ball in the wrong direction. There were a few seconds of confusion among the students as the ball sailed away from the distance markers. And then, it was as if the ball was caught in the tongue of an invisible slingshot. Its speed rapidly slowed to a halt, before it rebounded back toward Midoriya at a blinding speed. Midoriya watched it come, head still moving from side to side, until the last moment when he sidestepped out of its path. The ball whistled past his ear and shot over the distance markers. It might as well have been fired, not thrown. The device in Aizawa's hand beeped, and he looked at the reading. 398 meters, he said. That's over the range of a longbow. That was amazing. The redhead grinned from ear to ear, showing off razor-sharp teeth. Does your quirk seriously just pull stuff? Midoriya grinned bashfully. Yeah, but unless I release my quirk, objects accelerate the longer they have to travel toward me. Then I just let go and dodge. His smile brightened. I worked that out in grade school. I call it the roundabout. In order for you to improve, you have to understand your starting point, Aizawa went on. Hopefully these tests will be a good measure, both for quirk strength and creativity. Excitement rippled through the class, and Shudo couldn't help but cautiously share it. The redhead near him held no such hesitation, and immediately dug his elbow into the ribs of the closest student, not Bakugo, but the purple-haired boy Shudo had seen before. This is so awesome, man. His tone sounded as if he was trying to be quiet, but it wasn't working out very well. We're seriously gonna get to use our quirks in class. The other boy gave him a vaguely amused look. I'd hope so, since this is the hero course. I know, but it's the first day and everything. The redhead grinned broadly. I didn't expect this to be fun. There were others talking at the time, either sharing in the excitement or appreciating Midoriya's distance. But the boy spoke just loud enough for Aizawa to look over, face darkening with displeasure. Fun, he echoed, and he did it again, cutting through the rest of the noise in a voice that didn't seem loud enough to accomplish it. Is that what you're taking from this? That you're going to spend the next 3 years having a nice time? Whatever happened to being heroes? No one was talking now. Shudo hadn't even been saying anything, but empathy made him feel the guilt and shame anyway. Their teacher's face was unreadable. All right then, he said. New rule: whoever ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless, and immediately expelled. Shudo's heart plummeted. Gasps rang out around him, and the mood dropped from light-hearted to heavy with dread. The redhead's face was frozen blank with alarm. What? The cracking voice came from the pitch circle. Midoriya was staring at Aizawa with something caught between shock and anger on his face. That's not fair. I don't waste my time on students with no potential, Aizawa said flatly. Shudo had heard those words before, as Aizawa showed him and his family out of Principal Nedzu's office. They'd been comforting then, and now they were downright menacing. But not everyone in this class even has physical quirks, Midoriya pointed out. Did you not hear me when I said this was to measure creativity? And when I said that teachers at UA enjoy a certain level of freedom? The look on Aizawa's face was technically a smile, in that the corners of his mouth were turned up to show as many teeth as possible. That freedom means we can dispense with students as we like. Welcome to your first hurdle. Try not to come in last, or it'll be your final hurdle, too. Midoriya didn't protest again, though Shudo could tell he wanted to, and frankly he didn't blame him. This school was said to be high stress and difficult, but expelling someone on the first day of school? That seemed a little harsh. All at once, the worries and anxiety from the entrance exam and the days leading up to the arrival of his acceptance notice came flowing back in. His family was proud, he was in a place where he could grow stronger and do good, and he thought he'd been set and safe and ready. What if he got expelled today? Would he be able to transfer to a different school right away? Would he miss class? Would an expulsion affect whether or not other schools would take him? Would he catch wind of it if Shudo got kicked out of UA on the first day? A sudden warm weight jarred him loose from his tangled-up thoughts, and a familiar tongue against his hand reminded him that Hiro was there. His grip on the leash was the only thing keeping his nails from biting viciously into his palm. It was then that he noticed, probably a little late, that he was shaking. Counting silently in his head, Shudo ran through his usual breathing exercises until he could think clearly again. He wasn't doomed. He was in good shape, and his quirk was physical enough to be helpful in at least some of the tests. There were 8 of them: softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, and seated toe touch. The toe touch and grip strength were non-concerns, his quirk wouldn't affect them. For speed and distance he could propel himself reliably well with bursts of ice. For the endurance tests, at the very least he could regulate his body temperature to keep from overheating. For the softball pitch, it might be best to just leave that one to arm strength as well. Hiro leaned again, alerting him to Aizawa's approach. "Hi Amizu." "Why yes?" "For future reference, do you need me to hold the leash while you participate?" his possibly temporary teacher asked. Okay. He hadn't even thought of that. Hiro hadn't come with him to school since Aiku. He'd forgotten how much of a nightmare of awkwardness PE had been. At least Aizawa was approaching him about it. If he hadn't, then Shudo would have had to go forward and ask, and then it would have been a whole thing. The tests began, and Shudo did his best. That was all he could really say about his own performance. He did his best, stood with Hiro while he wasn't actively participating, and tried to ignore the feeling in the back of his skull that his best wasn't nearly enough. Eager for a distraction, he focused on his fellow students without focusing too much on the scores. As it turned out, his quirk was not the only one ideal for propulsion. Bakugo seemed to have settled upon a similar solution. Midoriya's quirk, as it turned out, could pull him toward things as well as pull things toward him. Ida's quirk was speed aided by engines in his legs. The blonde with the odd shimmer about him turned out to have a laser that fired from his lower abdomen, which he used to launch himself backward over the track. Most of the class was doing fairly well for themselves, though there were a couple who didn't seem to be using their quirks. The purple-haired boy was one of them, though he didn't seem too worried about it, especially with his red-headed friend loudly cheering him on from the sidelines whenever it was his turn. Others weren't so confident. Shudo's heart went out to the invisible girl Hagakure, because there wasn't much that she could do with her quirk, and she knew it. It just didn't seem fair. A quirk like hers would be fantastic for stealth, or even just for combat. It would be hard to block or dodge blows if one didn't see them coming, but this test just wasn't giving her a place to shine. As bad luck would have it, Hagakure's turn at the standing long jump came after the girl that Uraraka had been talking to, with long legs and frog-like features. The latter cleared the entire sand pit in a single leap. Hagakure's attempt was decent, but there was no comparing the two. Shudo heard her sniffle quietly as she walked back to where the others were waiting, and winced in sympathy when he saw that Midoriya was next. If Hagakure got discouraged by being sandwiched between two people whose quirks were perfect for the exercise, then her own performance was only going to suffer. Midoriya stood at the edge of the foul line, fists clenched. Shudo watched him, confused. Was he trying to figure out a strategy? It should have been simple for him. Why did he look so tense? As Shudo watched, Midoriya crouched, braced himself, and leapt. He blinked, and Midoriya had landed a couple measly meters into the sand, about half as far as Hagakure had. There was a breath of silence, before, Deku, what the actual flying F was that? Bakugo demanded. The rest of the class stared, baffled, as Midoriya stepped out of the sand. Oops, he said flatly, and walked back to the others with a look that dared anyone to comment. Shudo glanced at Aizawa. Their teacher was watching Midoriya with narrowed eyes. The exercises continued until the standing long jump was over. Yaoyorozu handled the jump by lifting up the hem of her shirt and pulling an entire vaulting pole out of her stomach, like a magician with a string of handkerchiefs. As they moved on to other tests, Shudo kept one eye on Midoriya. Sure enough, a pattern began to form. By all appearances his classmates seemed to be doing well, but every now and then he would just stop trying. Sometimes Aizawa would have him repeat the exercise. Sometimes he would. On each time, Bakugu snarled curses that Midoriya ignored. Then came the grip strength test, and when Midoriya barely twitched his fingers before letting go of the measuring tool, Aizawa stepped in and silenced any background chatter with a glare. "Do you think this is a joke, Midoriya?" Aizawa's voice was low, almost dangerous. In an instant all eyes were on them. For a moment Midoriya seemed to falter, but it didn't last long. He blinked, and any uncertainty on his face was wiped away as he squared his shoulders and met their teacher's disapproving glare. "You're the one saying we don't deserve to be heroes if we can't pitch a ball far enough," he said. "That's the funniest joke I've heard all day." Shudo's mouth dropped open. He heard a few gasps around him, and some muffled snickering. Ida looked downright scandalized. "Midoriya, that is highly disrespectful," he spluttered. "I mean he's not wrong," someone murmured, too quietly for Shudo to pinpoint the voice. "There are at least 4 people here whose quirks don't apply to any of these tests," Midoriya went on, voice steadying as he gained a glare of his own. "One of them was good enough to get recommended. And at least the entrance exam had rescue points. I know you're a teacher and you have freedom or whatever, but kicking somebody out just because they can't use their quirk to cheat at PE is," he broke off. "Don't censor yourself on my account," Aizawa said dryly. "You've come this far? So you might as well finish." Midoriya scowled. "It doesn't make any sense," he went on. "From you specifically, sensei." Aizawa's eyebrow rose again. "From me? You're Eraserhead, right?" Midoriya's voice was stronger now. "The underground hero? How would your quirk boost your score?" Aizawa didn't answer, and Midoriya's lip curled. "I guess that's not totally fair. Maybe the ball has a quirk you can erase." The PE field was utterly silent. Jaws hung slack. Hagakure seemed to have her hands over her mouth. Bakugu was staring straight at Midoriya like he was trying to bore a hole through him with his eyes. The boy with messy purple hair was grinning with something very close to glee. As for their teacher, Aizawa simply stood in silence for a moment, running his hands slowly over his face before pinching at the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "Just my luck," Shudo barely heard him mutter. The class waited. "You're not wrong," Aizawa began, and finally lowered his hand to his chin. "I'll give you that. Most of your points are valid. But..." Midoriya tensed. "One question," Aizawa said. "I'm genuinely curious, Midoriya. How is purposely failing several of the tests supposed to help with your concerns?" There was a moment of silence before Midoriya seemed to accept that the question was not rhetorical. "Well," he said steadily. "We're talking about it now, aren't we?" "I see." Aizawa's brow wrinkled. His eyes swept over the rest of the class. "Well, for the record, there are ways to get my attention that don't involve purposely sabotaging yourself. I suggest you consider them in the future." "There won't be much of a future if all our tests are like this," Midoriya pointed out. Shudo winced, bracing himself for trouble, but against all odds their teacher kept just as calm and unruffled as before. "As I said, you aren't wrong. Not all quirks that are useful in heroics may necessarily boost physical abilities. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. Do you know why, Midoriya?" Midoriya shook his head. "Because regardless of what your quirk actually is, you won't last long in heroics if your physical abilities aren't exceptional," Aizawa said bluntly. "And the reason why flunking this assessment on purpose is counterproductive is that the results are necessary to establish a starting line from which you can develop and improve." "Okay." There was still a hint of a challenge in Midoriya's voice. Shudo swallowed hard against the flutter of anxiety in his stomach. "But then why is it fair to expel one of us on the first day if we're supposed to improve?" "That's an excellent question," Aizawa told him, heaving another exasperated sigh. "Here's another: how flimsy would a plan have to be, for a first-year student to find all the holes in it?" At this, the stony defiance was wiped clean from Midoriya's face. One of the other students spluttered, probably Ida. "Wait, what?" the redhead blurted out. "What do you mean?" Midoriya asked warily. "I mean you've done an excellent job of unraveling the logic behind this entire assessment, so do you really think I would proceed with a plan with that many inconsistencies to begin with?" Midoriya opened his mouth, then closed it. "I mean, maybe? I met you 2 hours ago." The purple-haired student snorted loudly enough for the entire class to hear. Aizawa pressed his palms together in front of his mouth. It looked a bit like he was praying to someone for patience. "That kind of honesty can get you in serious trouble, Midoriya." "Wait, I'm confused, Sensei," Ida spoke up cautiously. "Do you mean you're not going to expel the student whose total score is the lowest? I don't understand." At last, Aizawa let his hands fall to his sides, looking vaguely resigned. "That was meant to be a motivational tactic, so that you all would apply yourselves seriously rather than treating this like a game." Shudo could feel the relief rolling off his classmates so intensely that it almost drowned out his own. But, seeing as how one of you has called my bluff, I suppose I'll have to adjust strategies. Midoriya's hand went up. Did I miss another logical fallacy, Midoriya? No, I just had a question, Sensei, Midoriya said. Were you actually lying, or are you just saying that because you've changed your mind? The purple-haired student whose name Shudo still didn't know went from stifled laughter to quiet wheezing. Aizawa shut his eyes briefly. You're really pushing it, Midoriya. Sorry, Sensei. With one final sigh, Aizawa pushed his hair back and glowered at the rest of his class. We're going to continue the assessment now, he said. And every single one of you is going to continue to give it every drop of effort you have. Because while the threat of expulsion was, for the most part, a logical ruse, I was being entirely honest when I said that I don't waste my time on students with zero potential. I advise you all to take this time to prove to me that you have something to work with. His steely glare turned back to Midoriya. Midoriya, you're going to stay after class and retake the tests that you purposely failed, so that I can establish an accurate reading of your current abilities. Midoriya reddened with embarrassment. Yes, Sensei. Good. Now all of you get back to work. Izuku's heart pounded, echoing in his ears until his skull began to ache. Stupid. That was easily the stupidest thing he'd ever done. If Aizawa Eraserhead had been any less reasonable, any less sensible, his UA journey would have ended. He could have ended it all right here, today, over a stupid impulsive reaction to a rule that he probably could have avoided even if it had been true. Everything he had ever dreamed of and longed for, all the blood, sweat, and tears, all the backbreaking, frustrating work gone, in a day. But how would it have felt, if it had been true? He thought. If the only reason I could stay in this class was that I happened to score higher than Hagakure or Kaminari or any of the others had, how would that have felt? Would that be the kind of school I wanted to attend? The kind of teacher I wanted to learn from? The kind of hero I want to be? He didn't like having to ask himself these questions. They made things so muddy. The only thing he was certain of was that it had felt wrong to stay silent. Hey, Midoriya? Izuku jumped. He'd been so caught up in his own thoughts that he hadn't noticed Hagakure until she was standing right next to him. What? Sorry. Yes? What is it? You took a really big risk, she said quietly. I know, he mumbled. I mean, you didn't have to. You were doing really well, with your quirk. Not like me. Your quirk is amazing, he blurted out. I can think of at least 9 ways you could use it for hero work. Oh, wow. She let out a nervous giggle. Thanks? Actually, that's kind of what I wanted to say. Thanks. For speaking up like that. It was really cool of you even if you probably almost got expelled. Anytime, Izuku stammered, caught off guard. I mean, maybe not anytime. I don't want to get expelled. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Hagakure stepped away with another quiet, nervous titter, and Izuku took a deep breath to settle his nerves. A familiar heavy footfall startled him from the right, and Izuku whipped around so that its owner was fully in his sights. Rather than taking the hint, Katsuki met Izuku's gaze and hissed, Deku, what the F was that, in his face. Izuku suppressed the urge to sigh, wishing not for the first time that Katsuki didn't push so much. Nothing. It's fine, Katsuki, didn't you see? There's nothing to worry about after all. It's nothing. Bakugu, you're up for the seated toe touch, Aizawa called. Get over here. Katsuki ground his teeth with a frustrated growl. This isn't over, Deku, he hissed, and stormed off before Izuku could reply. With a deep sigh, Izuku sat back on his heels and hoped against hope that Katsuki wouldn't hang around to wait while he retook his failed tests. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Class was long over. Even Midoriya had finished up and left, and now Aizawa Shoyuta was left with a scorched and scuffed-up PE field, a mild headache, and an incoming second mild headache in the shape of a student. I noticed, he said dryly, as he turned back toward the main school building and started walking. You could have at least tried to be subtle about it. If you're not careful, it might look like I'm favoring you. Beside him, Shinso Hitoshi grinned in a way that wrinkled his nose. He probably thought he was being cute. Doesn't change the fact that he had you at gunpoint, Sensei, he said, still far too amused for Shuta's liking. I can't believe I just witnessed a triple murder. With only one victim. And I hope you both enjoyed yourselves. At this, Shinso blinked. Both? Who else you mean Midoriya? No. Afternoon, Yagi. They were passing by the building on the side of the field where the quirk assessment had taken place. The words were barely out of Shuta's mouth when Yagi stepped out of hiding with a pleasant smile and a wave. Shinso stopped short, mouth dropping open in shock. Yagi, he blurted out. What are you doing here? Why, I work here, full-time as of this year, Yagi replied. In fact, I'll be teaching your class tomorrow. It was meant to be a surprise, but... You know each other? Shoyuta asked. Ah, through peacemakers. I might have guessed. Yagi fell in step with him with an affirmative hum. You know, you don't have to keep doing this. You're a full faculty member. You can stop shadowing your coworkers from the sidelines. It was good to see what I'll be dealing with tomorrow, Yagi said. I didn't want to give myself away just yet. Something in the tone of Yagi's voice snagged his attention. Why? Is there anyone else in my class that you're familiar with? Kirishima, Shinso answered. I think I recognize some of the 1B kids, too. Yagi nodded. The most familiar faces to me are Shiozaki, Kendo, and that one recommended student in 1B. His name escapes me. The name had slipped Shuta's mind too, so he shrugged. Any thoughts you wanted to share? He asked. He had known Yagi for almost a year now, and the man was no slouch for all that he wasn't a pro hero. He might claim to be new to teaching, but his eye for talent was far too sharp to have come simply from observing the rest of the faculty. Well. As you said, I was observing your class, and I saw and heard a fair amount. Yagi spoke haltingly, clearly considering how to put it politely. Nice, but a bit of a waste of time, in Shuta's opinion. With Midoriya, in particular. Shoyuta shrugged. You'd have had to be blind to miss that. There's not much to talk about. I tried a method I've used before, and it backfired. He spotted Yagi eyeing Shinso, and shrugged. Whatever it is, you can say it in front of him. Well, on the subject of methods you've used before, Yagi said, tearing his eyes from Shinso. You've expelled over 100 students in the past first years, at that. Was that truly a ruse, what you attempted with them? Shinso scoffed quietly. It was, Shoyuta said. I didn't intend to expel the lowest scoring student, at least not in the way I suggested to them. I was using a motivational method that's worked before. I scored pretty close to the bottom, myself, Shinso said, mouth curving into a slight smirk. It wouldn't have made sense to judge that way. Sensei just wanted to make M jump a little. Shuta's mouth twitched. Thought we agreed to be a little more formal during class time, he said. You dismissed class for the day, Shinso reminded him. And nobody's around. Yagi won't tell anyone, will you, Yagi? No. No coercing your teachers, Shoyuta broke in. Get back to class, grab a curriculum sheet, and go home. With a grin, Shinso broke away and pulled ahead of them. See you tomorrow, Aizawa-sensei, Yagi-sensei. He's right, more or less, Shoyuta went on once he was gone. I've only had them for one class, so it's hard to make snap judgments at this point. They really would have had to fail miserably, to convince me to give up on them after one day. And Midoriya? Yagi asked warily. His behavior it stood out, in your class. Would you consider punishing him for that kind of disrespect? Shoyuta snorted. Hell no, I'm not an idiot. Surprise wiped away the wariness. I'm sorry. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, Shoyuta said with mild impatience. I don't waste my time on hopeless students. Therefore, any student that has one iota of potential deserves my attention. You think I'd expel a kid with that much PSS and vinegar when I can teach him how to direct it instead? He shook his head, and for a moment a dark look crossed his face. More often than not, kids are disrespectful because they have a sense of fairness that they don't know what to do with yet. Midori is no different, and that kind of energy could go south fast if he learns the wrong way. Yagi was quiet for a moment as they made their way back inside. You speak as if from experience. I'm an underground hero, Shoyuta said flatly. Too many kids in the places I work end up falling through the cracks. He saw the man wince out of the corner of his eye, and took pity on him. It's been less, in recent years. In the areas where the Peacemakers program has footholds. Plenty of us can see the difference it makes. Ah. It was a small, soft noise, but it sounded pleased, so Shoyuta counted it as a win for what he didn't dwell on. Well, we try our best. It'll never be enough, but we try. Your first class is tomorrow, Shoyuta told him. If you can pass that sentiment on to them, then maybe you'll be worth your feed after all. Aizawa's quirk apprehension test had taken up the entire short first day. Shuto returned to the room with the rest of his classmates to retrieve a curriculum sheet from the stack on Aizawa's desk, and that was the end of it. He had survived his first day at UA with his nerves intact and Hiro mostly unharassed. Of course, the moment the thought crossed his mind, another student in the hallway leaned down to pat him as they crossed paths. Shuto bit back the inside of his cheek and glared, wondering if he could get a different vest that said, "Excuse me. Please do not pet service animals." At the sound of Ida's resounding voice, the other student startled and scurried away. Shuto hesitated as Ida caught up to him, not quite sure where they stood. Good afternoon, Hayamizu, his classmate greeted him. He paused, frowning at the look on Shuto's face. You know, if anyone gives you trouble about that or about anything, for that matter you ought to report it. This is a school for heroes, after all. And even if students in the hero course are in the minority, there is a certain level of decorum that all students should try to embody. Shudo pursed his lips. It's fine. I'd rather not make trouble. In that case, inform me, and I would be happy to report it on your behalf. Ah, watch out for the steps, Hayamizu. The warning was generous, but unnecessary. By now they were only just leaving the building proper, and the front steps were still several paces away. To Shudo's surprise, Bakugu was standing at the foot of them, glaring up as if waiting for something. Deku, you dumb F-, he barked. What the hell were you thinking? Hi, Katsuki. Midoriya's cheery voice rang out from behind them as his other classmates came trotting down the steps. He was back in his school uniform and no worse for wear. His tie was neatly done, if crooked from running, and he didn't have the look of someone who had just gotten expelled, or even scolded. He wasn't alone, either. Uraraka had joined him at some point, and she waved to Ida and Shudo as they caught up. Finding himself abruptly surrounded, Shudo shifted away so that Hiro could move between them as a barrier. Bakugu eyed him for a moment, lip curling, but to Shudo's relief he rounded on Midoriya instead. Don't tell me you got kicked out of UA on the first FING day, Deku. That'd be a new low for you, and that's saying something. Shudo bristled at Bakugu's tone, but relaxed when Midoriya didn't seem put out by it. Nope. I just had to redo the standing long jump, the grip strength test, and the sideways jumps. Aizawa tallied everything up and I ended up in 7th place. He said he'd present the new results tomorrow morning. You beat me, Uraraka said with a pout. Aw man, this means I'm in 11th place. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Ida assured her. Remember what Aizawa-sensei said, these tests were only to establish a starting point. And, as Midoriya helped to establish, they represent a very narrow category of skills. For example, I scored 3rd place ahead of you, Hayamizu, and Midoriya, in spite of the fact that you all performed better in the entrance exam. And Bakugu also scored ahead of Hayamizu and Midoriya, in spite of. Can it, 4 eyes, Bakugu snapped, and shot a glare at the rest of them while Ida spluttered indignantly. There's something that's been bugging me all day. What the F, are rescue points? Oh, those. Uraraka dropped her pout. We heard about them in our acceptance notices. Well, I did, anyway. I don't know about you guys. It was a secret scoring system in the entrance exam. Basically they awarded extra points for people who showed, heroic instincts, I guess? Stuff like helping other test takers who were in trouble, that kind of thing. For a moment Bakugu stared at her. His face was only frozen for a moment before it changed, shifting between anger and confusion and surprise and several other things Shudo couldn't read. Slowly, he took a deep breath, then let it out in a single rapidly growing shout. What the F-? Ida winced. There really is no need to. What the F-? Midoriya patted him cautiously. Katsuki, it's okay. You came in 3rd out of literally thousands. And you did it with just one type of point, which is impressive by itself. Don't FING even. As Bakugu raged, Shudo found Hiro shifting over to stand directly between them. This is bullshit. Why the F, was it a secret scoring system? He was screaming in rage with Midoriya well within swinging range. Shudo spoke up before he could stop himself. It would defeat the purpose if it wasn't. Bakugu's angry eyes turned to him, and he looked away. If everyone knew that they could earn points that way, then it'd be a mess. Everyone would be trying to force help on each other. And it'd be hard to tell the difference between people who help because they want to, and people who help because they want more points. An excellent point, Hayamizu-kun, Ida told him. Deku was the one who helped me, Uraraka said bashfully. He really showed up in the nick of time. What did you just say? Bakugu said sharply. I was in trouble, and he showed up too. Bakugu scowled. No, idiot, I'm talking about you calling him Deku. Okay? Uraraka looked confused. Sorry, I thought that was his name. Didn't you just call him that? It's more like a nickname, Midoriya explained. And kind of an insult. My name's actually Izuku, but you can read it as Deku for useless. Back when my quirk first came in, a lot of the other kids weren't impressed. He jerked his thumb at Bakugu. Him especially. Bakugu gave Uraraka a withering look. It's my name for him, and nobody gets to insult him but me, got it, chipmunk cheeks? Uraraka held her hands up, rolling her eyes. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, Midoriya. But anyway, Midoriya showed up to help me, and then Hayamizu showed up to help both of us, and we ended up helping each other, so? I think that's where our rescue points came from. There was other stuff, Shudo murmured. I didn't realize what I was doing. That can only be a good thing. Ida pointed out. It means that you have selfless instincts, which are an asset to any prospective hero. You earned your score fair and square, Hayamizu. The dark scowl was back on Bakugo's face. Don't get comfortable, he snapped. I beat you today, and I'll keep beating you. I said the top spot was mine, and I'm taking it. Shudo frowned, wishing his throat wouldn't tighten when Bakugo looked at him like that. It made it even harder to speak than it already was. You're welcome to it. Instead of being mollified, Bakugo's glower only sharpened. What the F is that supposed to mean? Nothing? Hiro was leaning against his leg again. I just don't get why everyone's obsessed with being number one. I don't have to be the best. I don't even want to be the best. From the look on Bakugo's face, Shudo might as well have vowed to be a villain. Are you FING serious? His voice rose, shaking with fury. What are you even doing here then? Shudo blinked, and realized he'd shifted back another 3 steps. Hiro stayed directly between himself and Bakugo. He showed no sign of aggression, but remained a solid barrier. Hey, Katsuki. Midoriya's smile was just as bright, his voice just as chipper and light. Leave him alone. You do know you don't have to be number one to be a good hero, right? Katsuki's face froze as if it was cut from stone. Deku? That's enough, Bakugo. Ida stepped into their classmate's path as well. Midoriya is right, and in any case Hayamizu doesn't have to explain himself to you. If you want to rise to prominence as a hero, then you might want to practice a little civility. For a moment Bakugo looked like he was about to argue. Instead, he shot Shudo a venomous glare and stormed away. Sorry about him, Midoriya said with a sheepish smile. He's just sort of like that. Hopefully he'll turn around, though. Well, that doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Uraraka pointed out. Maybe it'll make him a great hero one day, because he's so determined to be the best. Shudo stopped hearing her. He stopped feeling a lot of things, and instead began to drift. He breathed in, felt the air flow into his lungs, and it felt like not enough. It was a familiar feeling, not as terrifying as it had once been. Not quite a panic attack, he knew. It might become one if he wasn't careful. So he would need to. He was stepping back already, tugged along by the leash and the dog on the end. The message was clear, and Shudo trusted Hiro quite a bit more than he trusted himself. Leaving so abruptly was probably rude, but if there was one thing that Tuya and Natsuo and Mom and Dr. Marigawa and everyone else important to him liked to remind him, it was that health was more important than manners. I have to go home, he said, with a tongue that was beginning to feel like someone else's. See you all tomorrow? He felt their eyes on his back as he walked away. All Might plays with puppies while answering fan questions. 78,484,957 views. BuzzFeed Heroics. Published April 30th, 2xx8. I've seen rabbits that were bigger than you. To adopt one of these adorable puppies, check out Wagging Tail's Rescue to learn more. Show more. 19,583 comments. Jazzy Jane, I'm going to die. Did you hear the noise he made when the little black one fell off his shoulder and landed in his lap? Bless the Rains 23, not all men, you're right, All Might the former symbol of peace would never. Hysterical XX, okay, but did no one else hear All Might literally call Endeavor his favorite hero? Kana 450, is it wrong that I also want to be cradled in arms with biceps the size of my head? Sassy question 314. I just want to talk about this part because this is so important to me. For years the press kept playing up this whole rivalry between All Might and Endeavor, like they were these enemies fated to clash until Endeavor finally defeated him, but then you listen to how All Might actually talks about Endeavor. You can just see how highly he thinks of his fellow hero and how proud he is of Endeavor for accomplishing so much. There's no doubt in my mind that these two are friends, and it's obvious All Might thinks he's the coolest person ever, and I wish the news would focus more on stuff like that instead of spinning it into this big free-for-all battle. Show less. Summer Breeze, Endeavor may be number one in the rankings, but All Might is still number one in my heart. There was one other place Hiro was allowed to be off-duty, besides home. The office was 2 train stations away from home, nestled between a chiropractor and a dental surgeon in a building just across the street from a place that made fantastic tonkatsu ramen. Traffic lights were kind today, so Shudo made it early enough to have to sit in the waiting room, running through obedience exercises with Hiro to pass the time. When the door finally opened, he looked up to see Dr. Marigawa ushering out a quiet younger girl tucked against her mother's side. Upon seeing him, Dr. Marigawa grinned and opened the door wider for him. Hey, Lollipop Guild, you're right on time. Come on in. Hiro stayed close to his side as always, but there was an extra bounce in his step as they walked in. Therapy sessions were off-duty downtime for him more often than not, and Dr. Marigawa's office had a comfy couch. In the chaotic early months, Back when freedom was new and unfamiliar and every bit as terrifying as the thought of going back, Shudo had gone through a few therapists before finally clicking with Dr. Marigawa. The previous ones had been kind and helpful in their own way, but Dr. Marigawa had a fierce sort of cleverness about her and a way of cutting straight to the point that helped him feel less fragile. She reminded him a little of a picture in a storybook he'd seen when he was little, of a kitsune disguised as a person, pale skin, jet black hair, and bright yellow eyes. She tended to smile so that all her teeth showed, not in an unpleasant way, though. She just smiled like someone who wasn't used to backing down. Shudo didn't know what her story was, or how she'd grown up, or why she had chosen to spend her life helping other people with their demons. She would never tell him, and that was probably for the best. But sometimes he suspected she knew more about what his mind was like than what someone could read about in a textbook, and not just because of her quirk. Shudo settled onto the couch with Hiro curled up next to him. "So how do I read today?" "Pretty content," Dr. Marigawa replied, squinting briefly at him. "On the surface, at least. Safe. Kind of excited. Past experience tells me it's because you're planning on getting ramen across the street after we're done, so, have fun and try the new shrimp special." Shudo grinned. "And you're worried," Dr. Marigawa added, eyes lingering briefly on his face when his smile dropped. "Nervous. But it's underneath the contentment and the excitement and not about to boil over anytime soon, so you're managing it. How've you been since last time?" "I've been okay," he said. "But today was the first day of school, so I've had a lot on my mind." "I figured as much. How'd that go for you?" Her eyes slid toward Hiro. "It went well," Shudo said uncertainly. "It didn't go badly. UA really is different from my last schools. I brought Hiro, and the school administration and my teachers have been cool about it." He paused. Saying it out loud made it more real, somehow. The school was fine. His teachers were fine. Aizawa was so much more than he had ever expected. "I'm sensing a but," Dr. Marigawa prompted. Shudo frowned. "I'm not worried about school," he said. "I mean, not the work or the teachers. Some kids in my class were bothering Hiro, not in a mean way, just touching him without asking, and Aizawa-sensei, my homeroom teacher, shut it down immediately. We met with him before school started, to talk things over. He said he'd help, and I think he means it. And the work, I'm not worried about the work, because there's no way it could be any worse than what the old man put me through." His fingers curled into Hiro's fur. Dr. Marigawa's brow furrowed, but she nodded for him to continue. "All that's left is my classmates." "What about them worries you?" she asked. "Besides touching your dog, did they react badly to your teacher defending you?" "No? Well, sort of, not in the way you'd think." Dr. Marigawa held her hands open. "My mind's a blank and open book, Lollipop Guild. They started avoiding me," Shudo said. "Not because they resent me, at least, I don't think that's why. I think they're just afraid of getting in trouble now. Kid gloves treatment? Something like that." Shudo pursed his lips to keep from pouting. "I know it's going to be hard work. I'm not at UA to play and have fun, I'm at UA to become a hero, but I still," he paused again, working past the ache in his throat. "I haven't had friends before. I didn't get the chance in middle school because there was never a good time. Meanwhile, some of my classmates have known each other for years, and 2 of them are from Arudura, but I don't really know them. It can feel like a time crunch sometimes," Dr. Marigawa said when he paused for long enough. "Like if you don't act fast enough, the cliques will form and you'll be left high and dry. Is it like that, or is it different?" "It's sort of like that. It's more that I don't know what I'm doing, and it feels like everyone else does. And if that really is the case, then there's nothing wrong with letting others take the lead and show you," Dr. Marigawa pointed out. "As long as they don't push you into something you're not comfortable with. Watching your peers can be useful for picking up social cues. Just remember, this was the first day, and you have 3 more years ahead of you. There's no statute of limitations on making friends. You have time to get comfortable and figure out where you stand." Shudo nodded. "It wasn't all bad," he admitted. "Some of my classmates seemed nice. I guess, all I can do is try again tomorrow." "Remember, you're all in the same class, same year," she reminded him. "They're just as new to the school as you are. You're learning together, and that's as good a place to start as any." It was only the second day of school, and Tenya had watched Midoriya rhapsodize over every single UA staff member they had come across. He didn't blame Midoriya much, since every one of them was a recognizable hero, right down to lunch rush in the cafeteria. Midoriya even recognized a passing office secretary as Drillbit, a minor hero that Tenya hadn't even heard of, and left the poor man flattered and spluttering in the hallway. Still, Tenya hoped that it would wear off soon. Midoriya seemed happy enough, but if this kept up, then it might start to interfere with his studies. "You really know a lot of heroes, don't you?" Uraraka remarked as they snagged an empty table. I've never even heard of Drillbit. His office is pretty small, Midoriya said with a shrug. Most people don't know any heroes that aren't in the top 100 anyway. As Tenya listened and waited for his beef stew to cool, he scanned the cafeteria for any other familiar faces. Before long, one did appear and it was hard to miss Hayamizu, with his bright red and white hair and his dog leading the way through the crowded room, gently nudging other students to make room. Seeing his classmate's face, Tenya's heart went out to him. He looked a little lost and overwhelmed. Hayamizu, he called out, then stopped. Adding more noise to the general clamor probably wouldn't help. He got up, wove his way through, and called out again when he was closer. Hayamizu, would you like to come sit with us? Hayamizu turned to him, eyes widening with relief, and nodded. Thanks. With a cautious hand on Hayamizu's shoulder, he wasn't sure it was welcome, but Hayamizu didn't protest. Tenya gently steered him to their table. Midoriya and Uraraka were locked in a debate over the wild pussycats, and they promptly put their discussion on hold when Tenya returned with their classmate. Hi, Hayamizu. Uraraka beamed. I was kind of worried after you left so fast yesterday. I thought you might not want to hang out anymore. Hayamizu placed his tray down and slid into the seat next to Midoriya. Sorry about that, he said. It was getting late, and I didn't want my mom to worry. Tenya pursed his lips. But yesterday was a short day, was it not? That's okay, Hayamizu, it happens, Midoriya assured him. And I'm sorry if Katsuki upset you. He's been like that since we were 4. This diverted Tenya's attention. You and Bakugo are childhood friends? Yep. We sort of grew apart somewhere down the line, but we've known each other forever. He's wanted to be the #1 hero his whole life. It's an ambition that many share. Tenya said. Not everyone, but a great many. It's easy to see why. After all, Endeavor is a highly respected figure, and for a good reason. Following his example, striving to be like him, are noble goals. Hayamizu turned his head, but Tenya still caught the pinched look on his face. Not that more modest goals aren't noble. Tenya added quickly. Or any less noble, for that matter. I didn't mean to insult your aspirations, Hayamizu. Yeah, Endeavor's great, but he's not the only great hero just because he's #1, Uraraka pointed out. I'm more interested in disaster relief and rescue work anyway. I can think of dozens of heroes better than Endeavor, Midoriya said flatly. It was the first time Tenya had ever seen Midoriya's sunny smile waver, for all that it was brief. Well, you can't deny that there are reasons he's maintained his position for 4 years running. There's one reason, actually. Midoriya grinned wryly. All Might retired. Which is a real shame, if you ask me. Well, Endeavor did technically beat All Might that last year before he retired, Uraraka pointed out. So, hey Hayamizu, Midoriya spoke up again before she could continue. If you don't mind me asking, who's your favorite hero? Hayamizu blinked at him, looking grateful. It's All Might, he replied. Hawks is alright too, but All Might will always be the best. Midoriya grinned at him and raised his hand, and Hayamizu returned the high five with a smile of his own. I assume All Might is your favorite as well? Tenya asked, glad that the conversation was back on track. Second favorite, Midoriya said. He was my first, but then I got a new favorite. You probably haven't heard of him. Uraraka blew a raspberry. Somebody's a hero hipster. Izuku laughed. No, I just got lucky and met him once when I was a kid. Anyone here ever heard of a hero called Dolphin Rider? Tenya racked his brain. He could swear that the name rang a bell. No, but he sounds cool, Uraraka offered. Does he actually ride dolphins? No. Well, his bike has a plush dolphin head mounted between the handlebars. Midoriya grinned. It's actually a play on endorphin, because his quirk lets him lift people's moods. It's sort of a gentler version of Ms. Joke's quirk. He specializes mostly in rescue, and he's a hit with little kids because he has these teeny stuffed dolphins that he hands out when he works. I like his style. The memory clicked. Aha! Tenya's fist smacked down into his palm. Dolphin Rider. Okumura Nozomu. I have heard of him. He joined Team Ida 10 months ago. Midoriya perked up, looking delighted. Yeah. I was really worried when he had to leave Axelrod, but then Ingenium took him on. Tensei had been talking about it, sounding excited about the new member of his team. Tenya opened his mouth to say this, but was cut off by an unfamiliar voice pitching over their heads. Freckles. Hey. Freckles. It's you. Midoriya went stock-still, and the pleased grin on his face morphed to shock. It was a strange maneuver of expressions. Midoriya's face always had an odd look about it that Tenya could never quite put into words, so such a rapid flicker of emotion looked especially curious. When Midoriya turned, head swinging to and fro, Tenya followed his startled gaze to the source of the shouting. On the other side of the lunchroom was another student, tall and broad enough to be an upperclassman. He was making his way through the crowd, grinning and waving as he went. He reached their table shortly, looking slightly out of breath. "There you are. I was hoping I'd find you." He paused, flushing slightly. "Sorry, do you remember me? It's totally fine if you don't." Judging by the flabbergasted look on Midoriya's face, he very much did. "Oh, it's you," Midoriya said faintly. "From the beach. Wow. Hi? Yeah, hi. Oh, The upperclassman looked to the rest of them sheepishly. "Sorry. Didn't mean to intrude, it's just he and I sort of know each other, and I wanted to say hello, because it's been a while. I'm Togata Mirio, I'm a third year here." "You're Midoriya, right?" "That's me." Midoriya seemed to get his balance back. "It's nice to see you again, Togata-senpai. How've you been?" Togata blinked, looking surprised for a moment. "I've been, well. It looks like you've been well, too." "I have," Midoriya answered. The conversation paused long enough for Tenya to clear his throat. "Excuse me," he said. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ida Tenya, and this is Uraraka and Hayamizu. We're all classmates." "Friends," Uraraka chimed in. "Oh, it's great to meet you, too," Togata answered. "Sorry if I'm being rude. I get excited sometimes, and it really has been a while, hasn't it, Midoriya?" Midoriya jumped as if he hadn't expected to be addressed again. He recovered quickly, smiling again. "Yeah, it's been like 3 years. It was a community service project," Togata finished for him. Midoriya fidgeted as if embarrassed. "I've been with the Peacemakers since it got started. We cleaned up a beach together." Hayamizu shot a glance at Midoriya. "I didn't know you were in the Peacemakers," he said. "Are you seriously surprised?" Uraraka asked. "He's totally the type." "I'm really not." Midoriya broke in, waving his hands. "I just sort of stumbled upon one project, and that was it. Togata-senpai's the amazing one. Do you guys watch the sports festival? He's made the podium since he was a first year." Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh, that was you. I remember you now. You look so much bigger than you do on TV." At this, Togata laughed, and Tenya found himself liking him even more. It was hard to disapprove of someone who laughed like that. "Thanks. It wasn't all that impressive, though there was a lot of stuff I could have done better. It wasn't even just me up there, my friend Nijire got the bronze too. But anyway, Midoriya. You shouldn't sell yourself short," Midoriya said. "I'll bet a lot of students really look up to you." "He's absolutely correct." Tenya spoke up. "Having that much attention, that many eyes on you, for such an extended period of time, it's no small responsibility. And it means a lot that you took the time out of your lunch hour to greet us and welcome us to UA." To Tenya's surprise, the upperclassman actually blushed. "Well, I'm just happy to say hello to an old friend, and, see that he's settling in okay," Togata said, spluttering a little. "But it's really great to meet you guys, too. And listen, if any of you ever need help with something, or have questions, I'd be happy to help." He smiled brightly. "I guess, if you're talking about responsibility, well, I am your senpai, after all. And things can get pretty crazy around here." "That's very generous of you," Tenya said. "In a school as unpredictable as UA, the assistance of an experienced upperclassman would be invaluable." "Yup. I know a thing or two about how things work, so I'd be happy to share the knowledge." Togata glanced back, seemed to spot something in the crowd, and bobbed his head to them. "I gotta go. Hopefully I'll see you guys around. Good to see you smiling, Midoriya." With that, he jogged off. Another upperclassman joined him, and Togata bent his head to listen to him as they walked away. "He was nice," Uraraka remarked. "Hey Midoriya, what beach was it?" Midoriya thought for a moment, then smiled sheepishly. "It was called Dagoba, I think. It didn't get much coverage. Hey, speaking of news, did you guys catch that Dobby sighting the other night? I saw this forum post about the ethics of vigilantism, and it made some good points." Shudo settled back in his seat, his feet pleasantly warm underneath Hiro's fluffy weight. Lunch was over, and the morning's general classes were behind them. The rest of the day would be devoted to hero training, and after yesterday's excitement he could only wonder what today would bring. He wasn't the only one. Most of his classmates were bracing themselves by the time the door to the classroom slid open. He expected one of the heroes. He was sure they all did. Considering that they just got back from learning English from present mic and history from midnight, he would have figured that one of them would breeze in for hero training today, or, at least, it had to be Aizawa again. But no. The man who swept into the classroom was no hero. He couldn't have been, not with that build and that cough. "Good afternoon, class." As Ida led the class in an answering greeting, Shudo took stock of their teacher. He was tall, at least. Shudo would even go so far as to call him towering. He must have been taller than even Endeavor, but it was there that the physical superiority stopped. He was rail-thin and sickly-looking, with shadowed eyes and elbows and cheekbones that looked sharp enough to cut. The only thing truly impressive besides his height was the wild mane of blonde hair, which belied the neatness of his dress shirt and tie. "My name is Yagi Tashinori," he went on. His voice was low and understated, but still light and clear. "And I will be your teacher in Foundational Heroic Studies. It is a pleasure to meet you all." The class went silent. Someone coughed. Who? There was a clatter as Kirishima nearly fell out of his chair. "Yagi-sensei, I mean. Yagi-sensei." Shudo looked to him in confusion. Did he recognize their new teacher? "What are you doing here? You never said." Their teacher, Yagi, smiled. "Yes, it's good to see you, young Kirishima." Now, he brought his hands together sharply. "To address what is most likely your immediate question, no, I myself am not a hero." "Then why the hell are you teaching us foundational hero studies?" Bakugo barked out from behind Shudo. "Because he works with heroes." Kirishima shot back. "Don't be rude, man. You're talking to All Might's personal aide." Shudo sat up straight at that. A lot of people did, as the name All Might was echoed in excited whispers throughout the classroom. "That's correct." Yagi pressed his fingertips together with a smile. "Thank you, young Kirishima. Now in my position, I have had the privilege of working with many heroes of great renown and skill. And I do mean that if you've heard their name, then I probably had their coffee order memorized at some point." Muffled laughter rippled through the room. "I fully plan on passing the knowledge I've gathered on to you, my students." "Coffee orders," one of the girls called out. The laughter grew. "Don't knock it. It may save your lives one day. But no. I'm talking about some oft-overlooked factors of heroics." Yagi paused for a moment. "Aizawa's test measured your bodies and quirks, but your minds are equally important, if not more so." He hesitated again. "At the end of the day, it is my job to make sure that you understand what is expected of you as heroes, and how you might use your abilities to win." Kirishima asked, when Yagi hesitated again. "Perhaps. Survive, definitely." And to that end, Yagi reached under the desk to push a button, and the entire left wall shifted in response. 4 tall sections popped out like vertical drawers, showing 20 numbered compartments. "I have devised an exercise for today. You might call it an assessment as well, but for your skill and conduct, not just raw strength. The compartments are labeled with your student number. You'll find the costumes you requested inside." He smiled at them. "Get changed and gather at Grounds Beta for your first battle. I'll explain in more detail once you've all assembled." There was a mad dash for the compartments. Shudo quickly nudged Hiro to stand so he wouldn't risk getting stepped on, before moving in to claim his own. His costume had been a group effort, and he only hoped they'd gotten it right, and that he wouldn't look stupid in it. By the time he reached the changing room, his hands were shaking so much he had trouble unlatching the case. He was alone except for Hiro as he opened it, wrung his hands, and set about putting it on piece by piece. The sleeveless undershirt was lined with heat sensors on both sides of his body, to keep track of his temperature. As always, a heat-resistant sleeve went over his left arm, reaching from biceps to mid-palm like a full-length arm warmer. The pants were well-fitted, sturdy, and made of the same material as most firefighter uniforms, and sturdy boots with cleated soles were designed to let him walk on ice without fear of slipping. The wide belt contained compartments for water and first aid supplies. Shudo found himself grinning at the jacket. It was loose enough to allow freedom of movement, and asymmetrical. The right sleeve reached his forearm to tuck under the arm bracer, while the left had no sleeve at all. The silvery combat vest that went over it was minimalist but functional. If the support technicians had paid attention to his request, then it would respond to the sensors in the undershirt in order to help regulate his body heat while he used his quirk. Last to go on were a pair of heavy-duty goggles. Truth be told, they looked a bit like ski goggles. The frames were sturdy, and the lenses were thick enough to block ice shards and tinted to keep his own reflective ice from blinding him. Shudo checked the strap's length to fit it, and let the goggles rest above his forehead. Once he was dressed, he allowed himself a small turn as he inspected the full ensemble. Tuya had helped him work out all the specs and requirements for it, but Fuyumi and Natsuo had joined in to discuss the overall design. The result was soft colors, a gradient between pale, muted orange and periwinkle blue, meeting in the middle with an almost watercolor effect. Even the heat-resistant sleeve was a blend of milky blue and lavender. He thought Fuyumi was crazy when she suggested pastels, but he was starting to see what she meant about it being the exact opposite of hard lines and harsh colors. Of course, Natsuo had been the one to suggest putting the orange on the right and the blue on the left. That was because Natsuo was a goddamn genius. "What do you think?" he asked. Hiro tilted his head to one side, tail wagging. I think I look good. I'm glad Fuyumi knows colors, because I don't get this stuff at all. Tuya's even worse. He was stalling. He'd changed away from his classmates, like he usually did, and now his nervousness was holding him back from rejoining them. If he dawdled too much then he might miss out on Yagi explaining exactly what they were doing. Shudo took a deep, steadying breath, then let it out. He picked up Hiro's leash. Let's go, he murmured, and hurried to catch up to his classmates on the way to grounds beta. From what he could overhear, costumes were already the topic of conversation, either commenting on one another's designs or showing off their own. He meant to slip in among them unnoticed, but eagle-eyed Uraraka doomed him from the start. Oh my gosh, Hayamizu. She bounced right into his line of vision, beaming at him from behind the helmet of her own costume. Your costume's so pretty. The jitters eased off. You think so? I mean, yours is good, too. If Shudo's costume was about soft colors, Uraraka's seemed to be about soft shapes. Everything from the helmet to the bracers and leg guards were rounded with no sharp edges to speak of. You kind of look like an astronaut. Really? Uraraka looked down at herself. It's a little form-fitting, for a spacesuit. But I really do like yours, especially the colors. It's really cute. Shudo hesitated, turning that over in his head a few times. Cute was good, wasn't it? It was a compliment. Was cute what he was going for with this? He tried to imagine anyone describing Endeavor as cute, and his mind did a complicated little maneuver that reminded him of a full-body shudder. Cute was good. I wasn't sure if it would look okay, he admitted. But I think I like it. Dude! Hayamizu. A heavy arm descended around his shoulders. Shudo felt it coming and slipped free. Luckily, Kirishima didn't seem too put out about being dodged. I'm loving the colors on that costume. Super manly. Shudo squinted at him. Kirishima's costume almost defied description. He was mostly shirtless aside from a pair of gear-shaped shoulder guards. Really? A snort alerted him to Bakugu's approach, and Hiro slipped in to prevent him from shouldering past Shudo like he'd probably been planning. He ain't wrong, Splitsy. Go out in broad fucking daylight wearing that, and everybody'll know you're not afraid of anything. Oh come on, Bakugu. Kirishima protested, with another nimbly evaded attempt to throw his arm around Shudo's shoulders. On Kirishima's other side, his friend Shinso snickered from behind a forbidding-looking metal face mask. That was unnecessary, Shudo muttered. He meant it more for Uraraka's benefit, but apparently Bakugu had sharp ears. So was having your grandma pick out colors, Bakugu retorted over his shoulder. Shudo shot a glare at his back. Part of him wanted to argue, but most of him knew there was no point. It was actually my siblings, he said to Uraraka and Kirishima. My sister helped with most of the colors. That's so sweet, Uraraka said. How old's your sister? I want to say 8, Shinso chimed in, before Kirishima dug him in the ribs with his elbow. She's 22, Shudo said, with a pointed look at his classmate. He couldn't see the lower half of Shinsu's face, but his eyes made him look like he was smirking. Well, I think you look great, dude, Kirishima told him. You think everybody looks good, Shinso said. Well they do. I mean, look at Midoriya. He went full-on function over form and he still looks awesome. Midoriya looked vaguely surprised to be addressed, and Shudo was surprised to find him nearby at all. He hadn't even noticed him there, partly because Midoriya hadn't spoken up, but also because Kirishima was right. Midoriya's costume was modest, not flashy in the slightest, but still looked good. From what Shudo could tell, Midoriya was in a dark green jumpsuit, cinched at the waist with a broad belt. The costume included a fitted army-style jacket in a lighter shade of olive green, which made it hard to tell that Midoriya was in a jumpsuit at all. Truth be told, if he zipped up his jacket he could have passed for a civilian in the streets. It's plain, Shinso remarked, raising his eyebrow. You might not catch a lot of popularity in that. That's good, Midoriya said. Thanks, Shinso. Shinsu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Planning on going underground? If that's what it takes, Midoriya replied with a cheery smile. I don't mind not being popular. I just want to be in the best position to do the most good. Bakugu gagged loudly, and was ignored. Yagi was waiting for them in grounds beta, fiddling with his tie as the class awaited the last few stragglers. Shudo glanced around, taking in the widely varied costume designs. Midoriya wasn't the only one who had gone the Civi route. Kaminari and a girl whose name might be Jairu were dressed more like fans at a rock concert than heroes. Welcome to Grounds Beta, and your first lesson in foundational heroics. Yagi pitched his voice above the chatter once everyone is assembled. The students quieted very briefly, until Sensei. Ida's voice came out somewhat tinny thanks to the concealing helmet of his costume. Shudo hadn't even realized it was Ida at all until he spoke. Will we be using the same cityscape for this exercise as the entrance exam? That would be redundant, wouldn't it? Yagi replied. I said earlier that this would be something of an assessment. I've already reviewed footage from the entrance exam extensively. In that exam, you fought out in the open and acted independently. So, for this exercise, we'll be switching things up. Indoor partner battles. Out of the corner of his eye, Shudo saw Kirishima turn to Shinso in excitement. And before you ask, Yagi went on. No, you may not pick your partners. Both partners and opponents will be chosen by lottery. A few people groaned. Kirishima almost pouted. Now, I know that some of you know each other, so I'd like to keep things as fair as possible. A lottery seems kind of simple, Uraraka murmured, as if to herself. And besides, Yagi added with a knowing smile. Impromptu collaboration is common in the field. You can't always pick who you get to work with, any more than you can pick which villains you'll fight. He paused, either to think or for dramatic effect. And that is what this will be. One pair will play the part of heroes, the other the part of villains. The villain team will be defending a physical asset. The hero team will infiltrate the building and secure that asset. You will be armed with capture tape and whatever your requested combat gear provides. Either team can win by capturing both members of the opposing team. The hero team can also win by laying hands on the asset before the time limit, and the villain team can win by successfully defending the asset until time limit. Teams will be chosen now, and there will be 5 minutes before the start of each match for the villain team to set up their defenses, and the hero team to strategize. He paused again for breath. Any questions? Ida's hand shot up. What is the asset supposed to be? He asked. For the purposes of role-playing, I mean. Is it a person of interest, or illegal cargo, or smuggled goods, or… Well, truth be told, that's sort of an extraneous detail. Yagi seemed taken aback by the question. But sensei, the context changes significantly depending on exactly what the heroes are trying to secure from the villains. Yagi blinked, momentarily blindsided, before he seemed to recover. Well, I suppose, now that you mention it, yes. A slow smile spread across his face. You're absolutely right, young Ida, that was a bit of an oversight on my part. So, for the purpose of this exercise, why don't we raise the stakes? The asset is a bomb that the villains intend to deploy. Meaning it is both hazardous and delicate, and must be handled with the utmost care. Please keep that in mind. Shudo glanced around, seeing a few glares sent Ida's way. On the subject of role-playing, I would like to remind you all that while some of you will be playing villains, I still expect fair play and decorum. Meaning I will be putting an end to any match that goes too far, any broken bones, burns above 1st or 2nd degree, concussions, or wounds that require stitches, and the team that caused them will suffer an automatic loss. In other words, if you get me in trouble with the school nurse, I will be very upset. As a few of the gathered students laughed, Yagi produced a small cardboard box labeled lots and shook it. Now, if there are no more concerns, everyone pick a letter and find your assigned partners. Opponents will be chosen prior to each match. Moments later, Shudo was unfolding a slip of paper to reveal the letter C. A quick check with the closest people showed that none of them had the same. Midoriya was in Team F, as was Kirishima, Uraraka was in D, Shinso in E, Ida in B. He checked with Bakugu as quickly as possible, and almost sighed with relief when he saw the letter D on Bakugu's slip. Quietly he pointed the other boy toward Uraraka and turned to continue his own search, only to run smack into another of his classmates. Hi Hayamizu, Ochako said you're in Team C? Shudo showed her his slip of paper, relieved. Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch your name. She smiled, throat swelling with a quiet croak. Call me Tsuyu. It's nice to meet you. Kirishima was nice, and Izuku was perfectly happy being partnered with him. That wasn't saying much, since he would have been happy working with anyone who wasn't Katsuki, but Kirishima in particular seemed pretty agreeable. Izuku suspected that he would have liked to team up with Shinso instead, though. The two were still glued to each other's sides even after meeting up with their assigned partners. Izuku offered a friendly wave to Shinsu's partner Yaoyorozu, which she readily returned. For our first matchup, Yagi revealed the results, then winced at them. Next to Izuku, Kirishima tensed as well. Izuku didn't blame him, since they were up first as the heroes against Shinsu's team, but it didn't explain why Yagi looked troubled. Their teacher cleared his throat, looking embarrassed. Young Shinso. It's fine, Shinso said. Yai frowned. Are you certain? I would be happy to. Luck of the draw, right, Yagi-sensei? Shinso gave a rueful half-smile. I'm fine. At least it's just by chance this time. Izuku frowned, wondering what that meant, before Yagi coughed awkwardly again and moved on. Well then, if you're certain? Team F will be playing the part of the heroes, and Team E will be the villains. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Yagi began handing out earpieces. Use them wisely. As for the rest of you, follow me to the observation room. I hope you all watch closely. Each match should be a learning opportunity for all of you. Izuku's eyes were Kirishima and Shinso. Shinso looked as if he was trying to glare him into SBMSN, but judging by Kirishima's sunny smile, it wasn't working. After a moment, Shinso snorted, rolled his eyes, and stalked off without another word. Yaoyorozu glanced back and forth between them for a moment, confused, before hurrying after her teammate. Kirishima's arm settled on Izuku's shoulder. Let's talk, he said, leading Izuku away from the other students. The designated building was close by, and Kirishima ducked his head and lowered his voice as they walked toward it. So, I dunno if you've noticed, but me and Shinso are kind of, brothers. I never would have guessed, Izuku said. Haha, yeah, he's a little prickly sometimes. He's got his reasons, though. But anyway, we know each other through Peacemaker stuff, and we've been friends for a few years now. Which means we know all about each other's quirks. Kirishima paused, lifting his arm from Izuku's shoulder to demonstrate. Mine's nothing really special, just hardening my body. Gives my punches some extra oomph, but besides that it's not too flashy. There's nothing wrong with that, Izuku pointed out. Mine isn't either. Same goes for most of the best heroes. Kirishima reddened with embarrassment. Alright, I forgot. Sorry. Sorry for what? Nothing. Forget it. Anyway, the point is, I'm no Endeavor. Caught off guard, Izuku snorted. I never thought you were. Ouch. Kirishima winced. Right through the heart, Midoriya. Sorry, Izuku said. I didn't mean it as an insult. You were saying about Shinsu's quirk? Right. Well, the thing is, I'm kind of torn, Kirishima stopped some distance from the building. Because, on one hand, he's my bro, so sabotaging his usual advantage feels a little, not good. But on the other hand, we're a team, so not warning you about his usual thing would also be kinda not good. We do need to work out a strategy, Izuku pointed out. We can't do that if we're not on the same page. Kirishima pursed his lips. Look at it this way, we're the heroes here, aren't we? Think of it as working off of intel we've gathered. If this was real, we'd want to use every advantage we have, right? When he saw that his teammate was nearly convinced, he gave one last little push. I promise I won't tell anyone else. It'll come out eventually, but the others won't find out from me. Kirishima sighed, closed his eyes, and spoke in a rush. His quirk's called Brainwash and it lets him mind control anyone who answers him out loud. Oh. Yeah, oh. Kirishima grinned ruefully. He's really good at tricking people into talking. He's had a lot of practice. It's kind of this game we do when we're not doing anything super important. He actually has tells when he's about to use his quirk, and I've figured out a lot of them. What about physical abilities? Izuku asked. Is he good at fighting? Yeah. We trained together for the exam. Well, I was training for the exam. Shinso didn't take it, since he got in on recommendation. Just realized something, Izuku said. Yaoyorozu did, too. Kirishima winced. Rotten luck. Do you know who recommended him? Yes, but I actually have been sworn to secrecy about that, so I can't tell you. But we've sparred a lot, and I know he trained a lot with his sponsor, so yeah, he can fight. Do you know anything about Yaoyorozu? I only saw what she did yesterday, and she scored the highest, Izuku said grimly. Some kind of creation quirk. She was producing objects from her body, and I don't know what her limits are. I mean. Kirishima cringed a little. Dude, you saw what she did for the pitch. We all saw, Kirishima. She pulled a cannon out of her stomach. A t-shirt cannon, Izuku pointed out. But let's assume she can arm herself and Shinso with pretty much anything. You don't happen to have any weapons, do you? Nope. I'm more of a slugfest kind of guy. If I can get in close, I'm good. How about you? Izuku glanced around to make sure no one was watching, particularly the opposing team, before unzipping and opening his jacket. Okay. So I have a supply of ball bearings here, lockpicks in here, a set of brass knuckles, stun gun, some projectiles, and a sap in this holster right here. My belt has compartments too, but that's for first aid supplies and snacks. Kirishima was staring. Dude. The jacket's not just for show, Izuku said with a grin. The blunt stuff and stun gun are for emergencies. I'm best with projectiles. Define projectiles. Izuku showed him. Midoriya, that's a shuriken. For me, it's more like a stringless yo-yo, Izuku said, beaming. He held out the metal star and let it drop. Right before it hit the ground, he called it back into his hand. I take it that's what the gloves are for? Izuku winced. Pretty much. I really beat the crap out of my hands before I got a handle on velocity. Well, this is good, right? Kirishima said. Not you hurting your hands, but us being teammates. I'm close range, you're long range, so you can cover me from a distance when we fight. That's true, Izuku said. We should also consider what the other team might do. Kirishima frowned. Can we really predict that? Well, they're basically on guard duty, right? Izuku said. And they have the advantage of knowing exactly where they're putting the asset or bomb. If our places were switched, I'd want you to stand guard with the bomb while I went out and slowed the hero team's progress. Who's to say they won't do something similar? One to guard, one to slow the heroes down. Kirishima pursed his lips. That second one might end up being Shinso. He can get kind of intense when he's trying to prove a point, and after getting assigned to the villain team, he's definitely gonna be proving a point. I don't know if he'd have the patience to babysit a fake bomb. I'm just saying, if we're up against tactics like that, then we may have to split up ourselves, Izuku went on. We're on a time limit. It might be better if one of us holds off the offense while the other goes on to the bomb, rather than both of us getting held up and letting the clock run out. Kirishima opened his mouth to reply, but the buzzer sounded. Hero team, move into the building. We'll stick together for now, Izuku said as they made their way to the entrance. But if anyone's getting through their defenses around the bomb, it's you. Okay, I guess that makes sense. We'll take things as we go, Izuku assured him. For now, let's keep a lookout. They entered the building cautiously. So who do you think's gonna win? Shudo only half heard the question, and did a mental double-take before answering. Sorry, what? He said. He hadn't noticed Uraraka step away from Bakugo to come stand with him and Azui. Had they already formulated a strategy together, or were they waiting to see who their opponents would be? Who do you think is gonna win? Uraraka asked again. It may be a little early to tell, Azui answered. It's only the second day of school, after all. Well, we do know that Midoriya got the highest score in the entrance exam, Uraraka pointed out. His quirk's so simple, you wouldn't expect it. True. Azui pressed her fingertip to her chin, looking thoughtful. Though, it's worth noting that Shinso and Yaoyorozu are both recommended students. They were good enough to not have to take the entrance exam at all. She blinked slowly. If I had to make a guess, it'd be them. All they have to do is stall, and look, Yaoyorozu's already done a lot. One of the screens before them showed the room where the villain team had chosen to hide the bomb. Every entrance was barricaded, and the entire room was bube-trapped. Slick surfaces, caltrops, tripwires, and all manner of unpleasant surprises awaited anyone unlucky enough to set foot inside. All they have to do is stall and not get caught, Azui went on. They could try to capture if they wanted to, but all they have to do is buy time. The heroes don't know even where the bomb is at this point, and the villain's defenses are good. I think the hero team's going to win, Shudo said. Azui turned to him. Why do you say that? Shudo pursed his lips as the memory of a bridge and a cinderblock and a heaving, choking mass of slime crept back to the forefront of his mind. His arm jumped a little at his side, jingling the leash against Hiro's collar. Because Midoriya's on it, and I've seen him fight. Oh, I have too, a little, Uraraka said. At the entrance exam. I mean for real, Shudo said simply. He's strong, and his reaction time and coordination are good. And besides, Kirishima's quirk can counter pretty much everything they set up in that room. True, Azui said. Except, none of us know what Shinsu's quirk is. Shudo kept his eyes on the screen, tracking the hero team's progress in comparison to a certain member of the villains. Looks like that's the least of their worries right now. It happened quickly. Izuku heard footsteps, opened his mouth to warn Kirishima, and shut it again when a metallic canister bounced and rolled across the floor in front of them. Kirishima gasped, but Izuku was already moving, pulling the canister as hard as he could before releasing and throwing himself to the side. It shot between them, narrowly missing both of them as it hurtled down the hallway behind them and went off in a burst of light and noise. Flashbang, he gritted out, just before a blur of dark red vanished around the next corner. There, it's Yaoyorozu. Should we go after her? Kirishima asked. Izuku was already in pursuit. If we capture her here, then we only have to worry about Shinso later. Alright then, let's do this. Kirishima caught up to him easily, smacking his fist into his palm. With his hands hardened, it made a solid crack. Capturing her was easier said than done. Yaoyorozu kept out of reach and led them on a merry little dance through the floor, ducking in and out of cover to bombard them with more distractions, mostly more flashbangs. Izuku kept them from doing too much damage, but the effort of dodging them and pulling them out of range kept him from gaining ground. She wasn't particularly fast, but she was nimble and clever and had an endless supply of distractions. She's stalling. Izuku paused to fling another flashbang away. If this keeps up, we'll run out of time just chasing her. So what do? Ignore her? Not a good idea. She'll just keep wearing us down and leading us off, because she knows where the bomb is and we're flying blind. Izuku pursed his lips. The stairwell's coming up. I'll keep her occupied, you head up and find the bomb and Shinso. You can take him in a fight, right? Yeah, as long as I don't get mind-controlled. Izuku frowned. What? Keep the line open and hum, quietly. Doesn't matter what, just hum. Don't stop unless you get mind-controlled. Kirishima grinned. Got it. Good luck, dude. They parted ways at the door to the stairwell. Izuku pulled ahead to catch up with Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima slipped through the door and vanished. They're splitting up? Uraraka murmured. That might not be altogether wise, Ida remarked. Time's not on their side, Shudo said. They still need to find the bomb, and Yaoyorozu's keeping them from doing that. If Midoriya turns the tables and keeps her occupied, then he and Kirishima can regroup later. Kirishima and Shinso know each other, don't they? Azui added. If Shinsu's the only one left guarding the bomb, then Kirishima would best know how to get past him. Yeah? Bakugo's voice cut through their hushed discussion. Shudo jumped. He hadn't realized the other boy was listening. One fucking problem with that. Ijiru hurried through the hallways, humming tunelessly to himself as quietly as he could. As he cleared the next floor and ascended another flight of stairs, he kept his ears pricked for the sound of footsteps or Shinsu's voice. At the very least, with Yaoyorozu occupied, he knew what he was up against. He knew Shinso inside and out, and all he had to do was keep his mouth shut if he heard his voice. With a little luck, he could find the bomb on his own and juggernaut his way through any obstacles in his way. With a little more luck, Midoriya would take down Yaoyorozu and come up to help him. Almost done checking floor 5, he murmured over the comm, then went back to humming. As if in answer, the stairwell door opened behind him and his partner's voice rang out. Kirishima! Hey, wait up! Ijiru whirled around, grinning. Midoriya! Did you take care of Yao? He didn't mean to stop talking. His throat simply shut down, his tongue went limp in his mouth, and a familiar fog came drifting over his senses. Shinso emerged from the stairwell, taking his sweet time. Stopping in front of Ijiru, he tapped his face guard and winked. I asked the support techs for a little something extra, he said, voice shifting from Midoriya's to his own. I was planning on surprising you with it, just not like this. No hard feelings, though, right? Ijiru knew no more. With the comm line open, Izuku heard it all. Granted, it was a little hard to catch the details when he was frantically untangling his arm from the spring-loaded net that he'd narrowly dodged. The problem was that Yaoyorozu knew the terrain better than he did. He'd managed to corner her enough to drive her up another floor, but she'd nearly netted him coming out of the stairwell and was continuing to give him the slip. She kept dodging and weaving in and out of sight, which kept him from getting a grip on her with his quirk. Force pull was so much harder to use on moving targets, and that was his own fault for focusing on power in quirk training. He'd been satisfied with that, willing to wear her down until Kirishima found the bomb, but things had changed. With an extra burst of speed, Izuku threw himself around a corner, only to trip when Yaoyorozu jammed a metal quarterstaff between his feet. In one hand she held capture tape, and her face shone with triumph. On instinct, Izuku reached up with his quirk and pulled on the ceiling, righting himself before he had the chance to fall. The moment both feet were on the ground he lunged, grabbed for the end of the staff, and yanked her forward to tear the capture tape from her hand. Yaoyorozu released the rod and sprang back. Within a split second Izuku saw her tense up, skin shimmering with the activation of her quirk. She was going to arm herself and escape, keep ducking out of sight, keep evading him, keep harrying him and wearing him down to keep him from reaching Kirishima. Izuku's hand dipped into one of the many compartments of his jacket. There was no time to think, no time to question himself, not even time to judge the distance more carefully. The neckline of Yaoyorozu's costume was deep enough to border on uncomfortable. The top was open down her middle, exposing a plane of bare skin from throat to navel. Izuku snatched a shuriken from his pocket and flung it straight at her unprotected middle. Yaoyorozu shrieked in alarm, shutting her eyes and flinching as the steel projectile whistled through the air and struck home right beneath her sternum. A moment later her eyes were blinking open in surprise. The shuriken had bounced off harmlessly, its edges too thoroughly blunted to do any real damage. Those scant moments were all Izuku needed. While she was frozen with alarm turned to confusion, he pulled at her and lunged, closing the distance so that he could grab her hands, force them behind her back, and wind the tape around them. Yaoyorozu has been captured, Yagi-sensei's voice came over the earpieces. Sorry about that, he said, then raced for the stairs, pulling the shuriken back into his hand as he went. The 5th floor was empty when he reached it. On the 6th, he found the bomb room. It really wasn't hard. Every door and hallway leading into it was boarded up and barricaded, and if that wasn't enough of a clue, Shinso and Kirishima were standing in front of one of the barricaded hallways. "Heya," Shinso said, probably grinning under his mask. "I don't suppose Kirishima decided to be a bro and not tell you what my quirk is, did he?" Izuku bit back a retort and drew the sap from his holster. "Too bad. I was gonna make this painless and everything." Shinso turned to Kirishima, who stared straight ahead with blank, glassy eyes. "Grab him. Take him down and keep him from moving." Kirishima charged. For a split second, Izuku's eyes narrowed. Hadn't Kirishima said that a sharp physical shock would be enough to break Shinsu's hold? He dodged to the side and swung the sap, dealing a sharp blow to his bare shoulder blade. The sap made contact with a dull thud as it bounced harmlessly off of Kirishima's hardened skin. His teammate whipped around to face him, eyes still blank. "Oh, Izuku pulled on the barricade, yanking hard enough to hurtle through the air, out of Kirishima's path and straight into the barrier. In his haste, he misjudged either the distance to the barrier or the strength of his own pull. Instead of bounding off the barricade harmlessly, the impact rattled his teeth, and he opened his eyes to find his teammate charging again. Izuku glanced back at the barrier, smiled tightly, and threw himself out of the way. Carried by his own momentum, Kirishima crashed into the barricade. It held, but only just. Kirishima's charge left a spiderweb of visible cracks. "Don't break the barriers," Shinso called. "There's less than 2 minutes on the clock, just keep him from getting inside." Wordlessly, Kirishima moved away from the damaged barricade. Izuku now stood between him and Shinso, mind racing as he looked back and forth from one to the other. Shinso was right, time was running out. With Kirishima out of commission, getting into the room and past whatever the villain team had left waiting inside for them might not be an option anymore. He still had capture tape, he'd bound Yaoyorozu with her own. If he could take down Shinso, then he could still win. Mind made up, Izuku turned toward the remaining villain and pulled on the wall behind him. He hurtled through the air, tape in hand. Rock-solid arms caught him around the middle, bringing his short flight screeching to a halt. Kirishima had been too close, and now his bear hug nearly, and crushed the breath from Izuku's lungs. It was only by luck that he didn't lose his weapon. He had a stun gun in his pocket, but he couldn't reach his pocket with his arms pinned, and who knew if it would work against Kirishima's quirk. "Hold him still so I can get the tape on him," Shinso ordered, stepping forward. "Shift him so I can get his hands together." Izuku struggled to no avail. He might as well have been grappling with a statue. He twisted around, trying to find leverage to get away, and caught sight of Kirishima's wide, unblinking eyes. "Oh!" Kirishima's arms moved, shifting to give Shinso access, and Izuku wrenched his arm free and jabbed his thumb into Kirishima's open eye. He was close enough that distance didn't matter, there was no way he could possibly miss. His teammate released him with a yell of pain. Izuku landed on his feet and launched himself at Shinso. "What the Midoriya?" Kirishima's speech was slightly slurred as he recovered control. "Get through that barricade," Izuku yelled back. "If the bomb's in there, then grab it." "Kirishima, wait!" Shinso cried out, voice broken as if in pain. The mask kept Izuku from gagging him properly. He watched as Kirishima nearly faltered as he charged at the cracked barricade. "Kiri-irk!" A sharp jab to the throat stopped him from talking. "Go!" Izuku yelled, right as Kirishima hurtled through the barricade like a battering ram. Shinso writhed and twisted until he could get his foot up to kick Izuku off. Izuku staggered back, still gripping the sap in one hand and the tape in the other, and lunged again. His opponent was ready for him. Shinso clearly had some combat training, and his costume lacked any obvious weak spots like Yaoyorozu's. "I see it." Kirishima called through the wrecked barrier and over the earpiece. "It's oh fuck. Something crashed. I'm okay. Just sheet. Ow, ow whoops." Another crash, and something suspiciously like the twang of a bowstring. How did they set all this up in 5 minutes? Shinso, seeing his distraction, caught him off guard with a punch to the gut that knocked the wind out of him. As Izuku fought for breath, Shinso shoved past him and made a break for the open barricade. Hero team wins. "Students, please make your way back to the observation room." Kirishima came limping and staggering out of the room, his body still in its hardened state. He was beaming from ear to ear in spite of his rapidly swelling eye, the shredded half-empty sandbag impaled on his hair, and the comically large mousetrap caught on his right foot. That was awesome. In the end, Kirishima's eye wasn't damaged, and Midoriya and Yaoyorozu had a few bruises, but nothing that warranted recovery girl's attention. Shudo hung back as the rest of the class clumped together to greet the returning students. "I am so sorry." The moment they were all gathered back in the observation room, Midoriya was bowing apologetically to Yaoyorozu. "I didn't mean to scare you like that, with the shuriken. It didn't break skin, did it? It's all right. And no, it didn't, she assured him. It's just a welt. I got hurt worse taking ballet when I was 6. A good showing from both sides, Yagi-sensei said, once the chattering had died down. Well done, hero team. Villain team, good effort. He brought his hands together. Now, before I go over what I saw, do any of you students have any comments to make? A hand shot up. Let's start with what the fresh hell happened with Kirishima? Shudo didn't know the name of the speaker, only that he was one of the kids who had pet hero before class started yesterday. His quirk was probably electricity-themed, given some of the designs on his costume. Kirishima opened his mouth, then closed it again and made a noise like air escaping a paper bag. Fidgeting on his feet, he looked to Shinso as if for permission. Shinso was too busy sneering at the student who had spoken up. Wouldn't you like to know? The boy looked to the others from the match. Midoriya and Kirishima pretended not to notice. Yaoyorozu looked hesitant at first, but took their cue and said nothing. Well, this is a good question, young Kaminari, Yagi said. And a good exercise, as well when facing villains in the field. Judging a situation by observation is an invaluable skill. So what did you observe? By the look on his face, Kaminari probably regretted speaking up. I don't really know. Shinso just sort of went up to Kirishima and said something, and Kirishima started helping him, I guess. Shudo tried not to stare at him too openly. Had he really not noticed? Is that even allowed? Kaminari went on. I mean, I know those guys are friends and everything, but you never said anything about switching sides. He didn't switch sides, Shudo blurted out, then winced and raised his hand. Luckily, Yagi didn't seem too upset that he'd spoken out of turn, and nodded to him. Young Hayamizu? Kirishima didn't switch sides on purpose, Shudo went on. Didn't you see Kirishima's face after Shinso talked to him? He looked sorta blank, the pink-horned girl piped up. Like he'd been hypnotized or something. That is an excellent point, Ida said, with a chopping motion into his palm. In fact, I don't recall seeing Shinsukuin use his quirk yesterday. If he has some kind of mind-altering quirk, then that makes sense. None of the physical activities we engaged in yesterday would have called for it. Is this supposed to be a surprise? Bakugu snapped. Or did nobody else see Deku poke the idiot in the eye to snap him out of it? That is quite rude, Bakugu. Ida scolded. We are all equally susceptible to each other's quirks. It's only the second day, after all. Hey, it's like this dumbass said, Bakugu went on, jerking his thumb at Kaminari. They're friends. They know each other. So if he still let his friend brainwash him, then he's an idiot. No one is an idiot, Yagi broke in, sounding exasperated. As young Ida said, this is the second day of school, for heaven's sake. He cleared his throat. Now, this is another useful skill in the field, though as time goes on and you become more familiar with your classmates and their quirks, it's not an easy one to learn in class. As heroes you may not always have the luxury of information on the villains you face, so being able to identify quirks quickly and accurately may save your lives one day. Especially if your partner gets freaking mind-controlled. The speaker's face was half hidden behind a helmet, but Shudo was pretty sure it was the kid with tape in his elbows. Stuff like hypnosis and brainwashing are pretty popular villain quirks, aren't they? Shinso leveled a glare at him, but it was Kirishima who moved himself forward. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? He shot back. There's no such thing as villains' quirks. The other boy raised his hands defensively. Whoa, I didn't mean anything by it. I mean, obviously your quirk doesn't make you a villain, but it's true, Yagi spoke up again. Quirks that work subtly, especially those that alter minds, are highly sought after in the criminal underground. It's also true that because of this expectation, individuals with such quirks are more likely to adopt such lifestyles than those with, shall we say, more attractive quirks. He frowned, more stern than angry. However, this is not because of the quirk itself, but because of circumstance, personal choice, and most of all, the pressure and expectations of others. And here, at this school, we are all heroes or aiming to be heroes. There is not a villain among us. Sensei, I didn't mean. I know that, young Zero. Sometimes what we mean and what people hear are two different things. Choose your words more carefully in the future. He turned to the rest of the class. Now, as to the match itself. In this case the villain team lost, but can anyone tell me what they did right? He nodded to the first boy to raise his hand. Young Ojiro? Yaoyorozu did a good job slowing the hero team down, Ojiro replied. She split them up so that Shinso could take care of Kirishima, and from the looks of it, Midoriya got lucky taking her down the way he did. Excellent. Young Midoriya? Shinso used Kirishima's quirk against us, Midoriya answered. Because he was hardened, it was harder for me to snap him out of it. It was a really clever move. He added, shooting a quick grin at Shinso. Also, since Yaoyorozu was patrolling the hallways, I expected him to be standing guard with the bomb, not wandering around. Wonderful, Yagi said. Now, on to critiques. The words were barely out of his mouth when both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu's hands shot up simultaneously. Goodness. I suppose there's nothing wrong with self-evaluation. Ms. Yaoyorozu? I can't speak reliably about my own performance, she answered, straight-backed as if delivering a report. But the hero team failed to take several things into account. Midoriya mentioned expecting Shinso to be standing guard rather than patrolling, and then rose to the bait by pursuing me alone, both of which cost Kirishima when Shinso took him by surprise. Kirishima winced, while Shinso offered a pitying pat. Furthermore, Kirishima rushing blindly into a room by himself was inadvisable, even with his quirk, Yaoyorozu went on. Any wrong move could have detonated the hypothetical bomb. Villains won't be fettered by rules preventing injury. They may have been short on time, but given the fact that they had a clear physical advantage on Shinso, it would have been wiser to subdue him rather than risk securing the asset. Good. And Midoriya? Yaoyorozu didn't have seemed to have an exit strategy to return to Shinso in case her partner needed her, Midoriya replied. Their plan divided them from the start and kept them divided, which was why we were both able to get past Shinso in the end. Also, her strategy never changed, which made it easier to spot patterns and predict when she might slip up. And Shinso didn't have a backup plan for if Kirishima broke free of the brainwashing. To be fair, there wasn't meant to be, Yaoyorozu pointed out. The only ones racing against the clock were the hero team. We were focused on stalling tactics. It was a really good strategy, Midoriya told her. Though, you could have stalled better and kept yourself out of the line of fire if you'd spread the bube traps throughout the building, instead of attacking us on the way. He hesitated, seeming to debate with himself, before continuing more cautiously. Also, and this is more specific to just you, and you can tell me off if you want, but your costume has a lot of obvious weaknesses. You need exposed skin to use your quirk effectively, right? But the places you expose leave a lot of vitals unprotected. It was pretty easy to get a weapon there, and like you said, villains won't worry about injuring you, so in real life that would have been sharp. True. Yaoyorozu arched an eyebrow at him. However, you might want to keep in mind that you were supposed to be the hero in this scenario. Midoriya gave a sheepish smile. That's fair. Also, the bookshelf seems a little awkward. A tablet might be better, especially since electronic displays are faster than flipping through a book. True. Though, while we're on the subject of costumes, you might want to rethink storage on yours. It's no use trying to be stealthy when you keep jingling. Yeah, I didn't realize that was going to be a problem until I put it on, Midoriya admitted. By the way, are there other places you can expose that are less vulnerable? Maybe somewhere on your back, or your midriff instead of your chest area. Yaoyorozu pulled a wry face. There are, but my thoracic region has always been the best point at which to use my quirk. Technically I can do it from anywhere on my body, but my quirk converts matter from my fat cells specifically. That still seems like a hazard, Midoriya said cautiously. Oh, I know, Yaoyorozu sighed. Believe me, I know. But my parents have contacts throughout the industry, in support as well as management and marketing, and I reached out to them for input when designing my costume. They explained that style and design have equal importance to function when it comes to hero costumes, and they're experts in their field, so they must know what they're doing. Midoriya's mouth twisted. Oh. Well. I'm sure they had your best interests in mind. But you know one thing you can do? You've seen Snipe's cape, right? The fabric's bulletproof and covers most of his chest area, and a cape like that is loose enough that you'd still be able to pull objects out of yourself. One of my contacts said capes might not be a good idea, Yaoyorozu said thoughtfully. But I could probably do something else, like a scarf or shawl-type garment. It's something to think about, at least. Yagi cleared his throat politely, and the two of them fell sheepishly silent. Luckily, their teacher looked more amused than anything else. I think that about covers my own observations, he said. Does anyone have anything to add? There were no takers. Most of the class were staring at Midoriya and Yaoyorozu in bemusement. All right then, for our second matchup Team G will be the heroes, and Team B will be the villains. Young Ida, young Tokoyami, you have 5 minutes to prepare. Satu and Aoyama, my boys, use this time to work out a good strategy. Shudo looked to the students in question. Ida seemed nervous, though Shudo wasn't sure why. A speed quirk was probably great for running interference against enemies. His partner was one of the more striking members of the class, a boy whose face resembled that of a dark, hook-beaked bird. Neither Satu nor Aoyama looked nearly as odd, though Satu was built like a wrestler and Aoyama seemed to glimmer, though that might have been his costume. In the meantime, Shudo sidled over toward Midoriya. His classmate had parked himself in front of the screens, even though there were still 5 minutes to go before the match actually started. Still, it was probably good to get a good spot early, especially one next to Midoriya. Before he reached his classmate's side, he heard Hiro's soft woof. It wasn't growl, but it also wasn't a bark. Fuyumi liked to call it buffing. Its purpose was something of a proximity warning, and it had Shudo's head turning just in time to see Bakugo reaching for him. Shudo moved back out of reach, frowning at him. What? You've been cozying up to Deku. Bakugo's voice was a quiet growl, his eyes flickering past Shudo to where Midoriya stood just out of hearing range. What of it? Shudo asked, tightening his hold on Hiro's leash. He's nice. You should try it sometime. He's fake. You keep calling him that, Shudo retorted quietly. For someone who claims to be his friend. I haven't claimed shit, Snoopy, Bakugo cut him off. I've just known him long enough to know his smiley bullshit is an act. Shudo stared at him for a long moment, blinking slowly. You know, it took me a while to figure this out, but not everybody is out to get you. Not everybody has an angle. Sometimes people are just nice for no reason. Bakugo sneered at him. Yeah, if it helps you fucking sleep at night, whatever. Just don't come crying to me when what you see isn't what you get. Sometimes, you just have to walk away, Dr. Marigawa told him once. And that's fine, because you can always come back later. But if you walk away, then you won't give yourself the chance to hurt someone by accident. And more importantly, you won't give someone else the chance to hurt you. He wondered if Bakugo would punch him for recommending therapists. You know a lot about hero strategy, don't you? Hayamizu asked, and Izuku startled. He'd come up behind him from the right, and Izuku had been so focused on considering Quirk strategies that he'd forgotten to check his peripherals. When he finally turned to face Hayamizu fully, his classmate was looking at him with concern. Are you all right? Oh, yeah. Sorry, you kind of caught me daydreaming. Izuku grinned sheepishly. Anyway, I just watch a lot of heroes fight, it's kind of a hobby. Yaoyorozu's pretty good at it, too. Her family's been in the hero industry for a while, Hayamizu pointed out. It makes sense that she'd be familiar with it. Guess so. She really nailed all my problems in that match. You know, I'm really glad I got to go first because it means I get to just watch from now on. Do you know what Sada's quirk is? Hayamizu hesitated to think for a moment. Strength enhancement, I think. And Aoyama's was pretty obvious yesterday. I think everyone in this round has a flashy quirk. He petted his dog thoughtfully. Think the hero team has this one? It's hard to say, Izuku said, tapping his chin. To be honest, I've only known Ida a couple days, but I can't really imagine him playing a villain. I'm sure he'll do his best. Haha, yeah. Prep time was winding down. The observation screens showed the villain team. They had chosen a room on the top floor, furthest from either of the stairwells. Ida and Tokoyami seemed to be conferring with each other. He couldn't hear what they were saying, of course, but Tokoyami was gesturing at his bird-shaped shadow as he spoke, apparently explaining some aspect of his quirk. By contrast, Aoyama and Sata didn't seem to be talking much at all. Aoyama was talking, at least, Sata was ignoring him to root through a pouch on his costume's belt. They don't seem to be communicating very much, Yaoyorozu remarked, moving to join Izuku and Hayamizu. Though it's difficult to say, when we can't hear what they're saying. I'm not surprised, Ashido giggled. Nothing against Aoyama or anything, I did just meet him yesterday, but I wouldn't blame Sata for tuning him out. Teams, take your positions, Yagi said. Hero team, you may enter the building. There was a lull in the general conversation as everyone gathered to watch the monitors. It didn't last long, there wasn't much to watch, this early in the match. Hayamizu leaned forward to study one of the screens. Is Satu eating something? It'd make sense if he was, Izuku told him. If he has a strength-enhancing quirk, like you said. Those kinds of quirks take a lot of calories to fuel, especially if they're transformation types. Sata seems to have an emitter type, just going by what I saw of him yesterday, Yaoyorozu said. It's still true, though, consider Captain Celebrity. There was a collective good-natured groan from everyone in earshot, and she rolled his eyes. He said in an interview years ago that he eats 5 dozen eggs daily, that's all. What about Death Arms? Jairu called over. He doesn't brag about eating all the time, and he's got a strength enhancer. It's electricity-based, Izuku called back. If the quirk has a specific trigger or external fuel source, then there's less strain on the body. I'm in hell, Izuku heard Katsuki mutter under his breath. I'm in FING nerd hell. Hey Midoriya, how come you know so much about quirks? Uraraka asked. Izuku shrugged. I just think they're neat. My quirk's a little plain, so I had to get creative to figure out how I could use it for hero work. Sometimes I do it with other quirks, too. He was relieved when Kaminari spoke up, diverting the attention to himself. What's the villain team even doing? He asked. The match started but they've hardly moved. Sure enough, both Ida and Tokoyami were still on the top floor. Tokoyami was stationed by the asset, watching the door as his living shadow shifted and grew around him. Outside, Ida was patrolling the hallway. But unlike Yaoyorozu, he wasn't leaving the floor to harass the hero team on the way up. Bakugo snorted. Idiots are gonna lose. You don't know that yet, Kirishima protested. All they really have to do is keep the heroes back. They're probably just sticking by the bomb so they can fight together when the hero team does show up. Splitting up sure bit us in the butt, Shinso added. Yaoyorozu made a faintly uncomfortable noise, but didn't disagree. And if the plan's to play for time, then the top floor was a good choice, Jiru said. Satu and Aoyama's quirks can't get them to the top floor fast, and it looks like they're planning on checking each floor one at a time. They're gonna lose, Bakugo repeated. They're hiding and waiting for the fight to come to them, on the top floor, where they're gonna get pinned down. Sometimes the best strategy is a good defense, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo leveled a glare at him. It took some effort, but Izuku resisted the urge to turn and look at it. The only good defense is a good offense, Deku. Yeah, you seem like the type of guy who knows about offending people, Kaminari said. What the F is that supposed to mean? Yagi had to step in to prevent a fistfight from breaking out, and by the time everyone finally settled down, the hero team had finally reached the top floor. Watch closely, now, Yagi advised. Hold on to any questions or comments you come up with for discussion. Satu was the first through the door, immediately kanoniing into Ida while Aoyama darted past and checked each doorway. A moment later Ida threw Satu off and went straight for Aoyama, knocking him off his feet with a well-placed kick. Satu immediately tackled him, nearly sending him straight to the floor after him. As the class watched, the fight descended into an all-out brawl between Ida and Satu. Aoyama slipped free and continued to open doors until he finally found the right one and turned to shout for Satu. Almost immediately, a pillar of black shadow slammed him in the chest and pinned him to the opposite wall. This seemed to distract Satu enough for Ida to disengage and attack Aoyama again, right as Aoyama let loose his quirk. The laser narrowly missed Ida and instead hit the wall alongside the open door, almost punching a hole right through it. Satu charged at the doorway, flung himself against the barrier of shadow a few times, then turned and rammed the damaged wall instead. After a few more laser blasts from Aoyama, Satu managed to ram straight through so hard that a section of the wall flew inward and crashed into the asset itself. Undeterred, Satu charged in and threw himself into the shadows. It was a mess, but a quick one. Aoyama was slippery enough to fire laser after laser into the room, punching through Tokoyami's shadows until Satu got through and charged straight into the battered papier-mâché bomb. He proceeded to flatten it under his fists. A stunned silence followed, until Yagi stammered out a quick, "Hero team, wins. Please make your way back to the observation room." Gradually Satu let up on the destroyed bomb and looked around blankly, as if confused about where the voice was coming from. On a different screen, Aoyama struck a victory pose for the camera. Izuku glanced around at his classmates. Most of them were exchanging glances, or staring at the screens in utter bewilderment. The only exception was Katsuki, who looked angrier than usual for all that he'd been proven right. Without a word, Izuku slipped out his notebook and started taking notes. It was Yaoyorozu who broke the silence first. "Well," she said. "That was certainly something." "It was kind of cool," Kaminari offered. "Guess you were right after all, Bakugo." Katsuki was too busy fuming to answer. Luckily, in spite of all the brawling that had happened, there weren't any pressing injuries beyond a few bruises. That was probably one of the perks of having two participants in actual armor. When the two teams returned, Ida and Tokoyami were walking side by side in disappointed silence. Satu was stumbling a little, looking a bit more blank-faced and confused than he had earlier, while Aoyama was performing a graceful runway strut, glittering cape sweeping behind him. Izuku shot one last look at Bakugo and braced himself for the oncoming tirade. "I hope you all enjoyed our decisive victory," Aoyama announced in a grandiose voice, before Katsuki's harsh tone cut him off. "You call that a victory?" He wasn't even yelling, really, but his voice was harsh enough to ricochet in the room. "I mean, they won," Kaminari pointed out. "I don't know what else you'd call it." Next to Izuku, Hayamizu fidgeted and played with the leash in his hands. He must have been concerned about the interruption, judging by the anxious looks he was sending Yagi. Luckily their teacher looked more interested than upset by it. "Would you care to elaborate, young Bakugo? Why did their victory fall short in your eyes?" "Are you kidding me?" Katsuki snapped. Hayamizu twitched again, but Yagi shrugged off the outburst once more. What kind of dumbass question is that? They completely shat the bed. We all saw the same match, it was a FING mess. Sata made a noise of vague indignation, while Aoyama struck another pose that let him look down his nose at a boy who was technically taller than him. Helter-skelter and chaotic it may have been, but you cannot deny we won, no? Izuku cringed. Katsuki actually snarled at him. It's all right, Yagi broke in. Young Bakugu, please continue. With words, if possible. These two numbnuts forgot the goddamn asset they were recovering was a bomb. Katsuki's voice dripped contempt. Chucklefuck number 1 knocked a wall onto it, and Chucklefuck number 2 hit it with a giant F-off laser. Aoyama looked a bit put out. It was only a bit of rough handling. Hey, you know, Sata spoke up, a little haltingly. His eyes were beginning to clear up, just barely. We took out the villain team. Yeah, and you took out the surrounding city with them, dumbass. Katsuki's lip curled scornfully. What's the point of winning a goddamn fight if you don't even FING save anyone? Yaoyorozu was nodding along, lips pressed together. Both of the hero team members had gone from smug to shamefaced. Aoyama looked close to tears. This is why strategy is important, Yagi continued, taking over the discussion. There are times when rushing in and wielding pure brute force against the enemy is the best course of action. An infiltration mission to recover a volatile and deadly weapon is rarely one of them. Bakugu isn't wrong, he continued, with a meaningful look at the hero team. You may have completed the parameters for a victory, but you did so by sacrificing the spirit of the exercise. That said, it was just an exercise. There's no need for gloom and doom when all that was destroyed was a bit of papier-mâché. Take this lesson and learn from it, that's all. Now, moving on to the villain team. Izuku sighed with relief when Bakugu fell back into a sullen silence. When Yagi invited questions and comments, his and Yaoyorozu's were the first hands in the air. Now, on to the next match, Yagi-sensei announced, once discussion had concluded and a new fake bomb procured. Ochako stood a little taller, bouncing on the ball of her feet. 4 teams had gone and 6 were left. It wouldn't be so bad to go in the middle, she hadn't envied the ones who had to go first, and she hoped she wouldn't have to go last either. And besides, it would be hard to make it any more of a mess than the last round had been. The hero team of this round shall be? Team D. She caught her breath, pulse suddenly heavy. That was her and Bakugu. They were going next. And Team C will be the villain team, Yagi-sensei went on. If you like, young Hayamizu, you may leave your dog with me before you and Azui make your way into the building. Bakugu and Uraraka, you have 5 minutes to prepare. Good luck. So, what exactly is your quirk? Shudo asked. I know you can jump pretty far, after yesterday. My quirk is called frog form, Azui replied. I can pretty much do anything a frog can do. Besides the jumping, I can stick to walls, and my tongue is 20 meters long. I could probably, her voice trailed off for a moment, and she tilted her head and gave him a considering look. I could definitely lift you with it. Anything else? I can secrete a toxic substance from my pores, it's just a mild irritant, though, Azui went on. I can also swallow objects and regurgitate them later. And I can drink water by absorbing it through my skin, but that's not important. Her brow furrowed. Also, please don't take this the wrong way. It was impossible to hear those words without taking them the wrong way. Okay. I was sort of hoping I wouldn't team up with you, she said, a little guiltily. I mean, I guess it's better than having you as an opponent, but if I'm working with you then we might be at a disadvantage. Your quirk is ice, right? Well, I don't do very well in low temperatures, she went on. Cold makes me drowsy, my body has trouble with thermal equilibrium, and if I get too cold, I shut down completely. Stay clear of my right side then, Shudo advised. That's where the ice comes from. My quirk is, cold from the right, heat from the left. So it's not as big a disadvantage as it could be. Azui's eyes lit up. Okay. I think we can work with that. Team C. They were up against Hayamizu and Azui Tsuyu, rather. She said yesterday that she preferred Tsuyu. Already the 2 members of the villain team were hurrying to get in position, their heads together as they discussed strategy. Yagi-sensei was holding the leash on Hayamizu's dog. If Hiro was at all worried about his handler wandering off, he was trained well enough not to show it. Hurry up, Bakugu snapped, jolting Ochako out of her thoughts. Right. Coming. She hastened to catch up with him, trying to settle her nerves. So what's the plan? At first, Bakugu took long enough to answer that she was sure he was ignoring her entirely, and her heart sank. It was just her luck that her teammate was one of those proud, too good for you types. Satu and Aoyama hadn't appeared to talk to each other or plan ahead, and look where that had gotten them. They had reached the outside of the building, and Ochako was about to try again, when he finally answered her. What do you know about Frog Girl's quirk? Tsuyu's quirk? Of course he was asking her. He hadn't talked to Tsuyu yet, and she had. Only a little, but still more than him. It's sort of exactly what it looks like. She can do whatever a frog can do. I know she can jump and climb things, and she's got a really long tongue. How far does that go? Her tongue? I'm not sure, it would have been weird to ask. No, dumbass, he said impatiently. I mean the frog thing. How far does that go? How close does she get to just being a FING frog? I don't know, we've just chatted a little between classes, Ochako admitted. Why? Is that important? Bakugo grinned wolfishly. It does when she's working with Klondike over there. Hayamizu has an ice quirk, right? Ochako said. Oh, right. Tsuyu said she gets cold easily. We were talking this morning because my seat's right under the vent for the air conditioner. Frogs are cold-blooded, Bakugo cut her off. If they get cold enough, they pass out. Sheet like that carries over with animal mutant quirks. Oh. Ochako nodded. So, you like learning about quirks too, then? Like Midoriya? Shut up, he said flatly. It doesn't matter. As long as we get them to fight in the same place, Candyland's quirk will take out Frog Girl for us. But then that still leaves Hayamizu, she pointed out. I'm not worried about him, Bakugo said dismissively. Are you sure? I've seen him use his quirk to slow down a zero-pointer, she was about to say. His quirk doesn't matter, Bakugo snapped. He doesn't give a shit. I don't even know what he thinks he's doing here, but if he's not gonna take this seriously then that's on him. Ochako's minimal temper flared at the slight against her friend, new as he was. Who says he's not taking this seriously, she protested. Haven't you heard him talk? Bakugo pulled a disgusted face. He doesn't care about winning, he doesn't care about being the best. And he bends over backwards and runs off every time somebody breathes on him too hard. A miniature explosion sparked in his palm. Whatever, it's good for us. All we have to do if we want to win is give a shit. Okay, if you're sure, Ochako said uncertainly. So then, if Hayamizu's quirk weakens Tsuyu, then they've probably talked it over, and they'll separate like Yaoyorozu and Shinso did. Frogface'll probably run interference, Bakugo went on. Either we take her down early, or we force her back to wherever Klondike is. If his quirk's good for anything, it's guarding the bomb. Shouldn't be hard to take him down and get through. With explosions? Ochako asked. Won't that risk the bomb? Bakugo gave her a scornful look. Do I look like that slack-jawed gorilla? I can control my output, I'm not 5. Okay. Try as she might, she couldn't keep the edge out of her voice. They were on the same team, the least Bakugo could do was try to be a little nicer. Fine. So you handle Hayamizu's ice, and I'll, what? Handle Tsuyu? You make sheet float, right? Doesn't matter if she can climb and jump if she can't touch the ground. He shrugged. If not, my quirk'll take her out too. All you really need to do is get us in there. Ochako was about to ask what he meant when Yagi-sensei's voice spoke into their earpieces. Time's up. Hero team, you may enter the building. That's our cue, Ochako said, and started toward the door. Bakugo caught her by the arm. Don't go in through the FING door, he said, as if the very idea was the stupidest thing he'd ever heard. How else do you suggest we get in, she asked, her tone biting. He didn't seem to notice or care. The last villain team parked their sheet on the top FING floor, he said. Last thing we need is to waste time climbing the goddamn stairs, when we can just start at the top. How? He gaped at her. What the F, do you mean how? You're the one who makes sheet float. Your quirk works on people, doesn't it? It'd be pretty shitty if it didn't. Ochako's patience was wearing thin. You want me to float both of us? Did I FING stutter? No, it's just, Ochako gritted her teeth. I get nauseous right away if I use my quirk on myself for too long. He smirked. Won't be long. Just until we get to the top floor. It'll take seconds. Ochako opened her mouth to protest, then closed it. Standing around arguing would waste just as much time as climbing stairs. Okay, fine, she muttered, then added under her breath, I swear if I puke, I'm aiming for your shoes this time. What? Nothing. She tapped all 5 fingers against his shoulder, and with only a split second of hesitation, she did the same to herself. Vertigo crashed over her. Her costume was designed around pressure points in her wrist that warded off nausea, it was barely enough. Luckily, there wasn't much more she needed to do. Bakugo shifted his grip on her arm and fired off his quirk with his free hand. They were airborne immediately, gaining speed and altitude as Bakugo let off explosion after explosion. True to his word, they reached the top floor in seconds. 2 last well-placed blasts got them inside, one to shift their trajectory, and one to shatter the window. Ochako released her quirk and crashed unceremoniously to the ground. Her stomach heaved dangerously but, thankfully, kept its contents inside. It took a few moments for her head to stop spinning enough to move. When she finally staggered up, she found Bakugo walking back to her from further down the hall. "Bomb ain't here," he said. They probably figured it was obvious after the last round. "One floor at a time, then?" Ochako shook her head to clear it. "Whatever. I swear, if they hid the DMN thing on the second floor, I'm gonna murder them both." In spite of herself, Ochako giggled as she opened the door to the stairwell. She stepped in, startled by how much cooler it was inside. It made sense, she supposed. The stairwell was cold concrete, and there was no way for sunlight to get in. Bakugo pushed ahead of her impatiently, right before Ochako stepped up to the top of the stairs and breathed out. She happened to glance over at Bakugo as she did so. Her teammate, who wasn't wearing a helmet like she was. Whose breath was coming out in small clouds. "Bakugo," she warned, but it was too late. He took 2 steps down before his foot shot out from underneath him. Ochako lunged for him, but only just grazed him with 3 fingers before he toppled out of reach. Barely thinking, she flung herself down the steps and managed to both slap him properly and grab the railing bolted into the wall. It was enough to keep her from falling down the stairs, but not enough to keep her on her feet. She immediately lost her foothold and ended up clinging to the railing with both hands while she scrabbled for purchase on the stairs. The smooth, wet, ice-slicked stairs. Not far from where she hung, Bakugo kicked and writhed in midair, a litany of curses echoing against the concrete walls. Ochako regained her footing and reached out, intending to give him a push to the next landing. "Don't," Bakugo snapped. He twisted around until his angle was just right, then braced his arm forward and let loose another explosion. When the fire and heat subsided, the stairwell was filled with fine mist and the steps were wet but no longer icy. "Let me down." Ochako complied, and the two of them descended the steps and left the stairwell to check the next floor. This time, it was Ochako who almost fell. She managed to catch the doorknob just in time to save herself. Beside her, Katsuki growled under his breath. The entire hallway floor was covered in a thin sheen of ice. "This is bullshit. We still need to find them," Ochako said. "We'll just have to be careful. You shouldn't waste your quirk on this if we have to fight later, but if you shuffle your feet or sort of penguin walk, you won't fall." To demonstrate, she kept her feet shoulder-width apart and made her way carefully onto the ice. Bakugo followed her, still snarling quietly to himself. "This is stupid. You'll look more stupid if you fall on your butt." The floor was clear. The next flight of stairs was also frozen over, and Ochako got the distinct impression that all of them would be like this. Bakugo blew the ice away again rather than hobbling down 1 step at a time, and Ochako couldn't bring herself to argue her earlier point. The floor here was the same as the one upstairs. Ochako sighed heavily as she slid and shuffled her way down the hallway, but to her surprise, Bakugo suddenly snickered to himself. "What's so funny? Frogface is probably having a shitty time," he said. "They may be slowing us down, but I bet it's slowing her down, too. Her costume ain't that warm." He stopped, frowning. "There's a draft." "Is there?" Gingerly Ochako shuffled to the next corner. That could mean any. Something long and thick whipped around her waist and yanked her right off her feet. There was no purchase and nothing to hold on to, and in a split second Ochako was helpless as she was pulled around the corner to where a window stood wide open. Tsuyu clung to the wall beside it, eyes bright and sheepish. "Sorry, Ochako-chan," she said, then crawled out the window and took Ochako with her. Now suspended in the open air, Ochako looked around wildly to get her bearings. It was a sheer drop, only Tsuyu's quirk was keeping them both from falling several floors to the ground below. Bakugo's voice came blaring into her ear. He was shouting over their communication devices. "Hey Chipmunk Cheeks, what the F just happened?" "She can stick to the walls outside," she answered. "She's probably been spying on us through the windows." "The FING windows." "What? Look at the FING windows. What other floors are they open on?" Ochako looked. At first she couldn't see any, but then, 4th floor. "It's right in the middle of the building." Bakugo barked out a laugh. "That's the floor where she first came out. Bet that's where the bomb is. Either keep her busy or meet me there." Ochako looked around, and found that she was being lowered to the ground, right back to the starting point. Apparently, being on the villain team didn't make Tsuyu mean enough to just drop her. So much the better. It meant that when the 4th floor came within reach, Ochako was ready for it. For the first time, she wished her costume came with gloves. Grasping a section of Tsuyu's tongue in both hands, she twisted with all her might. From above her came a choking sound, and Ochako winced in sympathy. Indian burns were bad enough on arms. But the tongue went limp for a moment, its grip loosening, and Ochako made her move. Kicking out as if on a rope swing, she threw herself toward the open window and just missed it. With nothing left to do, she used her quirk on herself again. It got her to the sill, and she cancelled it before it could bring up bile. Tsuyu's tongue whipped down at her, trying to catch her, and she grabbed it with all 5 fingers. From there, it was easy to pull her weightless opponent down and through the open window. Vertigo threatened her again until she released her quirk, but that was fine. It wasn't ideal, but as Ochako stood up and got her bearings, she realized that it wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been. Tsuyu was shivering visibly now, and with good reason. Where the previous floors had only been slippery, the hallways on this level were completely lined in ice from floor to ceiling. Ochako gave a shudder of her own and lifted her visor when her breath began to fog it up. Tsuyu was fleeing, but not quickly without dry unfrozen walls to stick on. She was in the same boat as Ochako. It wasn't hard to follow her. "I'm in," she said. "Tsuyu's here too, and the cold slowing her down." "Are you almost here? Hold your fing. Horses." The sound of muffled explosions reached her ears, and then a far less muffled explosion rang out as, elsewhere on the floor, Bakugu blew down the stairwell door. "Where the F are you, you shitty ice cube BSTRD? Sorry, Hayamizu-chan." Tsuyu's voice barely reached her. "They found it. Get ready." Explosions rang out one after the other as Bakugu blasted through ice and bolted doors. Still shuffling over the slick floor, Ochako followed both Tsuyu and the sound of carnage. Luckily, both seemed to be heading in the same direction. Tsuyu rounded a corner before she did, and the explosions were cut off by another stream of fluent swearing. Ochako reached the bend just in time to see Bakugu on the ground with Tsuyu trembling over him, having yanked him off his feet the way she'd done to Ochako. It wouldn't last, not with Tsuyu slow and shivery from the cold and Bakugu already climbing to his feet, but they had already lost so much time. Bakugu caught sight of Ochako as he rose. Tsuyu had knocked him down just outside a door he'd blown open. "BSDRD's in there with the bomb," he barked out. "Don't just stand there." Throwing caution to the wind, Ochako hurried forward and hoped against hope that she wouldn't fall. She grabbed Tsuyu's wrist and pulled her through the door after Bakugu. Maybe, if his cold-blooded teammate was with them when they attacked, Hayamizu would hesitate to use his quirk against them even more. The room was just as frozen as it was outside. Floor, ceiling, and walls were covered in several inches of slick ice. The bomb stood at the far wall, boxed off by 3 more ice walls. Hayamizu stood in front of it. Before him Bakugu was breathing hard, puffing out steam like a dragon, but Hayamizu's eyes were on Tsuyu, who leaned heavily on Ochako and continued to shiver. Hayamizu didn't look ready to attack or defend. Hayamizu-chan." Tsuyu croaked out, and Ochako tasted victory. Behind them, the door thudded against the frame, pulled shut by Tsuyu's tongue, and Ochako realized that it was not a call for help, but a signal. Ochako stepped forward, ready to call a warning, but her voice and breath got stuck in her throat as the room lit up bright orange. Fire. There was fire everywhere. She sprang back with a shriek of alarm, stumbling as the ice beneath her shifted and sank. When the fire finally dissipated, almost as quickly as they had appeared, she found herself still blind from her fogged-up visor. Alarmed, she pulled her helmet off, and a wave of muggy air hit her like a physical blow. Even without her visor, the air was thick with steam. Just seconds before, this room had been an icebox, and now it was a sauna. "It's not cold in here anymore," she realized, right before Tsuyu pulled her off her feet again and wrapped her wrists in capture tape. "Bakugu, I'm down," she yelled, but her voice was lost in the deafening explosions. She couldn't see Bakugu, only the light of his quirk through the fog and steam that had once been ice. Bakugu was yelling and swearing. The sounds of a struggle followed, and then the yelling stopped. Ochako's heart lifted. Had Bakugu subdued him? Could they still win this? The temperature in the room dropped again. Cool air wafted against her face, stirring up the fog and steam until it finally cleared. Her teammate was on the ground, seething. Hayamizu crouched over him, goggles knocked askew, holding tight to the capture tape twisted around Bakugu's wrists. The sight of it sank in for a heartbeat, before Tsuyu spoke up. "You okay, Hayamizu-chan?" she asked. Hayamizu swayed as he stood up and took a step back from Bakugu. "I feel great," he replied, and fainted. There was a moment of shocked silence, before Yagi-sensei's voice rang out over their earpieces. "Villain team wins. Are you sure you're okay?" Shudo asked again. "Hypothermia isn't a joke. I know, because I've had it." "Hayamizu-chan, you literally just fainted." "That wasn't a faint. It barely qualified as a swoon." He'd recovered almost immediately, before Yagi-sensei even had time to call recovery girl. It was hardly the first time this had happened, so he knew how to handle it. All he had to do was sit down for a few moments, and the headache and dizziness subsided. "It looked a lot worse than it was. I just overused my quirk a little. But that's why hypothermia's on my mind. I used to have a problem with it before I figured out how to regulate my own body temperature. I wasn't in the cold that long, Azui said. To be honest, I was sort of playing it up so Ochako-chan would lower her guard. Thanks, Uraraka mumbled behind them. Bakugo was probably back at the observation room already. He'd stormed off while Shudo was still waiting for the dark spots in his vision to clear up. Actually, Azui went on with a croak. I don't really get hypothermia the way most people do. When I get cold enough for long enough, I go into torpor. And that means my metabolism stops, and my body sort of shuts down, but it doesn't hurt me, and it wears off just fine once I'm warmer. That sounds kind of terrifying, Shudo told her. Azui beamed. One time my sister won at hide and seek by crawling into the freezer and falling asleep. She woke up in time for dinner and ate enough for 3. They reached the observation room together, and Shudo opened the door to find every set of eyes in the room turning toward him. He stopped short, barely noticing when Azui ran into his back. Voices and their owners came at him from all sides. Hayamizu, that was awesome. Seriously? Fire? Since when can you do fire? That was so much fire. Dude, you never told us you did fire and ice. So unfair. It was a lot, all at once. Shudo blinked and found himself shrinking back so that Azui stood between him and their classmates. He spotted Yagi's face on the far side of the room and sent him what he hoped was a pleading look. All right, back up now. For heaven's sake, give them room to come in. Yagi came striding through the crowd with Hiro in tow. The other students, probably remembering Aizawa's threat, all moved to give them room. The shouting quieted, and the leash was back in Shudo's hands in a matter of moments. Hiro nosed him as if checking him over, and Shudo curled his fingers into his ruff until his nerves finally settled. Are you sure you don't want to see Recovery Girl? Yagi asked, quietly enough that only Shudo heard. I'm fine, sensei, Shudo mumbled. Thank you. Yagi looked unconvinced, but to Shudo's relief, he turned to the others instead of pressing the issue. Now to start off, any initial comments or questions? Raise hands, please. Kaminari's hand shot up so fast it sent up sparks. Yeah, Hayamizu, what the hell is up with your quirk? He'd been dreading this, just a little. Though, considering what the first day had been like, it was kind of a miracle this hadn't come out then. It's called half hot, half cold, he said. He tried to swallow, but the moisture in his mouth was gone. I can control ice with my right side, and fire with my left. None of the tests yesterday really needed fire, so it didn't come up. It didn't come up? Ashido echoed. Seriously? If I had a quirk like that, I'd be shouting it from rooftops. Like, hi, nice to meet you, I'm Ashido and my quirk is being a freaking elemental god. Shudo's stomach twisted itself into knots, and his bone-dry tongue refused to let him answer. It worked out in his favor, didn't it? Jairu pointed out. The hero team was totally unprepared for him to start whipping out fire. Ashido's eyes widened in realization. Oh. That was really smart, Hayamizu. That's not really. Raise hands, please, Yagi cut in, with long-suffering patience. Now. Let's start with positives. For both teams, mind you. Ida raised his hand. The hero team were mindful of one another and their quirks, and worked together to great effect in reaching the top floor and navigating Hayamizu-kuen's ice traps. Midoriya went next. It was hard to tell without hearing anything, but it looked like they caught on to Azui's weakness to cold and used it to subdue her. Uraraka's escape is also worth a mention, Yaoyorozu said when Yagi called on her. Did you know that floor would have the bomb? Oh, yeah. Uraraka replied. Actually, that was Bakugo's idea. Once I was outside, he told me to look for any other open windows. He figured she would have left the building on the floor the bomb was in. Azui winced and shot an apologetic look at Shudo. Sorry, I forgot to close it. It's fine, I didn't think of it either. Hagakure waved her hand up in the air until she was called. Hayamizu's ice traps were really good. I bet if the hero team hadn't noticed the window thing, it would have slowed them down enough to run out of time. That was the plan, Azui said. I was supposed to stay on the walls while they kept slipping on the ice, and put them back outside if I could so they'd have to start over. Like Home Alone meets Snakes and Ladders. Kirishima piped up. We didn't think of it that way, but yeah. Excellent, Yagi said. To add a few things from what I heard Uraraka, it was wise to conserve energy at the start rather than use full power on the first few obstacles. And that was quite the clutch save when young Bakugo nearly fell down the stairs. Uraraka blushed. Young Bakugo, that was quick thinking with the window. Now for critiques, when Yaoyorozu and Midoriya raised their hands, Yagi smiled. How am I not surprised? Midoriya, what are your thoughts? Uraraka should have captured Azui as soon as she had the chance, he said. If she'd taken her out of the equation earlier, she might have helped Bakugo reach the bomb or subdue Hayamizu. Very true. And Yaoyorozu? Ida was correct that the hero team worked together well, she said. But there were a number of times that Bakugo rushed ahead without keeping an eye on Uraraka, and it caused their teamwork to fall apart when it counted. She hesitated for a moment. I would also argue, on the villain team side, that it would have been wiser for Tsuyu not to engage with the hero team on their way down. She could have used her quirk to spy on them and keep track of their progress. The ice alone would have slowed them down enough that the villain team wouldn't have had to use such a hazardous maneuver to win. Jairu's hand went up. I'm with Yaoyorozu on this one, she said. I mean, I don't think anybody's denying that the fire show was awesome, but it could have burned his teammate and threatened the bomb. Shudo's stomach lurched. No, it wouldn't have. The words slipped out before he could stop them, pushed out by the rising pressure in his chest. Some of his indignation leaked into his voice, and he regretted it when the attention turned back to him. I'm not stupid, he said, burying his hands in Hiro's fur to keep them from shaking. I've burned myself before, and I have siblings that, he cut off the words by snapping his teeth shut for a moment. I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't sure Azui and the others wouldn't get hurt, he went on in a tight voice. It was only to turn the ice to steam and make the room humid for Azui. That's all. It wasn't meant to hurt anyone, so it didn't. He told me about that move before the match started, Azui added. He said he could do it safely, and I believed him, and we were both right. End of story. It's better not to dwell too much on what-ifs, Yagi broke in smoothly. Especially this early in your education. All of you will be training your quirks while at this school. Regardless of whether this was a case of skill or luck, while at UA your teachers will make sure you see marked improvement, so that you won't need to hope for luck. He nodded to Shudo with a reassuring smile. Personally, I would ascribe that more to skill. Fire is a difficult tool to work with, and those that master it are worthy of merit. That was well done, Hayamizu. For a moment, the tightness in Shudo's chest loosened, and he tried to ignore the voice in his head that reminded him that Endeavor fell under that category, too. It still seems kind of unfair, Zero said. I mean, Hayamizu's got 2 quirks for the price of 1. That basically cancels out his weaknesses, right? With a quirk like that, he's the perfect hero. It was like having his head move underwater. His ears roared and pulsed with blood, blocking out all other sounds until he could see Zero's mouth moving without hearing his words. His head felt equal parts tight and foggy, as if someone had stuffed his skull with cotton, and his stomach began its usual slow crawl up to his throat. He abruptly came back into himself when a heavy, scratching weight buelled into his legs. Hiro was trying to jump up on him, front paws scrabbling for purchase against his thigh. Hastily Shudo shifted his weight and caught Hiro's paws on his next attempt. Hiro let himself be lowered to the floor, though his head snapped up so that he could lick Shudo's face while it was in reach. Petting him was like squeezing a stress ball, siphoning out the stress and nervous energy until Shudo could think clearly again. Didn't mean anything by it, Zero was saying defensively when Shudo tuned back into what was going on around him. It's a compliment. He's got a cool, way overpowered quirk, that's all. I just think you're missing the point, Midoriya's voice cut through the chatter. I mean, you're not wrong, I guess. His quirk is cool. It's flashy. Shudo eyed him uncertainly, and was surprised when Midoriya shot him a reassuring grin. It's just that, half the people in our class have flashy quirks, Midoriya continued. We're at UA, and with an entrance exam like that, having a flashy quirk just isn't that special, so I don't see the point of praising people for it. You don't do anything to get a quirk, you know? You're just born that way. So, Hayamizu's not all that impressive just because of his quirk. Rude, someone muttered. Midoriya rolled his eyes and spread his hands wide. Come on. He's impressive because of what he did with it. It was so simple but so effective, and his control is amazing. He filled the room with ice, and then he turned that ice into steam and water vapor in seconds to blind his opponents and give his teammate an environment she could work in. How cool was that? Haven't you guys watched a single All Might interview in your lives? I mean, Jairu murmured. He's done a lot of them. Midoriya rolled his eyes. The one with Takanaka Kaori, Channel 8 News, 10 years ago. He didn't notice the sharp breath Shudo drew in. Even All Might, the most ridiculously powerful hero who ever lived, knows that quirks are just something you get from your parents. What matters is what you do with them. Shudo was no stranger to being taken off guard. It had been a hard lesson to learn at 10, that structures and schedules and routines could fall apart in an instant. Sometimes things just happened without warning, and all he could do was cope in the moment. It got worse when they got out, when they were moved into freedom and Shudo couldn't trust his own mind anymore. But once in a while, he was blessed with a feeling of pure inevitability. Once in a while he was lucky enough to know exactly what was about to happen. The signal was a silent one, a wordless gesture rather than a vocal command. Hiro's ears twitched when he saw it, and obediently he began to paw at Shudo's leg again, whining loudly and insistently. The noise and movement caught Yagi's attention. As soon as his teacher met his eyes, Shudo swallowed past the growing pressure in his throat. "Sorry, sensei, I just need to." Yagi released him with a nod, and Shudo headed straight for the door. No one followed him out or paid him much mind, which suited Shudo just fine. He made his way down the hallway until he was satisfied with the distance, and the feeling of growing, swelling, almost dizzying warmth finally overcame him. He pressed himself against the wall and sank to the floor as first sob choked him on its way out, and the sting in his eyes turned to the hot rush of tears. Hiro crawled into his lap, nosed at his face, and let Shudo wrap his arms around him. He hadn't thought about that interview in years. He hadn't thought about sitting in his mother's lap, hanging on to every word as the symbol of peace told him that his father's blood hadn't poisoned him after all. He hadn't needed to, with his mother in his life every day and his siblings to look up to and his family free of Endeavor's shadow. Shudo had been worried about a lot of things: someone bothering Hiro, someone recognizing him, someone giving him a hard time for any reason or no reason. He hadn't considered that a classmate might sing his praises so thoroughly and perfectly that it made his heart swell to bursting. But that was okay. He was okay. As reasons to cry went, it was a DMN sight better than the ones he usually had. "I'm okay." Shudo's voice was a hoarse whisper as he pressed his face into his dog's neck. "I'm okay. I'm happy. Happy tears, Hiro. It's just a lot. It's a lot, that's all. I'm okay." 2 more matches went by, and Katsuki didn't care. Teams won or lost and Katsuki didn't care. Class ended up running a few minutes late because Deku and Ponytail couldn't shut up, and Katsuki didn't give a flying F dash. Stupid half and half BSTRD hadn't said a word since he came in from taking his dog out for a sheet or whatever. He'd just been standing next to Deku with a dumbfuck look on his face and nothing to say. If Katsuki had to watch one more slack-jawed idiot fawn over his quirk while half and half cringed and played bashful, he was going set his butt on fire. As if that wasn't obnoxious enough, the BSTRD had the nerve to pause on the way out and turn that modesty bullshit on Katsuki. That was a good match. F off, Katsuki snapped. "I wouldn't have told you about Deku if I'd known you were a two-faced a-hole too." He shrank back, which only spiked Katsuki's annoyance. "I don't know what you're. You can quit playing the weakling, shithead." Katsuki cut him off. "We FING know better now, so drop the act before I kick your butt." Without waiting for a reply, he shoulder-checked him out of the way and left. Deku's mealy-mouthed posturing was enough to deal with. He didn't need more. Natsuo came home from dinner that day. It wasn't out of the ordinary. Natsuo spent about as much time at home as he did at his college dorm. He probably could have made the commute from home to school, but Uncle Yuki had encouraged him to give the full college experience a try. Fuyumi had foregone dorm living to save money, Tuya hadn't gone to college at all, and Shudo probably wouldn't either since he was set on heroics, so Natsuo had taken it upon himself to experience it on their behalf, or something. His absence wasn't too noticeable, given his frequent visits and tendency to spam their group text during class, but it was nice to have him physically home. "So how's school?" Natsuo asked after beating him in another round of Mario Kart. "I assume the first 2 days went well, since I haven't had any threateningly vague texts from Tuya yet." "It's okay so far, I think," Shudo said honestly. His legs were warm, but close to falling asleep. Hiro was draped across his lap again, and Shudo didn't have the heart to bother him into moving. "It's a lot different from middle school. Both middle schools." "That can only be a good thing," Natsuo said acidly as he scrolled through the courses. "Rainbow Road? Bowser's Castle. Done and done. Make any friends yet?" "I think so." Natsuo's hand stilled on the controller, and he turned to face Shudo with wide eyes. "You serious? Are we going to race again, or?" "Tell me all about your new friends and you can pick the next game after one more race," Natsuo said. "Well, first there's Midoriya. You remember him, right?" Shudo set aside his controller. You mean the kid who saved you from a villain under a bridge?" "Yeah, I think he might ring a bell." "Anyway, he's in my class," Shudo went on. "He's pretty cool. There's also Uraraka. She's that girl I met at the entrance exam, and before you ask, yes, she's the one who threw up on my shoes. Then there's Ida, who I didn't expect to get along with, because he's kind of prissy. But he's okay, aside from that." "Prissy but okay," Natsuo echoes. Such glowing praise. "Hey, he yelled at me during the entrance exam for trying to go say hello to Midoriya. For some reason he thought I was trying to sabotage him or something." Shudo shrugged. "But he apologized for it, and he's been nicer, so it's fine." "Darn," Natsuo said dryly. "You went and made nice before I had the chance to chew him out." Ugh, don't, Shudo retorted. Tuya's bad enough about that. True. Natsuo shifted to put his feet up on the couch cushions. So is that everybody? 3 friends already? I ate lunch with them today, Shudo replied. And I think that's going to continue. So, yeah. There are a couple of JRKs, but actually there's just one JRK, and I don't really know what his problem is, but I don't really care because there's only one of him. Once the words were out, he almost regretted them. That was exactly the kind of thing Natsuo would latch on to and question, so he was quick to press forward. Yaoyorozu's nice too, and I was partnered up with Azui during hero class today, and she was really great to work with. I don't know if either of them count as friends yet. To his relief, his brother didn't ask after his brief reference to Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, Natsuo frowned. That name rings a bell, too. That family's big in heroics, Shudo answered. They used to do business with the old man. I heard him mention them once or twice. Never met any of them. Just people who worked with him. Oh. Well, no accounting for taste, Natsuo said dismissively. How about your teachers? They're all heroes, like I expected. And they're good. Really good. Shudo gave Hiro a thorough scratch behind the ears. Like I said. It's a lot different from middle school. Anybody I know? Natsuo perked up eagerly. Come on, tell me, you guys have left me out of the loop on this too long. Present Mix, my English teacher, like I told you before. Midnight teaches history. Wow. Natsuo frowned. Really? Is that allowed? At this point I'm too scared to ask. How about your homeroom teacher? Natsuo went on, stretching out along the length of the couch. Is it somebody cool? Gunhead? Ingenium? Backdraft? He gasped, eyes shining with hope. Please tell me Godzilla is your homeroom teacher. I wish. Shudo laughed. It's none of them. Nobody you know, actually. Aizawa-sensei's an underground hero. I think Midoriya said his hero name is Eraserhead. Natsuo fell off the couch. He had never been graceful, exactly. But Natsuo was strong and athletic, a devoted jock since high school, and he had enough control over his body that there was really no reason for him to be falling off of anything. But he fell off the couch, and it clearly wasn't intentional because he spent the next few seconds scrambling up and trying to play it off. Whoops, that was dumb, rolled to the edge of the couch like a dweeb. Anyway, good talk bro, now let's get our race on. Natsuo. Shudo cut through his brother's chatter, eyes narrowed. Do you know about Eraserhead? Who, me? Nah. That's you and Tuya's thing, you know? Heroes. I mean, not that heroes aren't cool and everything, just not my thing. You guys' thing. You're the hero guys, I'm the psych guy, we have all our stuff and heroes and Eraserhead isn't aren't stuff. Is that really the best you can? Shudo asked. You do realize that the fact that you've heard of Eraserhead isn't nearly as weird as the fact that you apparently don't want me to know, right? I was browsing? Natsuo said. The internet. I saw some mentions of him, but they were like, kinda sketch forums and I don't want you going around. Rainbow Road, Shudo said. No items. If I win, you tell me why you know about Eraserhead. Natsuo hesitated. Shudo, come on, it isn't even that important. And besides, you hate Rainbow Road. The fact that you're trying to convince me not to just tells me you already know I'll win. No self-respecting older brother could resist a challenge like that. It took less than a minute to set up the race. It took less than 5 for Shudo to cross the finish line first. Homeroom, Shudo was beginning to realize, was a gamble. On their very first day, for example, Aizawa had threatened the class with expulsion or failure multiple times and nothing about his demeanor suggested that those were extraordinary circumstances. And then there were days like today. Today you're picking class presidents, Aizawa told them without preamble. Hands shot upward, and he pressed forward before anyone could call out to volunteer. Work it out amongst yourselves, I don't care how. Just have an answer by the end of this PRD. With that, he stepped away from his desk and retreated back into his sleeping bag. That was probably a smart move. The moment he finished talking, the entire class was trying to shout over each other. Shudo, for his part, shrank down in his seat until Hiro nudged his head into his lap. Eventually, it was Ida who stood up and shouted everyone to order. Arguing about it will get us nowhere and is an ineffective method of choosing a leader. One of his swinging hands narrowly missed the edge of his own desk. A class president should be chosen by the class, therefore I propose we put it to a vote. I think, after Aizawa-sensei's quirk apprehension test and Yagi-sensei's exercise, we've all gotten a proper feel for each other. We've seen each other's raw abilities, and our abilities in conflict. That should be enough information with which to make a decision, correct? Not if everyone just votes for themselves, Kaminari called out. In that case, someone who receives multiple votes would stand out all the more. Ida argued. Shudo pursed his lips and sat up a little straighter. Ida zeroed in on him immediately. Yes, Hayamizu-kun? Can I, He paused, wondering how to say this without sounding presumptuous. I doubt anyone was going to vote for me to begin with, but just in case, don't. I don't want to be class president. I'm not interested. So don't bother. He slumped down in his seat again and averted his eyes to the window. Behind him, Bakugo made a quietly contemptuous noise. Of course, Ida replied. Everyone, please respect Hayamizu-kun's wishes, and if he feels strongly about this, then we can automatically throw out any vote for him. Remember, your vote is final, so don't waste it. A ballot box was hastily thrown together. Students scribbled their votes on scraps of notebook paper, and Ida, as the self-appointed voting official, went around to collect them. It was done fairly quickly, which made sense if most everyone was voting for themselves. Shudo wavered on his decision, caught between two possible candidates. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were both friendly, and yesterday's battle exercise had shown them to be sensible and clever with an eye for detail. And after what Midoriya had said, it wasn't hard to see him in a leadership position. But at the same time, that had been a very specific, very deeply personal thing for Shudo. Was that really something to base a class president election on, or was it just bias? In the end, he dug a coin out of his pocket and flipped it to decide. When it came up tails, he scribbled Yaoyorozu's name on his ballot and slipped it into the box when Ida came around. It is now time to count the votes, Ida announced when he had returned to the blackboard, as if anyone was confused about it. The class waited as he slipped out the first paper, unfolded it, and wrote Shuji Mezu on the board, followed by a single tally mark. He placed the ballot on Aizawa's desk and drew out the next. Midoriya Izuku. Ojiro Mashireo. Ida drew out the fourth and did a double take. Ida turned to level a glare on the rest of the seated students. Whichever of you thinks they're being funny, I assure you, you are not. This is supposed to be a serious process. Choosing class officers is not something to be joked about. There was a ripple of muffled giggling. Confused, Shudo left off watching Ida to look around. Was he missing something? Even Aizawa had taken notice, peeking out of his sleeping bag to frown at them in tired annoyance. What's the matter, Ida? Kaminari was on the verge of laughing. I thought you said every vote counts. It does. Ida faced the class, one hand on his hip, the other waving the ballot in righteous fury. So who voted for Hayamizu-kun's dog? Shudo started, banging his knee against the bottom of his desk. In response, Hiro let out a soft whine. The stifled giggling grew to audible snickers. Just mark it down and move on, Aizawa groused from the corner. You only have one PRD to get through this. With a heavily put-upon sigh, Ida turned to the board and reluctantly wrote out Hayamizu-kun's dog and a single tally mark. Shudo shot a glance at Kaminari and found his classmate watching the proceedings with a self-satisfied smile. Now, Ida went on, reaching for another ballot. If we can resume conducting this election properly. His voice trailed off. Silence reigned in the classroom for at least 8 seconds as the entire class watched him on bated breath. Hayamizu-kun, Ida said, without turning around. Did you say your dog's name was Hiro? Shudo's mouth dropped open. It couldn't be. Yes? With another heavy sigh, Ida added a second tally mark next to Hayamizu-kun's dog. Wait, what? Kaminari blurted out. Shudo, along with the rest of the class, watched incredulously as the votes were tallied up. By the third and fourth votes for Hiro, his classmates had taken to applauding whenever Ida added another mark next to his name. By the seventh, even Ida seemed to have accepted his fate, or rather, their fate. At last, Ida put the last ballot down and simply stared at the board. Shuji Mezu. Midoriya Izuku. Ojiro Mashireo. Hayamizu-kun's dog. Bakugo Katsuki. Shinso Hitoshi. Yaoyorozu Momo. Aoyama Yuga. This was all very amusing, Ida said, not sounding very amused. Now can we please try this again, now that we've exhausted the joke? Hey, no takebacks. Kaminari called out. You said so yourself, Ida, votes are final. Ida turned around, spluttering. The results of this election are hardly trustworthy. The results seem pretty clear to me, Shinso said, smirking. In fact, I think that's what they call a landslide victory. The people have spoken. Uraraka called from across the room. Her voice wobbled like she was trying not to laugh. We will not be silenced. This is absurd. Ida protested. Hayamizu-kun doesn't even want to be class president. Well, the class didn't elect Hayamizu, Midoriya pointed out, and Shudo turned to gape at him. He had 3 votes, why was he going along with this? The votes were clearly for his dog, not Hayamizu himself. Ida pinched the bridge of his nose, looking as if he were warding off a headache. Yes, I understand that, he said. But consider this, he is a dog. Ah, so what? A grinning Siro retorted. Tokoyami's got a bird head, and I bet you wouldn't have complained if we elected him. Thank you, Tokoyami said in a long-suffering voice. Yeah, Ashido added. And besides, if we have a mouse dog bear whatever for a school principal, then why can't Hiro-chan be our president? Yeah, Ida, don't be so prejudiced against animals. Shinso chimed in with a smirk. I have a copy of the student handbook, Yayorozu offered. I don't think there are any rules against electing a dog president, but I could check. The look that Ida gave her was one of utter betrayal. Aizawa-sensei, he almost pleaded, turning to their teacher. There's no such rule, Aizawa informed them after a moment's hesitation. Several people cheered. Hey, everybody, it looks like Midoriya and Momo tied for second place. Hagakure piped up, waving one hand for attention. Does that make them co-vice presidents under our new president Hiro? I believe that's the fairest conclusion, Yayorozu said. If that's all right with you, Midoriya? I don't mind at all. Midoriya answered readily. I look forward to working with you. You can't be serious. Ida protested one last time. We can't possibly go through with this. Bold words from a guy who didn't get any votes, Shinso retorted. Shinso, come on, man. Kirishima called. I was trying to bump you up to 2 votes. Don't tell me. You actually voted for the dog. Straight-faced, Shinso raised his hand. All in favor of President Hiro and Vice Presidents Midoriya and Yayorozu. A chorus of "I"s rang out, followed by Ida's vehement "nay," and Shinsu's hand dropped back to his desk. Motion passed. The class erupted in cheers and applause. In the midst of it all, Shudo twisted around, and was surprised to find disbelief similar to his own on Bakugu's face, though Bakugu looked a lot less baffled and a lot more angry. It was still the closest they had ever come to being on the same page. The anger didn't fade, for as long as Shudo was aware. He snatched a few more glances back, hoping Bakugu wouldn't notice. His classmate never did, too, by glaring daggers at those cheering loudest for Midoriya. Hagakure hopped out of her seat to go back and offer Midoriya a high five, but never seemed to notice Bakugu scowling at her. Eventually the PRD ended. A few more people called out congratulations to the 2 new vice presidents, and to the new president though, thankfully, no one tried to pet him. Aizawa was still in the room. Shudo slowed his pace on the way out. Aizawa barely seemed to notice him as he folded up his sleeping bag and gathered up some loose papers on the front desk. That's game, Natsuo. Now tell me why you know about Eraserhead. Okay, fine. Look, it's just, not one of things we talk about, you know. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Do you remember when Tuya disappeared? Hayamizu. Shudo blinked, startled, and found his teacher looking back at him. Did you need something? I never told you why he came back. I'm really sorry. I wanted to, but there was so much going on. Tuya even told me not to. Once he was back, and the family was together again, it wasn't that important how it happened. We just wanted you to focus on getting better. If this is about your class's decision, then you're well within your right to duck out, even if it wasn't technically for you, Aizawa told him. Does he know? About us? I don't know. I never told him, but... His mouth was dry. Even if he'd wanted to speak his mind, Shudo doubted the words would come. No, he said. I'm fine. I was just wondering if it really was okay. It's genuinely impossible for me to care any less than I already do. Shudo nodded wordlessly and left the classroom. Homeroom PRD was long over when the door to the teacher's lounge opened and slammed shut, startling Toshinori out of his schedule-focused reverie. Blinking the blur out of his tired eyes, he turned away from his computer screen to see who was at the door. Aizawa stood there with a curiously tight expression, as if keeping his face in that arrangement was taking a great deal more musculature than usual. How was class? Toshinori asked, before the silence began to turn awkward. They chose their class president. Somehow Aizawa's voice matched his face perfectly. Oh? Did it go well? They elected the dog. Aizawa's voice wobbled dangerously. It took a moment of studying his coworker's face before Toshinori discerned that he was not, in fact, joking. Ah, he said. Yeah. Well, Toshinori went on at length. I suppose it makes sense. Does it, now? He's the only member of the class who already has a license. I have to be honest, Midoriya said after the 4 of them sat down for lunch. I really didn't expect to get 3 whole votes. I'm glad you won, Shudo told him. Midoriya turned to stare at him, wide-eyed. Hayamizu, did you vote for me? Well, no, Shudo admitted. I voted for Yayorozu. But I did want to vote for you. Honestly, I wish I could have cast 2 votes. I ended up flipping a coin. Why'd you want to vote for me? Midoriya was still gaping at him in disbelief. What kind of question was that? Did he think it was strange? Of course he would. How would he know why his words mattered so much? Shudo's throat tightened. Well, it was, Words failed him until he slipped his hand down to Hiro under the table. The gentle lick he got untangled his nerves. It was mostly because of what you said, yesterday. About my quirk. You mean when he said your quirk wasn't impressive? Uraraka grinned impishly at Midoriya's groan. No, I mean, Shudo raised his eyes and found all three of his classmates looking at him expectantly. It's just... Hayamizu, Ida broke in gently. If it's something you aren't comfortable talking about, then no one here is forcing you to. Shudo shot him a grateful look. It was a shame Ida didn't get any votes, he would have made a good class president, too. It's fine. I just don't like it when people talk about my quirk that way. I mean the way Siro was talking about it. You don't like people talking about how cool your quirk is? Uraraka asked, mystified. I hate it. It came out harsher than Shudo meant it. Just. People praising me for what my quirk is. Calling it perfect. I hate it. I used to, he stopped. It's like Midoriya said, what's the point of it? I didn't pick it, I didn't do anything to get it, I didn't even ask for it, that's all. He shook his head furiously. That wasn't all, it wasn't just luck that got him this quirk, but he could hardly tell them that. I know it probably sounds stupid, and arrogant. It isn't stupid at all, Hayamizu. Ida protested. His hand thumped the table, and Shudo jumped. Sorry. But it isn't stupid. Your quirk is something you obtain by chance. A powerful quirk can be born to anyone, and has no bearing on virtue or character. Praise for such things is empty. Ida adjusted his glasses. You simply want to be recognized for your own merit, rather than for something you had no control over. There's nothing arrogant about that, Hayamizu. Quite the opposite, actually. His throat felt tight again. Shudo ducked his head and nodded. There was a pause. You know, I actually can relate, somewhat, Ida went on. I'm not saying this to impose upon your feelings, of course. But I think I do understand. You do? Uraraka asked. How? Well, it was Ida's turn to look embarrassed. Oh, my. I just realized how arrogant this is going to sound. My problem exactly. Shudo managed to smile. Well, I might as well come out with it. You know how my surname is Ida, yes? This time, it was Midoriya who thumped the table. I knew it. Sorry, Hayamizu, I got excited. Midoriya pressed his hands to the table and leaned forward toward Ida. You're related to that Ida family, aren't you? In Shudo's mind, the connection clicked. It wasn't an uncommon surname, so it hadn't occurred to him before. You're kidding me. Wait, what? Uraraka piped up. What is it? Why is that name familiar? Well, Yaoyorozu and I are somewhat in the same boat, Ida explained. I also come from a prominent hero family, which includes the Ingenium. Midoriya broke in, eyes alight. You're related to him? He's incredible. By now, Ida had turned faintly pink. He's my older brother, he said. I wouldn't trade my family for any other, but I must admit that I have an incredibly daunting legacy to live up to. One that comes with many expectations that I'm not sure I can meet. He lifted his chin. My brother is a truly great hero who does amazing things every day. He's inspired me since I was small, and I am so very proud of him. But I have very large shoes to fill, and a long way to go if I hope to live up to his example. I'm sure you will, Uraraka told him. You're already really smart and good with your quirk. You'll have no problem being a great hero. I'm very glad you think so, Uraraka. It was similar, on the surface. Ida was born with something that gave people expectations of who he was, who he should be. Ida shared blood with a strong hero with many strong heroes. But the similarities stopped there, and Shudo could see that just by looking at his face. His smile was open, wide, and honest. There was real respect there, real admiration and real love, the kind that could only exist when it went both ways. Ida's brother was a hero, a household name, and Ida loved his brother and spoke of him with pride. His family legacy was an intimidating goal, but it was not a burden. And Shudo? Shudo tried to place himself in that position, to imagine a world where he was proud of the blood in his veins and the power he had inherited and the man who had passed it to him. But he couldn't. When he tried, his thoughts flickered out like an old film projector and left him with nothing. No, it really wasn't the same at all, was it? Does that make sense, Hayamizu? Ida asked, pulling him back out of his thoughts. I'm terribly sorry, was bragging, wasn't it? I didn't mean to brag. I just thought it might be similar, considering the expectations around us, and, his voice trailed off. It's fine, Shudo assured him. And it was, all of that unpleasantness was hardly Ida's fault. Thanks for sharing that, Ida. His classmate friend looked relieved. You're welcome. I just hope you know we can see your merits quite clearly, regardless of your quirk. Bakugu's got a really powerful quirk, too, Uraraka pointed out. And you beat him fair and square. It'll only get harder to do that, Midoriya said grimly. Now that he knows what your quirk is. Katsuki can never resist a challenge, not even a perceived challenge. Shudo winced, remembering Bakugu's strange tirade after yesterday's hero class had ended. In any case, I think you'll make a fine hero, Ida said. In fact, I believe we all will. I have a good feeling about the next 3 years, we can only improve from here. The rest of the lunch hour passed pleasantly, peacefully, and without incident. Peacemakers Community Center attacked and defaced. Yubinshi earlier today, members of the local Peacemakers chapter discovered that the Kitayama Community Center had been broken into and vandalized. As many residents are aware, the community center was bought and repurposed by the Peacemakers program in the wake of All Might's retirement. The center had been closed down due to a lack of public funding and resources necessary to continue its upkeep and operation. In a matter of weeks, the then-fledgling organization turned the disused building into not only a base for the local Peacemakers unit, but also a thriving and popular facility used for recreation, public meetings, and other social and cultural activities. It is thanks to the Kitayama Community Center that this area in Yubinshi is often considered the birthplace of the Peacemakers initiative. All Might's influence, and indeed the efforts of his program and its members, have been responsible for many improvements in Yubinshi, as well as every city in which they take root. Police and local hero agencies are currently investigating the damage and defacement of the community center. Upon arriving this morning, the building manager discovered that much of the front outer wall was missing, including the doors to the main entrance. Inside, offices, meeting rooms, and recreational areas were discovered to have been ransacked and defaced. No identifying marks or insignias were left at the scene. Fortunately, no one was inside when this attack took place. Police have yet to make an official statement on their findings, but continue to work closely with local hero agencies in their ongoing investigation. The community center is temporarily closed down for repairs. All Might at official symbol of peace. Remember to stand strong in the face of hardship, to never yield to force alone. It will be all right, do you know why? Because we are here together. Shudo, hey, I'm gonna come home kind of late today. Fuyumi, okay. Everything all right? Shudo, yeah, just gonna meet with the class VPs. Fuyumi, oh. Cool. Fuyumi, wait. Fuyumi, Shudo. Shudo, yeah. Fuyumi, are you telling me they made you a class officer? Shudo, nope. Shudo, hero is though. Fuyumi, lol, but really. Shudo, really. Shudo, Fuyumi, they voted the dog president. Okay, so before we continue with this, I just want to make sure, Yaoyorozu said. Are you okay with this, Hayamizu? Yeah, I think we all got excited when Hiro got the most votes, Midoriya admitted. It was sort of funny at the time. It's still a little funny, Yaoyorozu said. But you did say you didn't want to be class president, so. Midoriya hesitated. If you're not okay with this, then we can talk to Aizawa-sensei and get it cleared up. But if you are, then we just thought we'd ask if you wanted to hang out when we get together to do class officer stuff. Since technically we're just vice presidents and your dog is the actual president. But I think it'd be more of a friends thing. Just hanging out. Shudo stared at him. His hand was currently tangled in Hiro's HRNSS, playing with the straps to keep his restless fingers busy. Say no and you'll never hear of it again, Yaoyorozu said. We can talk to Aizawa-sensei and arrange everything so you're not involved in class rep affairs at all. We just thought it might make things sort of interesting. It's unconventional, I admit, but so is this school. As a whole. And Aizawa-sensei hasn't stopped us yet, Midoriya added. Shudo mulled it over, weighing pros and cons. On the one hand, he had and still did want to avoid the position. On the other, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were nice. He was pretty sure Midoriya was already his friend, and it wasn't like he had more friends than he knew what to do with. Besides, they weren't even asking him to do anything. Could I ask you something, Hayamizu? Yaoyorozu said cautiously. I'm just curious. Why didn't you want to become class president? Mainly the attention, Shudo answered. Bad things happen when people notice me. Midoriya frowned. Is it because of your quirk? Shudo winced a little. That's part of it. Well, Yaoyorozu sat up straighter and folded her hands. Midoriya and I were just thinking of meeting up every now and then to keep communication going, if problems arise or events are coming up. Just to discuss things like that, plan how to deal with them effectively. Aizawa-sensei has already given us a rough outline of significant events planned in the near future, and a third set of eyes and opinions wouldn't hurt. And again, since you aren't officially a class officer, you're free to say no or duck out anytime you want. I don't know if I would be helpful, Shudo admitted. But if you really do want me around, even if it's just to hang out as classmates, I guess I wouldn't mind. Both of them visibly brightened. You're sure? Yaoyorozu asked. He liked them both. He even envied them just a bit, because they seemed to have everything together in a way that he didn't and perhaps never would. It really had been a hard decision to vote for just one of them, and spending time with them would be no hardship for him. Shudo shrugged. Who am I to keep the president to myself? He asked. Both of them laughed, which caught him off guard because he hadn't meant it to be funny. What do you need from me? We wanted to touch bases with each other just to start, Yaoyorozu told him. It's a good time to get a read on things, Midoriya said. Like, looking out for any possible problems in the class. To be perfectly fair, Yaoyorozu said, so far the only significant incident I've seen was caused by you, Midoriya. On the very first day of school. Oh. Midoriya turned pink at the ears. Right. That. I didn't see that as a problem, Shudo assured him. I agreed with everything you said to Aizawa-sensei. I think everyone did. It's a little diminished when you take into account that it was a ruse, Yaoyorozu pointed out. Midoriya let his forehead drop into his palm. How was I supposed to know that? Considering how extreme it was, I thought it was obvious. I didn't, Shudo said. Plenty of people didn't. And I don't like the idea of learning from someone who might be lying to me, no matter what their intentions are. Yaoyorozu's shoulders dropped. Right, that is true. And I guess even if you excuse the ruses with UA's unique structure, then one could also say UA's structure extends to allowing first-day expulsion, which does make the ruses less obvious. She shook her head. I see what you mean, that is confusing. I can't stay quiet about stuff like that, Midoriya told them. If I see something wrong or unfair, I'm going to call it out, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it gets fixed. Pressure built at the base of Shudo's throat, cutting off any reply. He wondered what that was like, how it would feel to speak his mind without fear, no matter how much attention he drew or what people thought of him. Midoriya had 2 whole votes while most of the rest of the class voted for themselves or threw their votes into a joke, and this was probably why. Well, then I'd say you're in the right place, Yaoyorozu said. As vice president, you can call those things out directly instead of disrupting class. I know. Midoriya beamed. So, if I'm the biggest problem in class, then maybe it was envy, or admiration, or some mix of the two. If Midoriya could speak his mind without fear, then why couldn't he? That had Shudo opening his mouth. I think Bakugo has something against me, he said. Both of them turned to him, and he squeezed Hiro's rough fur to keep from shrinking back. I'm not sure what, or why. I know that's not really a class problem, but it might be, Yaoyorozu said thoughtfully. He did seem aggressive after the second match in Yagi's class. He almost drove Aoyama to tears. Classmates have had problems with me in the past, Shudo said quietly. Like I said. Bad things. Yaoyorozu frowned. What sort of bad things? Shudo's eyes flickered toward Midoriya. Had to change middle schools, for my 3rd year. It started small, got bad. I think it's different here, and I don't think Bakugo's problem is the same, but I still don't know what it is. Midoriya groaned softly. I was afraid of this. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu asked. He took a moment to answer. Look, the thing is, I've known Katsuki for a while. Yes, I heard you were in middle school together and so was Hayamizu at least in your last year, right? Yaoyorozu looked to Shudo, who nodded. I mean I've known him for my entire life, Midoriya went on. Since before our quirks came in. Our moms were friends, so we ended up seeing each other a lot. And before you ask, yes, he's always been like that. Confrontational, you mean? Yaoyorozu asked, ever tactful. A look of annoyance crossed Midoriya's face, but it was gone in a moment. Look, Katsuki's a good person. And he's going to be a great hero. I've known that since we were little. But he has this problem with forcing his way into other people's business, and I don't mean in the way that heroes do, where they step in to help even if they aren't involved. I mean he takes things that aren't about him and makes them about him, you know? Yeah, Shudo said quietly. It was starting to get harder and harder to believe that he'd ever seen Bakugo as a prospective friend. It's why he's so ready to fight all the time, Midoriya went on. Because he takes everything personally, all the time. It's exhausting. Well, it's something to look out for, then, Yaoyorozu said. As class officers, one of our duties is helping settle disputes among our classmates. That will be easier to do if we can identify the heart of the problem quickly. Or, better yet, see them coming ahead of time. I don't know how good I'd be at reining Katsuki in, Midoriya admitted. He takes everything I do personally. I can be a neutral party if need be, Yaoyorozu said. To Shudo she gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, no one's going to be bullying you out of this school. We won't stand for it. Shudo nodded stiffly. Their meeting? Hangout? Whatever it was, it gradually morphed from serious discussion to going over homework for the day, and ended shortly after that. There wasn't much to discuss, this early in the year, and the three of them discovered that they were all reasonably close to the same level in academics, though Yaoyorozu was a few steps ahead of them on ectoplasm's math assignment. In the end, she was out the door first, which gave Shudo the chance to try asking Midoriya again. I'm still not sure what I did. Midoriya blinked. What? I don't know what I did to provoke Bakugo. Shudo looked him in the eye, willing him to understand. I don't like not knowing where I stand with people. Midoriya returned the look briefly. I know he didn't like what you said about not wanting to be number one, he said. He hates when people don't give their all, especially when he thinks he's competing with them. His face darkened for a moment. He turns everything into a challenge or a competition. And he gets snotty if he loses, or if he doesn't like the way he wins. Are you two really friends? Shudo asked. He didn't mean to hit a nerve, but the look on Midoriya's face told him he did. No, Midoriya said quietly. We're not. We haven't been for years. He calls you fake, Shudo told him. And after yesterday, he called me fake, too. Midoriya took time adjusting the backpack straps on his shoulders. I think that might have been because of your fire. Shudo tensed enough for Hiro to take notice and respond, leaning against him to counteract the stress. My fire? You hadn't used it before, Midoriya explained. So, either he thought you weren't taking any of this seriously, or he thought you were hiding it on purpose to catch him off guard. That doesn't make any sense. It's not like I planned for that. Of course it doesn't make sense, Midoriya sighed, turning at last toward the door. But that's how Katsuki's mind works. He butts in with half the story, gets all the important things wrong, and refuses to let it go. Sorry you have to deal with that too. I'm just hoping he'll grow out of it here. From Yagi Tashinori. To Aizawa Shoyuta. CC, Class 1A Teachers Kayama Namuri, Yamada Hizashi, Ishiyama. Subject, Notes from First FHS Class. Attached, Class 1A Comments.docs. Hello, Aizawa-kun. Here are the notes I took during the exercise I ran during my first Foundational Heroics Studies class. It's not much, but I hope you find it helpful. One thing I took note of: I noticed a disparity among the students concerning self-defense abilities. Experience and skill varies widely. Some, like young Ojiro and Hayamizu among others, have clearly received prior training, martial arts, quirk training, etc., while others have a strong grasp of their quirks but two left feet in combat situations. A couple of the matches were downright chaotic. See my notes on young Satu and Aoyama. In any case, I believe they would benefit from basic hand-to-hand training, including quirkless training. Yes, I am aware that UA is a unique school where free quirk use is the norm, but as I'm sure you are especially aware, one cannot always rely on one's quirk in a given situation. Most of the training plans I've seen have focused on combat exercises, simulations, and specialized skills such as rescue and disaster relief. Seeing as we're dealing with first years, it might be a good idea to make sure they have basic skills to fall back on. I hope you find this helpful. Yours, Yagi Tashinori. From Aizawa Shoyuta. To Yagi Tashinori. Subject, Notes from First FHS Class. You're literally the foundational heroics teacher. What's stopping you from doing this during one of your own classes? From Yagi Tashinori. To Aizawa Shoyuta. Subject, Notes from First FHS Class. Hello, Aizawa-kun. In that case, let me rephrase that. Would you like to join me tomorrow in whipping these novices into shape? From Aizawa Shoyuta. To Yagi Tashinori. Subject, Notes from First FHS Class. Attached, image.pdf. From Yagi Tashinori. To Aizawa Shoyuta. Subject, Notes from First FHS Class. Aizawa-kun, this is a photograph of a cat yawning. I don't see how this is relevant. Foundational Heroic Studies took the class to one of UA's many indoor gyms. Much to their disappointment, they were dressed in their gym clothes rather than their hero costumes, and Shoyuta noticed a few surprised and fearful looks directed his way when he joined them. Once everyone was assembled, he spotted Midoriya and Yaoyorozu trying to discreetly bring everyone to order. But it wasn't until a soft, strangely polite howl rang out that the other students went silent. Shoyuta looked toward Hayamizu just in time to see the boy slip his dog a treat. Class president indeed. For today, we'll be dialing things back a little, Yagi announced. In short, basic hand-to-hand combat. Now, I'm aware that some of you have already received martial arts and self-defense training. May I have a quick show of hands? Ojiro and Ishido's hands were the first up, followed by Ida's and Yaoyorozu's. Shinso briefly caught Shura's eye as he raised his hand. Midoriya's went up, then Bakugu's. The last to raise his hand was Hayamizu, slowly and half-heartedly with his eyes to the ground, as if hoping he wouldn't be noticed. Yagi's notes had mentioned this. A promising combatant, with a formidably powerful quirk and excellent control of it. However, he is timid and shies away from attention and confrontation, which might affect his combat performance. Excellent. Yagi went on. I won't ask for details, just a number. Roughly how many years of self-defense training do you have, formal or otherwise? The answers came one by one: 8 for Ojiro, 7 for Ishido, 5 for Ida and Yaoyorozu. Midoriya and Bakugu claimed between 3 and 4. Shinso copped a 2, which Shoyuta already knew. Hayamizu murmured barely loudly enough to hear that he'd been training for a little over a year. To make sure everyone gets something out of this, we'll be splitting into groups, Yagi went on. I'll be going over the basics with all you beginners. Those of you who have experience, no matter how much or little, he nodded to Hayamizu. We'll be with Aizawa-sensei for today. Not to worry, though. The separation will be temporary. We'll have you all relatively on the same page as soon as possible. Yagi. Shoyuta broke in. Yes? You haven't told them what they're doing yet. Yagi blinked, then swiftly turned back to the class. Right. Quirkless sparring. You'll be learning self-defense skills without the use of your quirks. What's the point of that? Bakugu called out. Why are we bothering with quirkless fighting if most of us are gonna fight with our quirks? With a slight turn of his head, Yagi caught Shura's eye. The idea was already fully formed in Shura's mind, and he could see the wordless invitation on Yagi's face. Bakugu, he said. Attack me. His student's face snapped to him. What? Land a hit on me and we'll let you help lead the class, Shoyuta told him. Bakugu's eyes lit up, and an explosive burst sent him rocketing forward. His hand swung around, sparking with another explosion aimed straight for Shura's chest. Shoyuta erased his quirk, grabbed hold of Bakugu's now harmless wrist, and bundled him to the ground in a single fluid maneuver. Bakugu struggled, cursing, but Shoyuta held him pinned for a moment until his point was made. That's why, he said as he let him up. I'm not special. Organized villains will have ways to disrupt or nullify quirks. You can't rely solely on them. And besides that, Yagi added. All of your quirks work differently, and there's no one-size-fits-all for quirked combat training. The more you understand the basics, the better time you'll have incorporating your own unique quirk. Now, let's get started. Luckily, each group had an even number of students, so the most natural thing to do on Shura's end was pair them up for one-on-one sparring. He chose each pair carefully. It was good to have some disparity of skills, so that one could learn from the other, but too much of a gap would only bore one and needlessly discourage the other. Therefore Ojiro with Ida, Ishido with Midoriya, Yaoyorozu with Shinso, and Bakugu with Hayamizu. He kept a close eye on the latter pair. Since they would all be staying in the same place and there was no potential hazard in today's training, Hayamizu declined to have him hold the leash, and instead left his dog lying quietly at the edge of the mats close to where he and Bakugu were. The class went smoothly, or about as smoothly as one could expect from a gym full of teenagers learning how to fight. Shoyuta paid close attention to his own group, but from time to time he glanced over to see how Yagi was faring. There wasn't much to worry about. His coworker started off teaching them the correct way to fall, then moved to how to form a fist and throw a punch without breaking anything, and went from there. On Shura's end, he had a mixed bag. Ojiro and Ida were a model pair, focused and offering each other advice and encouragement. Ishido and Midoriya were less focused. Ishido was brash and talkative, and Midoriya was easily distracted by asking her questions about her quirk. Shinso and Yaoyorozu were all right but not very communicative with each other. And as for Bakugu and Hayamizu, somewhere down the line, Shoyuta resigned himself to parking himself close enough to step in. It was easy to see the problem when he turned his attention to them for more than 5 seconds. Bakugu was an aggressive fighter even without his quirk, and Hayamizu wasn't. He wasn't slow or clumsy, far from it. From what Shoyuta could tell, watching Hayamizu duck and twist out of the way of Bakugu's blows, he was quick and nimble with excellent reflexes. But there was something off about his fighting style. He remained on the defensive for the most part, hesitant to hit back or engage directly in combat. But once in a while he would throwing a punch, or deflecting and countering one from Bakugu. It was smooth. Shoyuta could swear it was practiced enough to be natural, as if Hayamizu had performed such moves long enough to encode them into his muscle memory. It was theoretically possible for someone to learn self-defense moves that well in a year, but either way, why hold back? To make matters worse, it was only frustrating his sparring partner. Hayamizu, Shoyuta called out, the third time he saw Bakugo nearly force him off the mat. Would you like to switch partners to fight someone closer to your level? His student winced. No, sensei, I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes, sensei. Hayamizu settled back into a more balanced stance, and there it was again, that smoothness that only came with a lot of practice. Then stop treating this like a slap fight with a kindergartner. Between keeping an eye on them, making rounds among his other 3 pairs, and glancing over to keep track of Yagi's progress, Shoyuta managed to spot one successful throw on Hayamizu's part that sent Bakugo tumbling to the mat. Bakugo looked furious, Hayamizu looked ready to sink into the floor. It was only when class over and the students starting to disperse, that Shoyuta turned his full attention to Yagi. So how did it go? His coworker asked. Could have been worse, Shoyuta said. They're all very keen. Yagi looked pleased. A bit rougher than my usual sparring students, but that's only because they're 15, not 8. A peacemaker thing, Shoyuta assumed. That sounds like a nightmare. The stories I could tell you, oh dear. Before Shoyuta could turn to look, he felt something nudge his leg. It was Hayamizu's dog, who, upon seeing that he had Shuta's attention, turned and trotted back to where his handler stood. Bakugo had pulled Hayamizu aside and was scowling and teeth gnashing at him. A quick glance told him Yaoyorozu and Midoriya were already moving in to break things up. Shoyuta got there first. So why don't you cut the sheet and tell me how long you've really been at this? Bakugo was saying. Answer me. Bakugo. Upon hearing his voice, Bakugo immediately backed off. In case you hadn't noticed, combat training is over. You have no reason at all to be putting your hands on your classmates without their permission. Bakugo glared at him briefly before looking away. The 2 class officers, the human ones, had reached them. Midoriya maneuvered into standing between Bakugo and Hayamizu, while Yaoyorozu stood by in case she was needed. Hayamizu had gone back to using his dog Scruff as a stress ball. Just out of curiosity, what is your reason? Shoyuta went on. It's nothing, Bakugo snapped. I see. If it's nothing, then I assume it's not going to be a problem in the future. Bakugo's scowl deepened. Is this going to continue to be a problem, Bakugo? No, Bakugo said sullenly. See that it doesn't. If you have a problem with one of your classmates, then take it up with one of your class presidents, or failing that, me. Fine. Can I go now? Shoyuta dismissed him with a JRK of his head, and Bakugo stormed off. Without another word, Shoyuta left Hayamizu in the class officer's apologetic care. It's fine, he heard Hayamizu assure them. Really, I've had worse. Still, well, if you need cheering up, we already wanted to talk to you about something. The vice president from 1B wants to meet up, and if you're up for it, we thought. As Yaoyorozu's voice faded into the background, Shoyuta let himself relax. Teens could be picky about their friends and even cruel when they wanted to be. So far, Hayamizu's security among his classmates wasn't as much of a cause for worry as he'd feared. Bakugo, now. Something told him he might need to keep an eye on Bakugo. Sir Night-Eye was a creature of habits, and one of said habits was walking into places like he owned them. Toshinori had found it somewhat alarming the first time at Yoroi Mush's agency, then endearing it at the 50 Hero office in Honolulu, then embarrassing when he pulled it on Endeavor of all people, a scant 6 months before Toshinori's retirement. In hindsight, he should have expected it once they had arranged a standing UA guest pass for him with Nedzu. Toshinori was at his desk, arguing with Yamada over whether to give partial credit to one of Monoma Nito's answers on yesterday's English assignment, when his friend and former sidekick appeared wraith-like at his side with a folder tucked under his arm. So I was going over the reports from the Kitayama Center, Night-Eye said, starting in the middle of a conversation as usual. Only years of familiarity let Toshinori catch up to him before he started his next sentence. It's a mess, but the forensics techs still managed to find something useful. English homework forgotten, Toshinori mumbled an excuse to Yamada and scrambled to his feet. There are private rooms for discussions like this, he said. Soundproofed and fully secured. Let's continue this there. Night-Eye nodded, inclined his head to Yamada, and followed Toshinori to the secure meeting room attached to the faculty office. Sorry for showing up unannounced, he said once the door was shut. He didn't sound very sorry about it. I thought it was better to have this conversation face to face, and I didn't want to wait. Taking advantage of your new guest pass to check up on my full-time workplace certainly didn't hurt, I'm sure, Toshinori said dryly. Night-Eye snorted as he placed his folder down and opened it, revealing a small stack of reports and photographs. Don't flatter yourself, I'm not that worried. You've been here part-time for a year now. If you were going to have problems, they would have shown up already. Now, first things first, he slid a photo over to Toshinori. Photographs of the damages done to the front outer wall. See this here, on the concrete? What do you make of that? It was probably obvious to Night Eye, but Toshinori had to squint and think for a moment. It's pitted, he said hesitantly. It doesn't look broken, or burned. Night Eye nodded sharply. Precisely. The damage wasn't done by fire or by physical force. We're looking at a highly corrosive substance, a highly corrosive quirk, or both. A quirk is more likely. They're still sweeping the wreckage for traces of a substance, but so far nothing has come up. It's as if the building just up and crumbled on its own. And if it's a quirk, then there's a chance it's registered, Toshinori finished for him. If we could be so lucky. For a quirk like this? Chances that it's registered are doubled, Night Eye said grimly. Destructive quirks tend to be more heavily regulated. Unjust in the grand scheme of things, but in this case it could prove useful. What about motive? Toshinori asked. Night Eye shrugged. Take your pick. The Peacemakers are a highly visible organization, especially with your face on it. There's a marked decrease in crime in areas with active chapters. The more we spread, the more difficult it is for criminal entities to operate as effectively as they'd like. Whether it's because of hero presence from agencies we work with, or the fact that we keep at-risk youth out of reach of their recruiters and fixers, it doesn't matter, in the long run. His glasses were beginning to slip down his nose, so he pressed them back up. Simply put, we're bad for business. And if that's the reason behind this attack, then I'm surprised it took this long for someone to make their displeasure known. We've had similar attacks before, Toshinori pointed out. Night Eye scoffed quietly. Bricks through windows, maybe. A few cases of graffiti, some random muggings. Nothing to this scale, and you know that. Toshinori bit his lip. Do you think, maybe it's me? How do you mean? I've been retired for 4 years, Toshinori said. Maybe that's just how long it's taken for villains to realize All Might really isn't coming back. Night Eye scowled. It's possible. But there's something else, as well. A knock at the door interrupted him. Night Eye went to answer it, and Toshinori looked over to find Aizawa standing there with a couple of forms tucked under his arm. His coworker glanced at him briefly before turning to his former sidekick. You must be Night Eye. That's correct, Night Eye said, tense with impatience. We're in the middle of something. Discussing the Kitayama Center attack, Aizawa cut him off. I know, Hisashi mentioned it. I was going to contact you later, but when I heard you were already here, I saw no point in wasting time. He planked the forms into Night Eye's hands and stepped past him into the room. I've accepted an assignment for the investigation. Papers are all there. Hope you don't mind if I sit in. Night Eye was left blinking in baffled annoyance, and in spite of himself Toshinori had to hide a smile. He'd never had the occasion to warn him that Aizawa Shoyuta was even blunter than he was. This was good, though. Underground heroes were enormously skilled, practical, efficient, and best of all more discreet than mainstream heroes by several orders of magnitude. I'm a bit surprised, Night Eye remarked, recovering himself. He closed the door again and rejoined them. I only just reached out to other agencies and the Underground Hero Network a short while ago. Like I said, Aizawa told him. No point in wasting time. Night Eye's thin smile held the barest hint of approval. Excellent. We were just discussing the damages most likely quirk-related. Unfortunately, it's not just the outer wall that was destroyed. It never is, Aizawa said dryly. Toshinori tried not to sigh as Night Eye showed another photograph. It took a moment for him to recognize what it was, a pair of filing cabinets, or at least their remains. Like the wall, they were mostly disintegrated, and what was left of them was covered in thick piles of dust. They went after the paper files? Toshinori asked, confused. And utterly demolished them, Night Eye answered. It's only because the manager knew the layout that we know what was lost. He tapped the photograph. These cabinets held personnel files. The dust you can see is the disintegrated paper according to the manager. Most of the cabinets were left like this. What was in the rest? Aizawa asked. Personnel files, membership information, event schedules, past correspondence. Night Eye gave a sharp sigh. We recently finished scanning everything into electronic files, so we technically haven't lost anything, but an uncomfortable picture was forming in Toshinori's head. Is there anything missing from the files that were left intact? Locked and untouched, according to the manager, Night Eye said grimly. You're beginning to see my guess, then. Wasn't about vandalism, then, Aizawa said. It was a burglary. Our attacker targeted the paper files to secure information, Toshinori said. Then destroyed the rest, and probably as many other cabinets as they could find, just to cover their tracks and keep us from seeing exactly what they took. I'd stake my life on it, Night Eye said grimly. Correspondence is unlikely. It's mostly to do with organizing past events, so I doubt any villain organization would find a use for it. but a lot of it is well worth worrying about. If it's personnel files, then employees of our organization could be targeted. Toshinori's heart lurched. And our other members? He asked. The youth member listings? Gone. Though, our address books and contact information for them were shredded as soon as they were digitized, so that's a small mercy. Night Eye grimaced. Event schedules are gone, too, which means they could be planning an attack. I've reached out to our agency sponsors, so we'll probably be seeing an uptick in hero presence at our future events and meetings and such. As he spoke, he surreptitiously nudged a chair out with his foot, which Toshinori sank into. For years ago, he would have headed the investigation himself, with his own 2 hands. He would have walked children and teenagers to and from meetings personally if it came to that. But now, Night Eye's hand settled on his shoulder, gentle but firm. Wheels are turning already, his friend said. They won't be unprotected, and we aren't going to let some upstart villains chase us into hiding with threats, no matter how flashy they are. Information is a commodity in criminal circles, Aizawa said. It's a weapon, and that means it's bought and sold like any other. If your burglar means to spread it around to paint targets on your members' backs, then the information can be tracked. If it's an event they're planning to attack, then it'll take organization and planning. Organization means money changing hands, communication, and paper trails. I can put feelers out, and advise other underground heroes to do the same. That takes care of the practical side of thing, for now, Night Eye said. Thank you, Eraserhead. In the meantime, they've made a statement, Toshinori said quietly. He didn't realize he had spoken aloud until he saw the other 2 looking at him, then sat up a little straighter. We need to make one in response. Put up a strong front. We need to show them and anyone else with eyes and ears that we won't be intimidated. He got to his feet. Perhaps a certain individual ought to remind them why. Night Eye's mouth twisted with displeasure, but he didn't argue. It has been a while since All Might's last proper press conference, he admitted. That thing with the puppies didn't count. Aizawa snorted, and that brought a chuckle out of Toshinori. I only put that together because Melissa knows someone at BuzzFeed, and she thought it would be fun, he said. You arranged that? A mildly amused Aizawa asked. It wasn't exactly a hardship for All Might. Toshinori tried not to grin too wide. His coworker rolled his eyes. Why am I not surprised that he likes dogs? He prefers rabbits, actually, Toshinori said mildly. In any case, a response from All Might would be expected after such a blatant attack on his own pet project. That can easily be arranged, Night Eye said, a little more smugly than was probably proper for a hero. If you so much as whisper that All Might is coming for an interview, reporters will jump when you tell them. Something flitted across Aizawa's face. As an underground hero he was well practiced in guarding himself, but Toshinori had not survived decades of painting a target on his own back by ignoring things. Whatever it was dark and unpleasant. Not quite anger, but annoyance? Distaste? It'll be good for morale, he said at length, when Aizawa made no move to act on his brief flash of displeasure. And, speaking of morale, it might also be good to think about guest speakers for the next Peacemakers convention. Aizawa stood up. If we're finished talking about the investigation, I'll be going, he said brusquely. You 2 might as well free up the room. Ah, good point, Aizawa-kun. Toshinori helped sweep the photographs back into the folder, and the 3 of them left. I take it we have Ingenium confirmed? As usual, Night Eye answered. Fat Gum threw his lot in, as well. And, possibly, Present Mike. He was making eyes at me when we left the room before. Aizawa snorted with amusement. Was this an ulterior motive for teaching at UA, Yagi? He asked, though there wasn't much bite in his voice. Talking your coworkers into giving motivational talks for your Peacemaker kids? It's one of the perks, Toshinori admitted. Cementos was very eager last year. But we've had an impressive lineup regardless. Most of the current top-ranked heroes have done it at least once. Hawks isn't invited back, Night Eye said dryly. Hawks was fine, Toshinori said, with long-suffering patience. They've all been wonderful, his voice trailed off. Well, most of them. Most, Night Eye conceded. It's such a shame, though, Toshinori went on, a little wistfully. We've never been able to convince Endeavor to try. Plenty of others have done it, the rest of the current top 10, in fact. But, not our number 1. Night Eye was rolling his eyes again, so he continued hastily. Not that I blame him, of course. I remember at least, for All Might, it was a very heavy burden with little room for other things. But it's still a shame. I think he has a lot to offer. Night Eye sighed. We'll send an invitation to his PR team, like always, he said. Maybe one of these days he'll do it just to shut us up. Aizawa actually laughed as he returned to his desk. Good luck with that, he said. Endeavor's the only hero I know of who hates dealing with the public even more than I do. Shudo made it to the allotted empty classroom early. Truthfully, a meet-up with the representatives of Class 1B was nothing to worry about, but the force of habit was strong and there was no reason not to be early. It was in the spirit of interclass cooperation and goodwill, or at least that was how Yaoyorozu had framed it. In Shudo's mind, it was a way to meet new people in a comfortable, and that could only be a good thing. A little nerve-wracking, but a good thing, especially if he was with at least one person he already considered a friend. He lingered awkwardly at the door, mentally debating whether to go in and sit or wait in the hall for someone to arrive. Technically he wasn't a class officer at all, and Hiro's position was still shaky in his mind. It was likely that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu had invited him out of pity after seeing Bakugo harass him after class. He had asked for and received 0 votes. He didn't belong here the way they did, so it might be arrogant to walk in first. Yo! Shudo actually jumped, as in his feet physically left the ground when an unfamiliar booming voice bellowed a greeting at him from far less of a distance than what would have warranted that volume level. It was not, unfortunately, within range for Hiro to have warned him that someone was approaching. He turned, teeth already clicking together, and found himself staring at a wide torso wearing the UA uniform with the tie very loosely done. Slowly he tipped his head back, and only got a brief look at the other student's face before its owner bowed so deeply that Shudo was sure he'd headbutt the floor if he wasn't careful. "It's nice to meet you." He had one of those naturally loud voices, and still found it necessary to speak just on the cusp of a shout. "I heard one of you Class 1A guys had a dog, but I didn't think I'd meet you so soon. Gotta say, she's a nice-looking dog." Shudo wasn't quite at the point of forming words yet. Getting jumped and shouted at by someone with that much height and breadth on him left him with every nerve ending firing off at once. His voice blared uncomfortably in Shudo's ears, and when he reached out to clap Shudo on the shoulder, it was like getting whacked by a pad full of pins and needles. It was only when the too loud voice stopped that Shudo realized the words had run together into an incomprehensible mess of noise. He had registered none of what the other boy had said, and could only stare blankly while stepping back out of shoulder-clapping range. The other boy blinked as if confused, then opened his mouth to speak again. Shudo braced himself for more yelling, before a second student stepped in and cut the first off with a sharp chop to the ribs. It didn't look like a very hard blow, but Shudo could hear some of the breath whoosh out of the hulking boy's lungs. "Hi there." The girl greeted him with a friendly smile, and the sharp tension began to drain away as she raised her chopping hand in a gesture that was somewhere between a wave and a salute. "My name's Kendo Itsuka. You're from 1A, right?" Clutching at the lifeline, Shudo nodded. "Great." Kendo brightened. "Sorry about my vice-prez, he gets a little intense sometimes. I mean, all the time." Alright. He hadn't counted on this, on being alone with 2 unfamiliar students. Yes, it was barely a week into the school year, but still. I'm Hayamizu. Instant relief washed over him at the sound of Midoriya's voice. He and Yaoyorozu were hurrying in together, backpacks and bags in hand. "Sorry about that, we got a little held up." "It's fine," he said, and gratefully stepped back to let them take over introductions. "Good to see ya again, Yaoyorozu," the towering 1B student said. "I didn't get the chance to congratulate you on snagging that recommendation spot." Yaoyorozu flushed pink, smiling with surprise and pleasure. "Thank you very much. It was Yurashi, correct? The one and only." Yurashi grinned. "Thanks for agreeing to hang. It's great to meet you both," Kendo said. "All 3 of you, I mean. Kinda wasn't expecting that, so first off, I'm Class 1 BS president, but this little meetup was mostly his idea." She jerked her thumb at her classmate, who beamed proudly. "We figured it'd be cool to meet up with you guys, since we're all representing the hero classes of our year." She looked around at all of them. "Did your class pick 3, or?" "Sort of," Midoriya replied. 2 vice presidents and 1 president. The president was a landslide win, and me and Yaoyorozu tied for second. Shudo tried not to cringe at how he worded that, because it made both Class B students zero in on him. "Oh, you never said." Kendo grinned at him again. "Congrats." "I'm actually not," Shudo told her. "I didn't really want to be president, so I told people not to vote for me." She looked confused. "Then why?" 9 people voted for the dog," Midoriya broke in. "Hiro got 3 times the votes either of us did." "He what?" Kendo said. "It was just a matter of 9 different people coming up with the same joke," Yaoyorozu added. "The class just decided to stick by its decision." She turned to Shudo. "Speaking of which, we were late because we were getting input from some of the others, and we wanted to ask you something." Shudo eyed them uncertainly. "Input on what? Is it okay to put something on his vest?" Midoriya asked. "Just a little button we made." As long as it's not too heavy and you don't cover up the words, I guess? Great. Yaoyorozu palmed something out of her pocket and showed him. How's this look? It was, indeed, a small button. The background was split down the middle between red and white, with a purple paw print containing the words #OnePresident. In spite of himself, Shudo had to stifle a laugh. It's too bad he's not a cat, Midori amused. Just imagine. Number 1 President. Kendo was staring at them. All, baffled, as if she couldn't tell whether they were joking or not. Yurashi, on the other hand, laughed heartily and gave Shudo a friendly slap on the back that rocked him forward off his heels. Shudo stayed well out of range of Yurashi's arms after that, with Hiro between them as a physical barrier, and his stomach curdled with shame at the put-out look the other boy gave him.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.